Hello, hello.
Hello. थोड़ा हल्लू बात करो. Sit louder.
Hello.
Hello. I already have a mic. Driver is. Hello. 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 Yeah. नहीं. Okay. Hello. Hello. Please on. Hello. 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 Too much spotlight. I cannot see. Burst.
Hello. Hello.
Sound check, check one.
For second person.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ideas. The wise only possess ideas. The great part of mankind are by these ideas. The value of an idea has nothing to do with the sincerity of the man who expresses it. The more an idea is developed, the more concise becomes its expression. The more a tree is pruned, the better is the fruit.
Ideas are what change the world. That is where all the good things take birth from, be it Steve Jobs for Apple or Mahatma Gandhi for his non-violence movement, or even us for our ideas of picking out our hobbies. TED is about sharing those ideas that are worth spreading. TEDx is an independent body that helps give wings to innovative ideas in our community under this brilliant banner.
Stanley College of Engineering and Technology is proud to stage its very first TEDxSCETW, an independently organized TED-like university event at our campus. Yes, it's a, yeah. Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women is a leading institution of engineering established in the year 2008, a temple of learning at its campus in Abids, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Located in the heart of the city of pearls, with its quality and easy access for girl students, for girl students, it is a brilliant place for anyone to come and start learning. Stanley is affiliated to the prestigious Osmania University, Hyderabad, ranks at 105th among the best engineering institutes in India, and the second best women's engineering college in all of South India.
Stanley has a strong belief: empower women, impact the world, and it follows this belief to the note. And it believes that we empower girl students with proper professional education along with character and values to make an impact in the world. And we'd like to thank our visionary management, Shri Kodali Krishna Rao sir, our management member T. Rakesh Reddy sir, our ever-ready principal Dr. Satyaprasad Lankagaru, and our director sir Dr. Vinay Babu. Without you all, this event would have never been possible. Thank you so much.
Every achievement that Stanley has is because of our management, who continuously give the entire support for the growth of this institution for the past entire decade. And that is why Stanley stands where it stands. All eligible courses for engineering are accredited by MBA, NBA, and NAC with A grade, ISO certified institution. I'd like to also add that Stanley is expecting an autonomous status soon. So we're hoping for that.
And we'd like to give a visual representation of what TED is right now. So can we please have a video?
The difference between TED and TEDx and what makes TEDx so brilliant.
Video. Guys, video. Thank you.
You also. Juhu.
TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theatres, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Should we start? Okay, let me now introduce you to our team, TEDxSCETW at Stanley, who made this event possible. First off, we have Apurva Karanje, Partnerships and Sponsorship. Saida Aisha Kaleem, Production. Nida Arshad, Post-Production. Salandri Sirisha, Marketing Communications. Saudamini Bharadwaj, Operations. Zuha Kareem Ansari as the organizer, and me, Purvi Reddy, as operations. Thank you all.
So everyone, TEDxSCETW is a team event. That means that we have a theme that we carry throughout the entire show. And our theme today, as you must have seen in the video and that for promotions, it is integrating time. So what does that mean? Our society has brought us up with a certain set of Sorry everyone for the technical issues. So I'll start again. TEDxSCETW is a themed event. Through our promotions, you must already know that our theme tonight is integrating time. So what does integrating time mean? Our society has brought us up with a certain set of rules that are built by them and are determined as they're correct. They knew it, despises it, and they fight against it. But the need of these young who try to change get obsessed with the change, and this also retards the motion of change. The theme, integrating time, seeks to bring the notion of time in one place, to respect the span and to celebrate the change that convoys with it. Instead of being limited by the norms of time, we should work to wound them together to a strong foundation that we build for our dreams and goals. We should break through them, collect them, and be inspired by them and respect them. Time is infinite, not by its span, but by its intermittent numbers. The world is brilliant, for it entwines all our threads to create its delicate art. We come together and try to understand these norms today on this platform of TEDxSCETW. A good idea becomes a great idea when you let it. So let's get started.
Today's first speaker is Ms. P.R. Anisha, an educator, motivational speaker, author and editor, and also the assistant professor at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women. She has submitted her thesis in PhD in machine learning. She has around 30 plus publications in C, Introduction to C++, chatbots, uses and cases. A member of professional bodies such as CSI, ACM, AIE, IEEE, ISRD, and many more. She has consistently ventured for her desire to both learn and teach. She has acted as a senior chair to various international conferences around the country, including many Springer and IEEE conferences. We now welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, check. Check. All fine? Check, check. Check. Go ahead, sir. Hello everybody. People often say life is beautiful, but I say life is an encyclopedia of lessons. It not just teaches experiences, but also experiments on us at times. Let me take you with a journey of mine, and my journey was a journey completely of learning. And every time that I learned, prior to my learning, I always lived with the question, why? My birth, right from my birth, every moment I felt that this tag of why followed with me. When I was born, my birth might have not brought much happiness to my parents. Not because I was born, it's because I was born as the second girl child in my family. The first girl child who was born 8 years behind brought a lot of happiness to my parents, as they turned up as a brand new mom and dad. But when I turned up, that made a natural fear on my mother that it would have been better if we would have a boy. And then it also made my father accept the fact that he has to struggle for the rest of his life. My father served the Indian Air Force, and in those days he was at the rank of a sergeant. And one has to also know that the services, the privileges that what an armed force personnel would have today was comparatively a bit less in those days. In order to, as he had three of us dependent on him, not just three of us, being the eldest son of the family, he had to look after his upper family as well, his mom, dad, his sisters and brother, for which, as the salary wasn't sufficient, he started doing different jobs too. He did many things during his service period as well. He used to repair watches, television, cooler, and many things at that time. And when I grew up, at the age of 1, my mother already started running a typewriting institute. And in order to look after it, and as I was 1 year old, they left me at a dairy farm. That was a family which was running a dairy farm, not because that they couldn't leave me in a creche. The problem was they couldn't afford a creche. And they found that the dairy farm was quite better because it had big people there, having elders to look after, women who were working there. So they found that their daughter could be safe there. At one, my question of why started. Like, why is that they're leaving me over there? And As I was too young to know words of that why and also too young to get an answer, I just lived there. My friends at that time were the cows and buffaloes. I enjoyed being with them too. But this question of why always mongered behind me. And once when I turned 7, when my mother sent me to get milk from another nearby dairy farm, there I found that the calf was being separated from the cow. I asked the milk person, why, what is that, why do you make the calf away? Then the milkman told me that it's just because if the mother has to start working, she has to be away from her kid. The answer for my why, which I had it earlier, was answered now. As I turned at the age of 9, I found out that my parents' property was being divided. And my father was really very happy for it. The reason why he was happy is because with the money that he earlier earned during his service, with that little money, he has managed to purchase a land with the acquittance of a person, but unfortunately he couldn't see the land. And once he did all the payments, and by the time he came back to see the land, the happiness did not last long. The reason being, at that point of time, the land which was purchased was just 200 meters away from a burial ground. And one can imagine how would life be being just 200 meters away from the burial ground. My parents couldn't leave the land, neither they were so strong enough to be there. But then somehow they drew courage, because already they had 2 daughters with them. For that aspect, my dad did not know how to construct a house because he was running out of money. Neither my mom had anything at that point of time. So with whatever they could do, they just put one room without even a washroom there. And all the nights used to be where my mom and dad used to be awake. The reason being, the land that we had was a piece from a farm, and there were chances of having snakes around or some insects coming in. For that reason, my mom and dad used to be awake throughout the night to see that the 2 daughters are safe. And also, there was a fear because seeing the funeral was very easy being from that 200 meters. And that fear we lived with when we were kids. And when I turned up 9, when the concept of the property division came into picture, my dad was really a bit happy. Because he thought that once the property gets divided, he would get a good shelter for his family. But unfortunately, the legacy saying that boys can take up the legacy came into picture, for which we couldn't get the shelter from the property. Again, the question of why raised. As it raised in my mind, thinking, why is this saying that the legacy can be taken by a boy? I couldn't get the answer at that point of time. But after a few days, I overheard my father speaking to somebody, saying, I have 2 daughters, in which I see my 2 sons. Then my answer for my why raised up. Then I understood that it is not a rule of the legacy. The problem is the mindset of the people. And I was so happy enough that my father did not carry that mindset. Neither did my mother. As days passed on, the struggle continued. And I was just moving with the days. Not knowing, being among those buffaloes, being among all those surrounded burial ground area, we just continued being so. And as we moved ahead, my parents, with their undisturbed and ungiving up attitude, kept working hard. At 10, my parents started, as my mother was running a typewriting institute, gradually that got changed into a tutorial institute. And they were running it. And slowly, they converted into a small school. And that school was basically for all the localites there. And they couldn't afford to put me into a convent, so they had to keep them with them in the same school, where I was surrounded again with the local people. Since the strength was not so big, neither they had that financial capital in order to where they can invest and make that school more bigger. They had to handle it with what small investment they had, and in order to pay the salary for the faculty there and for the teachers, they also did other jobs. What type of jobs they did? My parents used to go as makeup artists for shows at Ravindra Bharati. They even used to repair the watches which my father used to do earlier alone. Now he got the support of my parents too. This all continued, not just repair watches. They started many small things right at home in order to earn money. But for me, it was again a why. The reason why this time was I never saw my parents at home after I coming back from school. I never knew at what time they would come. We just lived in that small room, me and my sister locked in. And this time when I tried to ask something to anybody there, that is my parents or anyone, I never got a proper answer. I just was left with a void with me. As we move further, my dad somehow with all his extra effort and my mom with all her extra effort, they purchased another land. And in that land, rather than we going and staying there, they constructed small rooms so that they could earn some rents from that. And with those rents, my father started a small business of hollow bricks. He couldn't afford a mason for it, for which me, my sister, my father and my mother used to work to construct those bricks. All the time we had concrete on our body. Sometimes our hands used to be blistered because of the cement, but then we continued doing it. And this had continued, and slowly our brick business also was taking off. But when I turned 12, the government officials came in, and by mistake, they mistook that our land which we purchased could be of government officials, and without a note, they demolished the entire rented houses that we have constructed and also demolished our brick business completely. By the time we could get the documents to show them, the situation turned irreversible. I saw my mom, my dad, my sister sobbing like hell. But I was still with the question why. Because this time my question was, now this land, this business is our effort. And why is our effort being broken? But then I had no answer because I couldn't ask anybody. Already my parents were sobbing, so I couldn't do anything of it. Now my parents with their underlying and hopeful drive decided to forget about what has happened because it was an irreversible. They again kept all my mother's gold, leaving just her Mangalsutra and a pair of earrings. The rest of all the gold was mortgaged, and what they did was they purchased the land far off so that at least these lands would help us for our marriage or for our education. Thinking that they invested their entire savings again on another land. This time they knew that they would gain no financial, it would not be a back support because already a rented house is gone. Our rented plot has gone. And again, they invested on another place. Financial debts again. But then they thought, it's for the future that we're doing. And let us go ahead. And this, we were happy to have another land, everything. And that room which we lived near the burial ground, we continued living there. But when I turned 14, another problem again. They were the real estate big shots who started trespassing the land that we purchased. And this time they were trying to take up our land. My father tried his hard to get back that land by fighting with them. But since I was in my teens, my sister was in early 20s, he had that fear that there are girls at home and he might not be able to fight because it could turn up to be unsafe at times. For which he gave up on it, and we lost even that land again. Again the question of why was in my brain, saying the legacy screwed us, the government screwed us, now the rich screwed us. We did not understand what's going on because I was quite young, 14 years, I was not knowing things at that time. Everything turned up against me, and at this time none of the consultants worked for me. For the first time I asked my mother, Mom, why is this? Why are we having this situation? Why is that we are forced to struggle all the time? And at that time, my mom just, like all other moms as they say, God always puts this test on us. And it is ours to give our best with a lot of patience. And I was silent because that question, my question wasn't justified there. And we just moved on. And as we passed on, our parents, after these all incidents, started making us do many jobs like electric work, plumber work, sewage work, including a sewage work. My dad, my mom used to ask us to clean it. I'm not talking about the sewage, the normal line that the normal toilet or whatever you clean. It was not just that. Outside, if there was any clogging also of our house, they used to make us get down and do it. Every work, let it be carpenter, and I never saw an electrician coming home and doing any work. I never saw a plumber coming home and doing any work. I never saw a carpenter doing any work. What I saw, my dad, my mom, and we kids doing it. The question of this why again landed on my head. Thinking, is my dad missing his military training that is continuing it on our kids? This was always on my head. And then it also questioned me saying, is my mom and dad thinking that we take this age of 30 when I stand as an academician, having a small institute still running where my parents at one time which used it as their earning, today teach kids who cannot afford to pay fees. They're still running it because they know the pain of being helpless, and I feel really proud that they are still running it. And not with the aspect of earning bucks, but in the aspect of helping. And at the age of 30 today, being the author of 2 computer science textbooks, being into reviewing journals, I would say no. How we look at it is what we turn up. One has to remember the fact that the lessons learned from a textbook are often forgotten, but the lesson that time teaches us can never be forgotten. And also one has to understand that when time teaches a lesson, it takes a cost. And what is the cost, whether it is profit or loss, is always in your hand. Always be optimistic towards learning. I, a girl who was always feared to stand people because my English in those days wasn't strong. I always feared I cannot speak to anybody. By the time others made 10 sentences or spoke 10 sentences, I used to build my very first sentence. But later, as days passed on, I started thanking my grandparents, saying, good that you have did not give me the legacy. Good that you felt that we were unfit to take the legacy forward. I was happy. Literally, I was really happy that they did so, because that helped me to be strong. I was happy that the government demolished our land, because they could just demolish our land, our property, but they have built a new willpower in us. I felt superior than those rich real estate people, because they turned rich by trespassing lands. I turned rich with my knowledge, my education. Teaching, which at one time was the cause of my survival, turned up as a passion for me today. And I am proud to be what I am today. The young generation here, I always just say that please be optimistic towards learning. And whatever comes your life, do not miss doing it. Life is full of opportunities. When God closes a particular door, He opens something. But do not just sit into your depressive mode saying, no, I can't do it, or put the blame on somebody for doing it. Everything happens for a cause, and accept that fact, and please go ahead in life. Thank you.
Hello. It was so nice to hear Miss Anisha speak. First, as a student of this college, I have always seen her just speak in a lab, but speaking her about her own story is just different. And it is your passion and your mind that has always questioned why. Many of us just go without even questioning anything and just going on with life, but then you question your life, and that is why, Miss Anisha, you could do what you have done, and that's amazing, guys. So for our next speaker, we all just go around being photographers, right? I just know in my own group of 5 people, we have a professional photographer that we call Pro, and she always takes all our pictures. But when we are talking about these things, when we use these terms, what about people who have actually made photography their entire life, their entire passion, their entire reason for actually living their lives? We have such a person among us, and his name is Fortria Venki. Fortria Venki is one of the leading photographers in India. His journey into photography started in the year 2002. It all started only with the passion, and that created his way into all routes of photography. He started developing his skills as a young man in JNTU, Hyderabad, and graduated with first class in Bachelor's of Fine Arts in photography.
Hello. Hello.
He has an experience of more than 18 years with the camera. He is a master artist, a nationally acclaimed photography instructor and teacher. He is also a mentor for Sony and Profoto companies. He has conducted 120 plus seminars and workshops to date. And with his relaxed companies, he is approaching to work with the couples. He is capable to integrate and truly become a part of the wedding that he creates with his photography skills. Through his refined sense of aesthetics, he has always captured pictures wrapped with creativity. With the zeal to support upcoming photographers in the country, he started Fortria Academy. Fortria Academy to teach how to unleash the power of the digital camera. Mr. Venki, if we can have you on stage, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to call upon Aisha to please greet sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. We are looking forward to be hearing you after this.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I can give this to someone, na? Okay. I need a presentation, the entire my speech. How are you guys? Hello. Thanks. Because I'm feeling like that everyone is sleeping. No sleeping, na? That is disturbing my view. Yes. Yeah, I think the spotlight is disturbing my view. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm okay. Are you ready, Revant? Are you ready? Okay, so hi guys. Good morning everyone, and happy Corona, and happy 2022. Okay, so let's start. I am Fortria Venki. I am a professional photographer, and I'm from integrated time. Okay, don't get confused. I have served through many transformations in time. Let me explain. I am from a South Indian Orthodox family who has all the rights to talk about this topic. In my childhood, if someone sneezes before starting a new work, they will stop doing it. Just imagine guys, what if these people are in ISRO or NASA, and how many rocket launching missions would have been cancelled just because of a sneeze? Seriously. If a lizard falls on our body, we'll do different pujas, and if we see a cat before walking out of the house, we'll stop going out. There are many if we keep on talking. There might be a reason behind everything we do. But just ask your parents, why are you following all these? Most of them have the same answer, that is, my grandparents and parents following them. So I am also following them. You should also follow the same. This is very sad part, you know. They are not changing with the time. What I say is they are not integrating with the time. I am not talking about all the parents, but most of the parents. Let me give you another example. Whenever I visit my hometown, while having food, we have to pour a little water around the plate to avoid ants and insects. But now if we do the same thing in Hyderabad sitting on my dining table, is this right thing? I won't say these all are false beliefs. What I am conveying here is, before doing anything we have to know why we are doing this and is it correct to do or not. Most of our photographers are well integrated with time. Let me explain. As a photographer, did you observe the picture of your grandparents and those grandparents which were captured some 100 years back? You can see they were serious, like ready to beat the photographer. You can see no smile, not even a single picture after few years of the photographer. After the few years, that photographer made a habit of saying, smile please, smile please. Hope you also face the same thing. And the present scenario is like, if a photographer doesn't say smile please, people think like, is he a professional photographer? Are you sure? Just think once, even in the age of selfie, we need to say a smile please. Guys, can you please close your eyes and imagine how is your selfies? Can you show, Revan? Instead you have to say don't smile. That is called integrated time. Once upon a time there was a big reel camera, then it changed into 35mm reel camera, then autofocus camera, then digital camera, and now we are using a mirrorless camera. If only the tool is evolving this many times, how many times does the brain behind the camera must evolve? Think, guys. But the sad thing is, whenever there is a change in technology, many talented photographers who couldn't adapt and understand the change, those all are disappeared. I started with a film camera, then autofocus camera, then digital camera, and now I am using a mirrorless camera. Technology has improved a lot, even though I am capturing pictures till today, even in 2020. The reason behind this is I kept evolving myself with evolving technology. This is what I call integrating with the time. We are in 2020. If a girl wants to become a photographer, she has to face lot of hurdles. Do you know? Did you face anyone? The reason behind this, most of our Indian ads on TV channels, in kitchen ads, they are including female actresses. We are stuck with a mind that a kitchen is only for females. We started setting boundaries. Okay, here I am not asking equality for saris and lipstick ads. Okay, please think in a straight line, guys. Okay. Now in my team, I have 12 female photographers, and they feel free to explore the world of photography without any restrictions. Stop thinking in an old-fashioned way. Only a creative mind is needed for a photography career. What is the point of the male or a female here? Only a creative mind can master the art. Few people don't understand the meaning of change. They just stay at the same point and they feel that's the world they are looking for, while the others change as the world and the technology evolves, and that's how they achieve success. This kind of people are important to this country. Here I feel, and I can say I think we are going to, I think these people only going to transform this country. Coming to the social media, we have a different profile pictures on different social media platforms. Let me show you some examples. If profile picture in Facebook, it look like this. If profile picture in Instagram, it look like this. If the profile picture in Snapchat, it look like this. Okay, we do this because we have a family and friends in Facebook. They are also following us. And so if we pick decent pictures, Where in Insta we have a friends and cousins in which we have freedom to post. While in Snapchat we have only friends and very special friends. So we don't actually think before what we post. So of course, I'm not talking this is the real change or integrating thing. But what I mean to say, in the same way, either in photography or life, we have to learn rules to live. Later on, we have to change according to the situation and apply the rules. If I tell my client to give a pose of 1940 or 47, they will definitely kick me out, definitely. 20 years back, so finally, what I mean to say, 20 years back, I started my career, did 2,000 weddings in various countries, and 1,000 celebrity shoots, 200 workshops, 100 people working staff, and 3 studios, brand ambassador for Sony company and Sony and Profoto lights, and many more. Not only this, I am running an academy also. So what I mean to say, time will never stop for us. Ages of early man, habits, traditions, rituals have been changing since thousands of years according to the time for the survival of mankind. Because of this transformation, we are surviving in 2020. If we stop transforming in a better way, we can't see our coming generations happy. My final statement, if you don't jump on the new, you don't survive. Thank you very much.
So you spoke some really nice things about photography and things. So I was wondering, like, what actually even started that you would want to do this topic over here today? Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah, can we start again?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So first of all, your talk really livened up the entire show, sir, today. So thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
here.
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone really enjoyed that. I really saw some lively audience today. Sir, about your talks, integrating related to photography, time. So how do you come up to just talk about this factor today?
See, the thing is, I'm doing photography since 20 years. When I start photography, it was a film camera. So where we have to shoot 36 frames only, then we have to change the film and all of these things. So that time, if we click the picture, after 2 days only, when we develop and when we finish the developing and the printing, then only we can see the picture how it comes.
Yeah.
So, but now people are getting instant, immediately. I am from that change to this change. So that I know everything, the steps, like how this photography changes and how many good photographers are vanished. It is because of they are not catching the system. I mean,
It's become too easy also.
yeah, it has become too easy also and too confused also. Because of the 20 years back photographer, it is difficult to understand today's thing if they are not followed. Yeah.
But you kept up, sir. You really kept going with your passion, and that is so inspiring.
Thank you.
To have.
Thank you. Yeah.
So we all. Yeah. So we actually also wanted to congratulate you for all your achievements, sir.
Thank you.
And also we have a token of present that we wanted to give you, sir. Actually, especially for coming down here to do the show live, especially in these times. We really, really appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
So, our principal, sir, Dr. Satya Prasad Lanka Garu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here with us and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you so much.
One last thing. So I think, yeah, no, that's okay. So all the girls over here. So photography is for everyone, not only for male or female, because since
That's why.
because since ages, photographer means only male. People are thinking like that. Even the painters also will do the only male photography paint. So change now. So in my academy, if I have a 50 seats, I am allotting more than 50% seats to the female. But fortunately, I am getting more than 15 girls to learn photography. I am so happy. So please bring the change. Thank you very much, guys.
Our girls love photography, sir.
Oh, thank you.
On this stage today, we have people sharing our journey. Ms. Anisha, our first speaker, shared her journey with the question why that she grew up with. Our speaker just now, Mr. Venki, he spoke about his entire experience, his entire journey with photography. Now this lifetime, these things that come together for us. This that comes together for us, it only comes when we have this life. This lifetime experience comes because we have this lifetime to live. Our next speaker is here to speak about this experience of lifetime to actually exist. Change for climate. And for this to speak, we have our youngest speaker on the panel today, Mr. Hemang Vellore. Mr. Hemang Vellore has been an enthusiastic geek since childhood. This unschooled, experimental learner is currently pursuing Diploma in Digital Fabrication, Fab Academy, MIT Center of Bits and Atoms, Fab Lab Zero, and is a fellow for climate action, Anand National University. Vellore is also the founder of Young CEO, an educational platform. He has trademarked to organize free tech events, training programs, hackathons, ideathons, buildathons, makeathons for youth. He has won several awards that will take me forever to list in his robotic events. He has also a true passion for a healthy future that has made him a passionate climate action driver after his robotic adventures. He has, in 2020, this year, his film, Deeds Dwell, is featured in 2020 UN Habitat Film Festival. His work in the bigger picture for things that matter is a great motivation to participate in the global energy for a sustainable environment. And for this, he has crafted climate convos every Sunday evening in his FB Live on Hangout with Hemang with UNSDG advocates, which spreads awareness on climate emergencies and focuses on solutionaries for our planet Earth. This much, and we have Mr. Hemang Vellore. Please, we can have you on stage, please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is how it goes.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being here, and now we're looking forward to hearing you.
Oh yeah, my pleasure as well.
Thank you.
How about presentation? Two. So, how are you guys doing today? Great. Nice to hear that. Alright, let it take its time. Actually, let me tell about myself a little bit. So, hi, my name is Hemang. I'm a 13-year-old teenager and an unschooler. So, I don't go to school actually. I went from 4th class to 6th, then until 5th basically. did 7th for 22 days by homeschooling, and did 8th a bit, then really left it because, well, there's a reason for it. There's an obvious reason. The thing is, I don't do like normal academic things. Actually, my teachers hate me for it. I don't know why, but I guess reasons. But the thing was that I like to do robotics, I do different subjects and many more things. At first, it started with gentle things. I did kit robotics basically. I went to challenges, competitions, many more. Won some, lost some. Got a lot of experience in that field. And slowly, as I grew older, I shifted my school and many times. And thing was that I attended a lot of programs which was meant for engineering students or majors, basically not my age. And this was a reaction of a person who I said like, hey, I'm doing this course with you. And they were like, wait, I did so much of my work, I'm a major at engineering, and you as a teenager are doing this. What is this? And well, I couldn't blame them. That's what I would feel the same way. And I guess without my parents' support, where I am is impossible, next to impossible actually. And you see what makes me do newspapers and all of it. I don't usually go, and problem is that I'm still a teenager. I want to learn things and many more. And other people are like, why? Why don't you want to go to school and do things? Well, first of all, I hated school personally. I had the luxury of doing that because my parents supported me, and it went to a place that I did a course from MIT Boston. It's a Fab Academy diploma. I did in 2019. Still continuing. I'm doing a final evaluation for it, and the reaction was priceless for people who I worked with or my teammates in that time. They were like, wait a second. You're going to do this program where it involves a lot of coding, lots of 3D software, lots of countless sleep nights. Maybe you take your entire week in lab without sleeping proper. You're going to do that at your age. Like, well, yeah, I'm used to it, kind of. And I used to conduct a lot of hackathons and many more things. And funny enough, I was doing a program in rural Maharashtra, and I saw big problems over there because there was water problem, I wasn't good a lot, and many more things. And I don't know why was it that because there's a lot of issues. For me, I was born in a city, raised in a city. I never felt that need of worry that water is deeply linked somewhere, that someone does not water, anything like that. I had a luxury in my hands. But when I visited over there, stayed for I would say a month, I felt like, why? What's the reason? I asked my parents. They said like, there's again climate change, it's happening in front of your eyes. So like, I never noticed it, but why would I? Because I'm having a good life, doing my things, you know. And normal teenager work, basically. When I actually felt interested, I started learning more about it. I did so many courses online, basically just learning. I found this fellowship for climate change from Anant University. It is India's first design university in Gujarat. And they were offering this fellowship, and lucky for me, I got selected. And for me, I'm from basically tech background. I used to do robotics and a lot of programming at the same time. I never knew how tech can get involved in climate or how it can help. And funny enough, I didn't go as a normal route. I wanted to make some fun for myself. So what I did was, I started a climate convo. It's a talk show which I conduct every Sunday. And that actually helped me understand to research, number one, and number two, talk to people who are experienced in that field but in different subjects. Some are from building, some are from law, some are from fashion designing, some are totally you won't expect it, like bioethics and many more. The number one that this is Fabio, he's from France, and the person I talked to him, he's my senior for Fab Academy actually, and I talked to him, he told me that natural buildings, they're inefficient because of the cost and many more things. I could understand what are materials and how it build up. And the one thing he told me that didn't actually get into my brain first time, then I researched about it and then I started getting it, that plastic bottles actually can be used as a solid brick, and you just mash it up with plastic basically, and it becomes a solid brick. Like, why can't you guys do that? I asked him. They're like, well, inefficiency. I'm like, all right, fair enough. And I went in that way all the time. I got more speakers. One of the favorite one I actually had was Anuk. She is a fashion designer in tech. She basically has a lot of high clients, and she tries to get like natural cloth and many more things into tech and as in fashion designing. And she got me into some inside story saying that fashion tech actually is less efficient and more like actual fashion, which takes like high quality leather and all of it, takes like special preparation, and that's like bunch of cloth getting waste of nowhere. And some people actually said that actually was a problem, because some of the national fashion shows that were conducted, there's a lot of millions of dollars spent on it just to get a good looking dress. I would say, she said like there's a lot of cloth got wasted, basically prototyping got itself a lot of cloth, and again exotic leathers and things. Someone even put diamonds on it later on, you know, that's a waste, and many more things. And it got me thinking that she's actually a change maker, and I went to a lot of change maker programs at that time, and it struck to my brain like, why do anyone wants to do it? And it's an emergency basically. At this time in COVID-19, we have seen it by itself. The earth is healing itself by a rate of, I would say 12%, but okay, that's nothing compared to what we can do as an entire community or entire population. And another part that got me interested was how bioethics for COVID-19. So yeah, he's Dr. Darrell, and he's a professor and world chef for bioethics on COVID-19. I talked to him. He said me that basically meat, if everyone stops going vegan for even a month, 30% of greenhouse gases, that's basically gone. And like, wait a second, 30% greenhouse gases. And like my brain didn't work for a second, like why? Like, why can't anyone do that? Because meat is so inefficient in itself. Myself, I'm a vegetarian. How I can just eat like the wheat or anything like that, and see like it's a human luxury. We can't do anything about that. And he said like, in this time, everything meat related is kind of dangerous as well, because even though you cook it, it has some bacteria or fat, which is also can lead up to some cases of COVID-19. It has a rate of, he said, 5 to 10%, but it can be more higher, seeing that how there's more research coming up day by day. And one more thing is bat biologist Rohit. He's from Germany. Many people think that's originated from bat, and he said that actually bats are doing a good job for us. It's not like they're evil creatures as how television shows or movies have put it as. He said me that they're actually innocent. The real danger, what they feel, is us, because they think that we're just massive, they're just going to smash them. And funny, he said that basically they get so scared that they won't do anything, they won't like stop moving. So he's a researcher, right? So he actually researched a lot of blood groups and many more things, and he said that COVID-19 is not really originated from bats, but it's a bacteria which is from bats. And I know it was found in many more animals, but how long it stayed was impossible for their knowledge. And he said that actually bats can help us with our problems with fertilizers or with chemicals or things because of bugs. They can just eat them. There's some animals which eat bugs, some animals eat only that, this type. And every convo of which I did for climate convo, I learned something new, and it wanted to make me even more. And more I wanted to ask that, these are the problems. What are the solution at times? Because we spread kind of awareness about it. I try to spread awareness for climate convo itself. It's not just learning about me and other people, it's about spreading awareness as well. I try to spread awareness, and I did in a very efficient way. You can't just be a Twitter guy and tweet like hashtag climate change, something like that, can you? So at a point that someone told me that you can basically do storytelling, basically. By doing storytelling, you can tell a guy like me as a teenager or a school, any person saying that, hey, this is climate change and this is how it's affecting, and this is what you can do small steps day by day to reduce it. And how I felt like, wait, that's actually an effective way, that putting something like this in a young age, well, tomorrow, say like, hey, yeah, this is climate change, you have to do something about it. You can't just leave it around, it's just going to go back and hurt us back. Another thing that Thomas, he is one of my friends, I met him, he said that I don't want to live 100 years, I want to make my son and his son live 100 years. And if I don't start working on climate change, anything like that, to keep my surety that my grandson and my son can live long enough, I want to do it now. And that actually was a good response. People started liking like, hey, yeah, that's the truth. And one of my fellows in the climate thing, he said that I have a son, he's 27. Why I'm doing this primer program is to make sure that I know very well what I can do as a father or anything like that to keep my child alive for 100 plus years. And that's actually kind of, he actually wanted to do this and for only his son and family for future. And again, it has some facts saying that, hey, it'll hurt you in future. Not me now, we don't see any impacts. We are actually seeing them, the floods, the droughts, we can see it by ourselves, with our own eyes. We don't take action, I don't think so, we can't do it anytime anymore. And another part actually comes from design thinking. And that's my favorite part because I'm a tech nerd. I like to do 3D designing. But I know why people call me tech nerd, because that's my new name these days, tech nerd, my people call me that. So I like to do a lot of 3D designing and basically a lot of project management and 3D designing. And she's Anuba, and she's actually dean of Anand University. She said that design efficiency is to maximum is just how product might like single-use plastic, how it's actually hurting us. It's basically getting this cheaper, but what's the cons of it? That you can't recycle it, it'll go on oceans somewhere and basically hurt a tortoise with something on its palm, anything like that. It's just hurting us back. It's just polluting waters which we drink, and it's just terrible to think about it, but in reality that's what's happening and we don't know about it. And as gone, I did my climate converse, learned information, did things, and the more I learned, the better understanding I got for it. And more I would say that about water to things. And last week we had a special guest. She is Karuna Singh. She is South Asian director for Earth Day Network and country head for India. And she actually is my senior as well for climate reality. And many of these guys are my seniors, and I don't know them until I met them. That they're my seniors. I didn't know that. So again, what she said that a common man, if he wants to see what's cheaper, actually he has to start very less. Now what they started was find awareness by rural areas, urban, and go with it. And they started training people. The program which I went for was climate reality, and that's what Karuna Singh ma'am also did. And that's run by Vice President Algo. He actually trained a lot of people about it, and she's my senior of it. And the limited time I have stayed in this climate community and how much of information I got the honor of being an Earth Day Network Rising Star, which, to be honest, I got many awards of international and globally anything, but this is to my heart that even though I'm so in this topic, I'm not very much into it, don't have any idea of it, I still get this honor saying like I'm a rising star or something which I just went to. And it's just not anyone can be a rising star, and it just starts with one thing, small things. It doesn't need to be a big, I don't know, rocket science. That's what people thought at first. Even I thought that it's rocket science. And that is just small steps. Even let's start now by going vegan for a week and seeing what the difference it is for cost wise, even for nutrients wise, and how you can actually feel better. Actually, if you want to be like a boxer or runner, something like that, actually it's a good thing to go vegan, because everyone you see runs or things like that, they're actually a vegan, funny enough. And again, we see in real life how much impact it makes and how it is inefficient for many more things. And many more this climate convo thing I do. And it's just a loop, you know, that I teach people, try to spread awareness in my community. And this time, I guess we have to also get this into notice that we are also suffering from COVID-19 and how we can do things impact COVID-19, so stay safe and many more things at the same time. Another part is how you can do it. Yeah, anyone can do it basically. And when I say going vegan, another thing is saving electricity or water, whatever you do, and waste management is very priority. And you know what? Because again, lockdown is open where everyone can go anywhere now these days. I guess we can have a walk. Like, don't go to work by car. It's like if it's near, don't go take a car all the time or cab. And take a walk for a little bit. Talk about yourselves. It actually helps you and save your mind a little bit. This might get some cab drivers lose their job, but well, anything for climate. Am I right? So yeah, thank you everyone. It's my pleasure. And thank you, Stanley, for this opportunity. This is amazing talking to you, all of them. And yeah, one more thing. If anyone wants to go my future convos, I have Principal Secretary J.S. Frenchen coming on next Sunday, and I'm so excited. So anyone has questions for him, it's totally live. Anyone can come and ask questions, he can answer it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Veloor.
Yeah, hi.
It's actually really fascinating that you actually did the venture from being such a robotics geek to being interested in climate change.
Yeah, that's the thing I asked myself, like, how did I go from a tech guy to exactly climate change? Well, I have no answer for that.
It is something that for continuing to do your robotics, you need this earth. And for this earth, you need change for climate.
True.
And starting that is so fast. So just the right thing to do, especially with your position and your fame right now. One more thing that I would like to ask, that you mentioned that just starting these conversations is necessary.
True.
But these conversations, what do they lead to?
Well, first of all, it's talking to your friend, like you know him, that he's telling you something of information that actually may lead you to something. Like, let's take an example where you see so many floods and how it's dramatic the Antarctica is losing water with ocean getting warmer. It's just, if you imagine an Earth perspective way, how you feel in it, you feel how much pain we're causing this planet. And just imagining it for, I guess, about a minute, you understand how much pain we're causing it. Then I guess that will lead you to do something like what I'm doing.
Taking the minute to imagine.
Yes.
That also is really important and is a skill. We just read it online and just swipe through it. But you have to take the minute to actually think about it.
True.
And you did, and that is why you're doing this talk over here.
Yep.
So thank you so much.
My pleasure as well.
We have Mr. B.V. Ramanamurthy sir to present Mr. Veloor with a token of appreciation for being here with us today.
Thank you. My pleasure as well. Yeah. All right. Who should I give this to now?
You can take it with you. You can take it with you. It's yours.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, before we continue this forward, I would actually like to thank everyone present over here that you all came down here to our college to attend this TEDxSCETW. So please, round of applause for you guys, yourself, for actually coming here, especially the way Hyderabad is right now, floods and stuff. But still, safety first. I hope you all are safe at your houses, and that is why you could come here. So thank you for that. But in all of this right now, what are we seeing on our social media platforms? We are seeing how people are struggling, the ones who are less fortunate, and the kind of people who, no matter what, could not make it to come here, even if we were open for them. We have a lot of people like that, not just in India, not just in Hyderabad, but everywhere. And generally, and mostly, this is worst affected for the poor. And when we see this, we go down to help them. And that is important. And we do that. But this thought that always comes is, poverty should not exist. What can we do to just eradicate this poverty? Remove poverty from India. And that is what our next speaker, Mr. Anshul Sinha, is here to address. Mr. Anshul Sinha is actually a filmmaker. An entrepreneur is all about the art of storytelling through visual media. He uses his skills and expertise to showcase his unique and interesting creations through his work. With 15 documentary films under his belt, only while pursuing his mass communication from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, depicts his immense passion and desire to share his art with the world. Anshul recently started his own firm, MacGuffin Frames. His skill set is proficient and out of the ordinary, which will help make a story out of your vision. He is a product recipient of Pride of Telangana title, winner of 110 national and international awards and 55 international nominations. Our speaker strongly believes that there is no better way of storytelling than its portrayal through films. The versatility of converting the beauty and imagination of a story into a visual creation is in itself mesmerizing work of art. In the grand scheme of things, if you have a vision or an idea, Anshul Sinha's skill set will portray your thoughts in an eccentric manner. Mr. Sinha, if we can please have you on stage now. Thank you for being here with us today, sir.
Thank you very much.
We're looking forward to be hearing you now.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll hold that for you.
Thank you. So we'll start with the presentation. This is directly coming into eyes. Yeah. So good morning, one and all. Thanks for giving this opportunity to me. So this is one of the biggest statement which keeps on pushing me. It never lets me sleep in the night. So this statement is like, life is a one-time experience. Make every second count. So whenever I go to sleep in the night, I always get this thought that what is that the biggest thing I have done in my career or in my life. So this statement keeps on pushing me daily. And I strongly believe that as a country and as a nation, we need this statement to do something big in our life and in our career. So this is how my journey got started. This statement keeps on pushing me. And I strongly believe that we should give an opportunity to believe in our ideas. we get n number of thoughts, we get n number of ideas, and we don't give opportunity to ourselves to believe in our ideas and to believe in our thoughts. I strongly believe that we should give that one opportunity to believe in ourselves. Usually we end up doing jobs, we end up doing academic careers, we end up doing some business where we are not happy. So this is the reason why I believe that we should give that one opportunity to believe in ourselves, to believe in our ideas. Whatever the ideas we get, we should go ahead, believe in ourselves and implement it. So this is what I have been doing in my career. So how did this journey got started? So my first idea when I was doing MBA from Avanti College, my first idea was that let me push myself really very hard so that I can make each and every second count of my career. So my first idea was I was collecting daily 1 rupee from each student in my classroom, and in the month end we decided that let's do some social activity with the help of this project. So this idea got started, and we started collecting daily 1 rupee from each student in our classroom, and then I thought, what will happen if I am collecting this money, then how I will utilize this thing. Then I got an idea that let me use it and then do some social activity out of it. So this is how my documentary film career got started. And then my first visit was to a blind school, where I just went with this 2000 rupees which was collected in the first month, and I donated that money to the blind school. But when I visited there, I found that the school was not having this basic computer facilities, and they did a complaint to the government that since 3 to 4 years they are not having this basic computer facilities with them. So I was having a mobile camera with me. So the biggest thing what I have learned in my career is that if whatever the limited resources you are having with you, give the best usage of it. Use those limited resources at best and give your best out of it. So then I made a documentary film. It was a 12-minute documentary film, and I started spreading it on social networking sites, and then I started showing to all of my friends that there is a school who is in requirement of a computers. Can anyone help? Then from here my film festival journey got started. Then I came to know that there are a lot of film festivals happening in Hyderabad city, and I'll go and participate in those film festivals, and then I'll show these documentary film. So like this, in one of the film festival, Lions Club team, they watched this film and they thought that let's go ahead and help this school. So the things which was not possible from past 3 years, we made it possible just in 2 months. They came forward and they donated 12 computers to the blind school. So this was the first change which I brought with the help of my filmmaking, and I thought that this is the medium which is having a strong potential to bring the changes at a very rapid pace. Next. So this is a school, this is a deaf and dumb school, and when we visited there, it was a very shocking thing to see that the school was not having electricity from past 30 years. So it was a very shocking thing when I watched it for the first time. So again I made a 10 minutes documentary film on this school, and I started spreading it on all over my social media handles and spreading it in all the networks, whatever the network I was having with me. So this film reached to SBI, and then SBI came forward and they donated electricity to this school. So the thing which was not possible in past 30 years, we made it possible just in 6 months. So like this, there were like lot of activities we did with the filmmaking, and then I got an idea that I should spread this thing. I have got this idea, I should spread this into all the colleges of Hyderabad. And then the theme of this idea, the name of this idea will be Remove Poverty from India. I went ahead with this thought and then started going to all the colleges and then started spreading this concepts. Can you please play the video? What they are doing is they are collecting daily 1 rupee from each student, and in the month end they are utilizing this money for the development of the city. They are paying school fees of orphan children of blind schools. They are donating this money at old age home. Lot of things they are doing. So we think that if this concept gets started in all the colleges of city, it will be very much easy to remove poverty from our city just in money.
मैं इसलिए आया हूँ कि आप लोग भी ये कॉन्सेप्ट अपने कॉलेज में स्टार्ट कीजिए। अगर ये कॉन्सेप्ट हैदराबाद, देयर आर 1500 कॉलेजेस इन आवर सिटी इंक्लूडिंग इंटर, डिग्री एंड पीजी। अगर हैदराबाद के पूरे 1500 कॉलेज में ये कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू होता है तो सिर्फ एक साल में हैदराबाद की गरीबी हटाई जा सकती है। We have started this concept in Jodhpur. We have started this concept in... No problem, man. I am here to spread my concept. We have started this concept in Mumbai. We have started this concept in Odisha. You are making effort to remove poverty from India. Are you all with me? Yes. Then make effort to remove poverty from whole nation.
Yeah. So this is how the things got it, and when I started visiting schools and colleges, lot of people thought that I am here to collect some donation. So I was not getting what to do now, what shall I do, how this vision will go of removing poverty from the India. Then I got an idea that there are a lot of short film festivals are happening in Hyderabad. Let me participate in those film festivals. But the biggest problem which I was facing during that time was I was not having good cameras with me. I was just having a mobile camera. All the films which I have made in the initial stages of my career, those are all shotted on a mobile camera. So I was very limited with the resources. As I said, whatever the limited resources you have to make sure that you are giving your best in it. And then I came up with an idea that I am having a mobile camera through which I can record a video, but I am not having a capacity to record a sound. So that was the limitation I was having with me. So for next 1 year, I just went into lot of film festivals and then started participating, and then I was losing all the film festivals very badly. But I didn't give up. I was pushing myself. The biggest reason was that I wanted to remove poverty from India. I know it's a very crazy thought that how can it be possible to just make documentary film and make an effort of removing poverty from India. But at least it was a thought, and I was taking small steps towards solving this biggest problem of our country. So then I analyzed it. After 1 year of failure, I analyzed that I have only one option left with me, that I can only capture a video, but I cannot record a sound because I have to invest a lot of money to get a good sound for my videos. So then, after failing for 2, 3, 5 films, I made my third film called My Chocolate Cover, and then with the Remove Poverty film, I was spreading the concepts in all over the Hyderabad city. So this film, My Chocolate Cover, this was made with the right intention, and thus I was spreading this vibe that I want to remove poverty from India, and then it went into the nature, and then I started participating in film festival, and it went on to win 29 awards. And then with Remove Poverty from India, I was spreading the concept that how the poverty can be eradicated with whatever the practical changes which we have brought into city. And then after 1 year, people thought that okay, luck hai iska, kismat lag gayi. It got clicked, and then he started winning awards. Then my next project was Lapet, which was again a silent film, and I got an idea that let me participate in international film festivals also. So this was my fourth film, for which I got 22 awards, and I got 2 international awards, 11 international nominations for this project. But initially none of the film was made with the intention of winning an award. It was made with an intention to bring change in the society, change at a massive place, at a massive scale, where everyone is coming together, joining their hands, and then bringing the change. So big vision with right intention will help you to achieve that vision. So this is how the journey got started, and then I thought that let me use this talent. If I am having this talent, I am winning this so many awards, let me use this talent properly for the development of nation. My next project was biomedical wastage, was based on biomedical wastage in in Hyderabad. So we are having limited incinerator plant in Hyderabad, and the biomedical wastage which Hyderabad city is producing is very massive. So this film I made, it was a 20 minutes documentary film which went on to Health Minister of our state, and then he insisted that we should have more incinerators plant. That was a change which that documentary film brought, and then this documentary film was selected among top 5 films in Al Jazeera documentary film festivals in Dubai, and then we got 14 awards and 8 international nominations. We were among top 3 in UK in the documentary film category. So this is the big change this documentary film, The Unseen Disaster, brought. So I, within just 3 to 4 years, I completed 110 awards. But my intention was that no, I want to make every second of my life count, and I want to make every second of my life big. And this energy and this vibe, I keep on getting it constantly, and then I wanted to run very fast to achieve these things. So my next project was, so my next project was, I strongly believe that we all are educated, and then if an educated person come across through any problem, then he shouldn't ignore it. The moment you keep ignoring the problems, it keeps arising, and then this is the reason why we remain underdeveloped. So this is one of the problem when I came across while I was making the documentary called The Unseen Disaster. So I came to know about a person who was doing the last rites of unknown and unclaimed dead bodies. So far, by the end of year 2015, he completed last rites of 12,000 orphan dead bodies in Hyderabad, and it was very shocking that no one was aware about this story, that this person is doing so many changes. Previous slide, previous. Yeah. So no one was aware about this person. So then I went ahead. At that time, I was not having producer, but I was like clueless that how I will make a story on this person, that who is doing this, who is solving this problem, and he was saving all the dead bodies to get into this organ trade mafia. So I did almost all 7 months of research work. I quit my job. I was working as a journalist in HMTV news channel. I quit that job, and then I started doing research work on this person, that how is doing this thing and how alone single-handedly he is fighting with such a huge mafia in our city. So I invested my own money, and I was not having that much big amount to make this project. Then I took a night shift job in HSBC for almost all 18 months. 18 months I was doing a night shift job, and then in the daytime I was working on this project called Gateway to Heaven. So finally the film got completed after 2 years of effort, after doing night shift job. Then it was so controversial film that it didn't got released. So whatever the project and whatever the films I am making, I make sure that I am communicating it right, I am communicating it properly to my audience. So whenever they are watching the film, they watch the film and they start taking action towards it. So for every film, so whatever the films which you will, whatever my films you will see, for every film the style of communication is completely different. And the reason why I am adopting those style is that those style is evolving from the research work which I do. Usually a lot of people say that why are you not making commercial film, why are you not making commercial film. Commercial films are having some structure and pattern, but once we do a research work, we have to come out from the original pattern which will properly communicate the subject to the audience. So this is, I evolved my filmmaking, and then I was making sure that audience will get connected to my screenplay, and then they will understand the problem. Previous slide. So when I didn't got the distributor to release this film at a national level, then I started doing road shows. These road shows were organized freely, and then I started submitting this film to international film festivals. And then in the year 2016, I was invited to Italy and to UK to present this film. This film, Gateway to Heaven, got 8 international awards. But the intention was not to win an award. The intention was to bring support for Mr. Rajeshwar Rao, who are doing these last rites of unknown and unclaimed dead bodies in Hyderabad city. So after screening it at international level, after 3 years of effort, with the help of this film, his work got recognized at the state level, and then government started funding him to do the last rites. So the things which were not possible from past 20 years, this film Gateway to Heaven made it possible within just 2 years of time span. So this is the power of filmmaking. So my next project was Road of Sparrow. It's a short feature film based on, next slide. It's a short feature film based on student suicide. Again, I invested 1 year of research work, and then I played this film with the students community, that why students are committing suicide. And then after watching that film, one girl come forward and she said that I was going to commit suicide, but after watching this film, I'll be not committing suicide. So this was the massive change which that project brought. My fifth project was Mitti Back to Roots, which is on next, which is based on agrarian crisis in India. So in 2015, I got selected as a speaker in TEDx Hyderabad. There I met Mr. G.V. Ramanjanuru, who was sincerely working from past 25 years on the farmer issues in India. So I thought that I am having this skill set, and let me collaborate with him, and let's as a society get collaborated and come up with a project which can save the life of our farmer. So we did that collaboration, and then it was a massive collaboration where whole community came together to make this film happen. So again, we didn't got a distributor to release this film, but the intention behind this film was to save farmers' life. That was the major intention why this film was made. Then we started doing road shows. We did lot of shows all over the world. We did shows in USA, we did shows in Germany, in all the countries we did lot of shows. And then after 2 years, we released this film on YouTube, and the main intention of this movie was to save farmer life. So there are a lot of comments, and we have lot of feedback from the farmers. And then one of the major comment, my main aim of making this film was to save farmer life. And then after 2 years, I got this comment on YouTube which says, मैं आत्महत्या करने की योजना में था, लेकिन अब मैं अपने आप को रोकूंगा. So this is what a visual communication do. This is what if you make a project with right intention, then it saves the life. That is what a visual communication do if it has been done properly. Then I thought that if these films are bringing so many changes, then I should come up with a company which keep on producing these many films. So then I started my own firm called McGuffin Films, which makes vision-oriented film. That is the intention of making this film. So then I thought that people are not investing their time in watching 1 hour, 2 hour film. Let me cut it down, and then let's make film which is not more than 1 minute or 2 minutes. So my microfilm Waterman, which I made in the year 2018, it was based on water crisis issue. And then this film got 33 international nominations, whole world. Almost all in 35 countries this film got played. And then I got my first jersey at the age of 30 where I represented India in Belgrade. So it got played in Hungary, next slide. It got played in Lahore. So there were like lot of film festivals where this film was getting screened. And then my another project was The Silent Voice, which got 3 awards. It got National Award from Government of India. And then this film was also screened in United Nations headquarters this year. And then this year I completed 130 national and international awards. And the main motto and the main intention of all the film was to make a vision-oriented films which can bring the real and possible changes in the society. Next. Then during my entrepreneurship journey, I strongly feel that as an entrepreneurship, I have learned lot of things in my career. And then I strongly feel that Indian youth, Indian youngsters are getting trapped in their jobs, or sometimes in a government job where they want to initiate their ideas, where they want to implement their ideas, but they are getting trapped into lot many things, and they are not getting an opportunity to implement these big ideas. So I strongly believe that India is a land of opportunity, because being here I was able to achieve so many awards. I started my entrepreneurship journey, which went on to make a turnover of somewhere around 50 to 50 lakh rupees. So as a part of this dream and as a part of this example, I am attempting a biggest thing, which I want to officially announce it today, that I am trying to being a billionaire by 2021. And the reason why I want to announce this thing is that there are a lot of youngsters. I was doing a 12,000, 20,000 job, and then I understood the potential of entrepreneurship, that once we implement our thought process and once we utilize and once we use these limited resources, then we can grow. I never understood this potential of being an entrepreneurship and being and implementing our thought process. So there are like lot of youngsters who are trapped, and then I want everyone, all the youngsters, all the people to come out from their jobs, to come out from the place where they have been stuck, and then implement their thought, and let's take this land to the next level. Thank you very much. So this is one of my project. Can you play it once from
ये
back?
क्या बोल रही है पापा?
It was screened in
A
United
B C D
Nations
E
last-
F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. ये क्या बोल रही है पापा?
क्यों? ये जो लड़की बोल रही है तुझे समझ नहीं आता?
नहीं पापा.
लड़की थोड़ी तेज है. शादी की बात फिर कभी करेंगे.
भाई साहब, रुके भाई साहब.
Thank you very much.
It was wonderful talk, sir. Thank you for your visit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the talk. Thank you so much, sir, for the talk today, sir. You mentioned some really nice things about how to remove poverty and how to start taking an action. So you're also talking about collaborations, of how making collaborations can actually, working together will make us better. How do we find those collaborations, if you could say?
You have to communicate your vision in your network. Say, for me, I was communicating to everyone that I want to bring lot of changes with the help of my films. And then there were a lot of people around me who were already working on many issues. And then I said that with my skill set, I can solve those problems if I make a good film. Then your ideas can reach to millions of people. So then they understood it, and we understood each other's vision, and we collaborated and made these many projects.
That is amazing, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So now for our next speaker, we have a question that really bothers us a lot. That even when we eat our food, talking about food, we all love food. But what is wrong with our food today that it does not work on us right? It does not give us the nutrients right. What is this wrong with our food that is just messing us up? And this question is being answered by our next speaker, Dr. G.V. Ramanjanelu, sir. Dr. G.V. Ramanjanelu had done his PhD in agriculture from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, BSc in Agriculture and MSc in Agriculture from Andhra Pradesh Agricultural University. He is currently working as Executive Director, Center for Sustainable Agriculture and Expert Director in Sahaja Aharam Product Company. His early selections and work experience for 1995 Indian work on working on public policy issues, impacting on food systems and farmers' livelihoods, and a framework to ensure income security for farmers. His Sahaja Aharam, linking farmer cooperatives directly to consumers, is a building community marketing system. He is currently working in 3 districts of Telangana and 1 district in Andhra Pradesh. He has started Grameen Academy, which runs regular courses on agriculture approaches, farmer producers, organizations, and rural business enterprises, public policy for agriculture. He has won various awards. He is 3rd Badshah Khan Memorial Award by ITM University, Gwalior 2019, Ruthanesham Lifetime Achievement Award 2019, and he has won Best Rural Innovation Award in Maharashtra Rural Innovation Award in 2014 for Community Managed Sustainable Agriculture. He has won Best Rural Innovation Awards in Bihar also Rural Innovation Award for 2014 for Non-Pesticidal Management. He has won World Bank Development Marketplace Award in 2005, and the list just goes on. Dr. G.V. Ramanjaneeru, sir, please. We're delighted to have you here, sir, today. Please.
Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. Good morning. All of us love food. We eat food if we are happy. We celebrate food. So every function starts with food and ends with food. If you feel bored, you eat food. So food is an integral part of our life, and day starts and day ends with food. But your choices of food impacts not only you, but environment, but the people and all around us. So I'll take you through a journey of what our food choices make, not only to us, for the entire world. We are all worried about what we are eating. When we are worried about what we are eating, it's mostly about the calories and the nutrients in the food which we are eating. Are we actually understanding that properly? Are we trying to eat what we are supposed to eat, or are we eating the quantities which we are supposed to eat, or the combinations we are supposed to eat? When we look at from that point, we don't do. Why we are not doing it? We are not doing it because we don't try to understand food. Our relationship with food is often misunderstood. Today, this is a report Government of India has released a couple of years back, which says nearly 53% of deaths in India, 53% of deaths are linked to the non-communicable diseases like obesity, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes kind of thing. And these are all linked to the food habits we have. Apart from the deaths, it's also about the disability adjusted life years. If you see, means the life which you are supposed to live, but you are unable to live because of the disability, but the disease, or because of the premature death. If you look at from that, it's about 44% of the total disability adjusted life years are also because of the non-communicable diseases, and all are because of the food habits, the wrong food habits, and we are getting into eating most of junk food. And what is actually junk food? Junk food is the one which is low on nutrients and high on salt, sugar and fat. Next. These are the recommendations, I don't need to read about them, but how many of you eat more than that? We talk about salt, it's just 5 to 6 grams per day, fats 15 to 30% of your total calorie intake, and sugar 20 to 25 grams, and carbohydrates 55 to 75, proteins 10 to 15%. Next, look at what we do. A bottle of soft drink will have about 40 grams in 300 ml, and imagine how much you are taking. And it's not just the soft drink we take, along with that we eat potato chips, or we eat the rice in the meal, or the roti in the dinner. So all that gets added to your sugars which you are consuming. Go back, go please. And just look at that sugar. If you eat that much, if I give you so much sugar, will you eat that? But you happily drink a bottle of soft drink. And if you actually eat that sugar, you puke. And the ingredients added to the bottle to make you not to puke cause further problem with when you are eating that, drinking that kind of thing. Similarly, when you are looking at fried foods, potato chips or any fries you are eating, the kind of fats you are eating, the kind of salt you are eating, salt is a preservative. So you need to eat limited. It's important for taste, but eat limited. But the kind of fats we are eating, the kinds of carbs we are eating, the kind of salt we are eating, many times they are adding to the serious problem which you are having. Next. But what we need to eat? What we need to eat is based on our lifestyle, it's based on our body requirement, and when we are making a choice of food, it should be a mix of all these. So when we talk about food, nutrients, when we talk about proteins, when we talk about carbohydrates, all of them should be part of your food. And how do you ensure that food has all these? The color which you see on your plate represents the kind of nutrients which are present. The yellows, the reds, the violets, the blues, all the colors which you see in the food is the nutrients which they represent, because each of these color is a nutrient. And just imagine the morning breakfast which you had. How colorful was your plate? Imagine the lunch you are going to have today. How colorful is the plate is going to be? It's just one or two colors, right? It's mostly white because you are going to have rice, and to an extent maybe around yellow if you are having dal, or towards brown if you are having a chicken. Beyond that, your plate is not going to have any more colors. Ensure you have a diversity of food in your plate. Eat more of greens, and in greens also it is not just spinach, there are many more greens. If you are talking about vegetables, there are a number of vegetables, but you end up eating one or two vegetables. When you are talking about dals, how many dals you know? Probably one or two dals. There could be many more dals which you can eat. Similarly, when we talk about grains, there are a number of grains, but you eat just one or two grains. When we talk about fruits, we just eat up one or two fruits. There are a number of other fruits which you don't eat. So bring back diversity into your food. That helps. Next. Another important issue, of late, whenever we recognize that food is becoming a problem for us, we tend to look for a magic solution. Daily morning, in the newspapers, in the TV channels, today if you look at the trending videos on the YouTube, it will be all about diets. Someone comes and tells you, eat raw vegetables, everything will be all right. You will see the next video would be someone telling you, drink coconut oil in the morning, follow a zero diet, keto diet, and you will be all right. And just have only fat and protein food. And somebody else will come and say, eat millets, all your problems will be solved. Right? We always look for a magic solution, and there will be number of advertisements you see which will help you to cut down your body fat, literally cut you. So they will cut and then remove the fat from your body. So is it what you need? What actually you need is change your food habits to suit your lifestyle. I will take you one example. Normally, Indian bodies are all made for hard work. So all our food habits and bodies are made for hard work. So anyone who is doing hard work requires instant energy, more energy. So we need more of carbs. So rice and wheat became part of our diet because we were hard working people in the farms and villages. And lifestyles have changed significantly over the last 100 years. Today most of us, 99% of our time, will just sit like this. So you don't spend. So when you are not spending, don't eat that much. So we need to make a shift from high energy intensive carbs to fats and proteins food. If not, whatever we are eating gets stored in your body. It's a waste, so it settles in your waste. So all the fat which you are seeing today in your body is because you are consuming more than what you are spending. And the Indian body type is a spindle body type. So if you look at, it will be like this. Entire fat gets accumulated in the center of your body. So you have your pot bellies, your large hips, all this happens because it's an Indian body type. You don't see globally that kind of body type also. So based on our body type and based on our lifestyle, we need to make the choices. If you are hard working, have more carbs. You can have your rice, you can have your wheat, because they instantly release the energy and then it will be helpful for you. Sugars which you eat, which you take through your chocolates or where you take it through your coffee or tea. So all that helps if you are hard working and then spending that energy. If you are not spending, don't just go for that. Next. Going beyond what food does to you, have you ever thought what food does to environment before it comes to your plate? This is something which we often forget. What is the ecological footprint of the food which you ate today morning? You ate idli or you might have eaten dosa, and what that food has done to the environment before it comes to your plate. Often our imagination never extends to that. What happens to the food after you eat? You throw away. Most of the food you throw away. So what is happening with the waste which you are throwing away? These two often we don't look at. Third important thing about food is, the food is as safe as it is grown. So any practices which are adapted in its growth, also it carries that residues along with that. So the ecological footprint of the food from its production to consumption is something which we all need to worry about, because that's the food you are eating and that's a choice you already made. Next. Let's take the rice. All of us eat at least twice a day rice. And how much rice consumes water? Any imagination? Can anyone say how much water rice consumes? Because whenever we think of agriculture, we only imagine paddy fields, and whenever we imagine or whenever we see paddy fields, we only see water. And how much water it consumes? Any guess? It's about 60 lakh liters of water. 60 lakh liters of water is 100 families 1 year daily consumption of regular daily needs. So 1 acre of rice production consumes so much water, and to produce that rice we build dams and then we supply water, and 1 kg of rice which you consume, say 5 of us are eating a day, in a day 1 meal is about 1 kg of rice. 1 day our rice consumption is about 1 kg, and 1 kg of rice requires about 5000 liters of water. 5000 liters is a water tanker, what you see here, a tanker. What was the cost of the tanker? Did we ever looked at this tanker and it's the kind of water it is consuming? Few days back when Chennai ran out of water, we have seen a train of tankers which carried the water, and you need 12 such trains to produce that 1 acre of rice. Next. It doesn't end there. If more people want to eat rice, more dams need to be built, and if we all feel we don't need Polavaram Dam or we don't need Kaleshwaram, it doesn't help, because rice is what is need to be produced, and it doesn't end even with building a dam. There will be displacement. It won't end with displacement. You need a lot of energy to pump out that water, and today the kind of climate change which we are seeing, the carbon emissions which we are seeing, the methane emissions which we are seeing, this kind of shift which is happening is huge. And Telangana government, for example, has taken a decision, we will shift towards growing more of rice and cotton, and because there is a more, all of us are eating rice, and then there is a lot of demand for rice, so entire state will shift towards growing rice, and that has caused lot of displacement. Daily in the newspapers you might have seen how many people were displaced to build a dam, and that contribution to the climate change. And climate change won't end in the farms, it will come to you. It will come to you. If there is a weather variation which is happening in this world, it will impact you. You know, day before yesterday's rain, it was about 30% of the annual rainfall which Hyderabad receives. 30% of the annual rainfall we received in just one day. India used to have 40 to 50 rainy days in a year. Today, in 2 days, you are getting almost all the rain which you receive in a year. So this shift which is happening in climate, we are all responsible by our choices. We need to make a shift in our consumption pattern. Next. Similarly, you might have read in the newspapers about the stubble burning in Punjab. When people cut the rice and then whatever is left over, it is uneconomical for them to remove it, so they burn it. And if one farmer burns it, 2 farmers burns it, it's fine. But if the entire 2 states burns it, that smoke reaches Delhi. And in October, November, if you start burning it and if the smoke spreads, there is already fog. So fog and the smoke becomes smog, and then everything gets covered. You cannot see beyond 1 meter. And that's a kind of serious crisis which we are getting into. And if Delhiites think they have nothing to do with their food choices and they want to continue to eat with rice and wheat, but they want farmers in Punjab not to grow rice and wheat, it doesn't help. That relationship we never understand and then never try to address that. Next. Similarly, it's not just about water, it's also about the chemicals we use, the chemical fertilizers, the chemical pesticides which are used in agriculture. Less than 1% of pesticides kills the insect, but rest of it is all into the environment, and all that comes back into your food. Imagine whatever pesticides which are used in the villages around Hyderabad, where does they go? Either they come as a residue in your food or come back as residues in your water. And similarly, when we are looking at antibiotics which are used in the milk production or in the poultry production, all of them come back into your food. So if we feel our food is as safe as the supermarket, it's a myth. Food is only as safe as it is grown. Next. Similarly, in the processing, we all feel white rice is good. Similarly, we all feel what looks good we can buy, and then that's safer. So if you are eating wax coated apples, or if you are eating the ripe mangoes, no, artificially ripened mangoes, all these are having significant impact on the food, your health. Similarly, there is an adulteration, lot of adulteration which does happen. Next. Food waste. If you are cooking more than what you eat, and then you are throwing out, and if you don't compost it, or if you don't process it at your household level or at your colony level, and if it has to be aggregated at the city level, you see all the problem which we are seeing today. So whenever we see a truck of food waste going there and it stinks, and all of us blame GHMC, but your waste is also part of that. Just segregating doesn't help. You also need to process your waste. Probably the colonies, the waste should stop at the colony level. Beyond that, government should stop actually collecting the waste. So you should be forced to process it at the household level or at a colony level. Beyond that, we should not actually move the waste. It's an easy process, but if you aggregate it, it's the most difficult process. And if all of us are feeling about a stinking lorry which is going on the road, imagine if when all this is dumped in the Jawahar Nagar, the people living in Jawahar Nagar, how they are living. And it's the livelihood of a people who are actually carrying that and then working in that, taking out, segregating the waste and all. So are we actually feeling responsible to understand this and then make a change? Next. And the last is about the farmer who has produced the food. have you ever thought about your food choice also impacts on the farmer? So whatever you are eating, whatever you are buying, wherever you are buying, so all that impacts on the crop choices and the money which farmers get, the incomes of the farmers. Today average income of the farmer is around 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per month. It's a household income of the farmers. And in the entire year, it's just one crop which farmers grow. Second crop, there is no water available. So first crop is what people grow. Second crop, there is no nothing can be grown there. So they actually migrate to the urban areas. So in June, whatever you have seen as the people walking across, going back to the villages, used to go back and then take up farming for the kharif and then come back. So this month you will see more people coming back again. So this kind of labor migration which is happening is because in the rural areas they are unable to find work. When farming is in distress, obviously the farm labor are also on distress. This picture, if any one of you remember, this was the farmers who were on a strike in Mumbai. So they were walking from Nasik to Mumbai, and they decided they will walk through the Mumbai on a night, not through the daytime, because exams were going on for the students. So they didn't want it to disturb the students. So they took a walk in the night time through the Mumbai, and a silent walk. If they care for students so much, are we really caring for the farmers? Are we really caring for the farmers? Similarly, when people were walking around, imagine someone walking from Nagpur to Kanyakumari, Hyderabad to Patna, and we have seen all these photographs around us. Are we really worried about it? Next. So what we can do? Make right choices in your food. Shift away from the, not it will be good for you, it will also good for the environment, it also will be good for the farmers. Shift towards better food. Shift from rice to millets and pulses, oil seeds. It will help you to have better nutrition. It will also help farmers to grow those crops and then get better prices for them. Also, buy mostly food which is not using most of the chemicals which you are seeing harmful to the environment, harmful to you. That helps the farmers also to adapt those things. And if you are worried about your food, your choices makes a difference. So make a right choice in terms of buying also. So buy directly from the farmers, buy at a price which is remunerative to the farmers. Why should you bargain about tomatoes which are sold at 2 rupees or 4 rupees? If somebody is selling at 2 rupees, if somebody is selling at 4 rupees, we start arguing that in that other market it is only 2 rupees, why are you selling at 4 rupees? But imagine it's 3.5 lakh farmers who have died by selling at that 2 rupees, right? So try to understand and make relations and make right choices. Certainly your purchasing behavior, your consumption behavior is the one which is impacting on agriculture, and whatever happens to agriculture will again impact you. So this relationship, if you understand and start directly buying from farmers, farmers cooperatives, Sahajaram is one such example. There are a number of other examples like that. Pay remunerative prices, care for your food, and care for the farmers who are producing it. If you are worried about your mother's health, next you should be worried about the farmer who have produced your food. If mother is producing food for you, it's the farmer who is growing it for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words, sir. It was a very insightful talk. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It was a very insightful talk about food. It's a very important topic because it's literally everything in our life, sir. So your intensive research about this, sir, what really got you started about this?
See, I was worried about the farmer suicides. If my mother is ill, I'll be worried about. And if the farmer who has produced that food is having serious problems, I should, in the process of production and after production, in the process of selling, if the farmer is worried about. And I studied for 10 years in agriculture, so I thought I should do something around that. But gradually I also understood it's not only about my BSc agriculture or my specialization in agriculture I should be worried about, but all of us eat food. So are we understanding our relationship with our food? So that's where my journey with consumers also started. So we engage with school students, we work with colleges, we work with urban communities in terms of helping them to make right choices about food. So that's where my journey about food started.
Yes, so your profile really states of how much effort that you put every time through government or through your own personal works to actually help the farmers, and that is very inspiring, and also it makes us want to contribute something. And thank you for this talk today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have Ramanamurthy, sir. He's the HOD of our CSE department, to give you a token of appreciation for the day, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great pleasure. Thank you. If any one of you are interested to work on these issues, do contact us. We'll be very happy to work with you.
We'll be back in 5 minutes, just a second.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome that takes place every day. Prisons. People gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
And we are back with our TEDxSCETW stage again. For our next talk, first of all, should we just discuss about how many terms and how much news that we watch every time? With all the cases that we see, and we've been seeing this since forever.
Testing, 1, 2,
Many
3.
terms that we
Hello,
see on
testing, 1,
TV or on social media related to crime and related to the investigation for crime. Forensics, digital forensics, crime scenes, and all these words that just mind boggle us, and we never know what to think about them. What are crimes and what's the state of them today? How much should we be prepared and how much should we be afraid of these things? What are crimes during these changing times? For this, we have respected Mr. Anjani Kumar, IPS, over here with us today for this TEDxSCETW stage. Mr. Anjani Kumar, IPS, is the current Police Commissioner of Hyderabad City. A 1990 batch IPS officer, Telangana cadre, he has been serving the country ever since. In 2018, he became the Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad City. He has been the Additional Director General of Police, Law and Order in Telangana, Additional Commissioner of Police, Law and Order in Hyderabad City, and Inspector General of Police, Warangal Range, Telangana, and Deputy Inspector General of Police, Nizamabad Range, Telangana. He is the Chief of Counter Intelligence Cell. He has been awarded the United Nations Peace Medal twice while serving with the United Nations at Bosnia in 1998 to 1999. His various efforts have been recognized with the President's Police Medal for Distinguished Services 2016 and the Indian Police Medal for Meritorious Services in 2007. He has received the Internal Security Medal for working in Naxal-affected areas. Anjani Kumar is the co-author of and supervised the production of the coffee table book, Journey of the Hyderabad City Police, with Nupur Kumar, a publication which he released while he served as the Additional Commissioner of Police, Law and Order, Hyderabad City. Mr. Anjani Kumar, sir, if we can please have you on stage. It is such an honor to even introduce you today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay Babu Garu, sir.
I want the font size to be So you have to on it. It is okay. యా చింతమనేని ఎక్కడ ఉన్నారు మీరు పక్కనే కూర్చోండి స్పీడ్ అండ్ ఆల్ బికాజ్ ఐ మే బి యాడింగ్ ఫ్యూ థింగ్స్ So will somebody give me a message when to start, or I on my own I have to start? On my crime during changing times. I find it very interesting, very fascinating. Crime have existed ever since human beings inhabited the earth. We were food gatherers. We became food producers. From caveman to development of a culture, it was a transition extended into thousands of years. And as a result, crime also changed with the evolving time. I believe it is a very, very interesting subject, not only for a police officer, but also to each and every human being, because it not only concerns their safety and security, but it also helps us to evolve a vision for future. I remember as a student when from Delhi University, I moved to Mussoorie to join Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration. It was a big transition for me. Beginning of a long journey. The year was 1990 and the world was changing and changing fast. If you remember, 1990 marked the unification of Germany and the demolition of the Berlin Wall. The communist regimes of Eastern Europe were declining, and so was the mighty Soviet Union. The Cold War was coming to an end. A new world order was emerging. This is the time when internet was making its early arrival, with the worldwide www coming into existence. This is the time when I touched the computer for the first time at the academy, because it was part of our curriculum. When I joined the police service in the year 1990, I was sent to a place called Jangaon in Warangal district in central India. That was the time when Naxalite movement was very strong in those areas. And as we were passing out from academy, we were comparing which police is a modern police in India. Many times officers were sharing notes. Police officers having AK-47, SLR, Glock pistol, they were considered to be modern police officers. And now when I see 10 days back when the new batch of police officers have passed out from the academy, the government of Telangana was giving them digital pad. And these digital pad equipped with the software, with the apps, with the data connected to each and every government network, road transport authority, arms license, all the crimes committed by each and every criminal, not only in India but any part of the world if they are part of the international gang. It's all summed up in one tab which each and every officer is having. The strength of the networking of technology which our police officers are having now has been unprecedented. The power of a police department, the strength of the police officer doesn't depend on how powerful weapon he is carrying. but how well equipped he is with skill and technology. This is how has come out because the nature of crime has evolved. The pattern of crime changed over a period of time, and it determines how the method of detection of crime changes. When we go back into history and we see how the early crimes took place, it was basically physical force, intimidation, threat, violence, one-to-one. That was the early crime. Subsequently, it became group activity. That is how the group conspiracy angle came into being. The early crimes were not involving something beyond the physical proximity. Whereas now, a person sitting in Eastern Europe can make and plan a conspiracy and hack your computer, hack your password, and draw millions of rupees from your account. This is something which has changed a lot. Gradually, when we move to the next point, we see that how in the ancient time, crime of one group was taking shape, was evolving with conspiracy angle. That was the time when the government changing, the ruling elite, whenever it was changing, the process was violent. But now, because of democracy, the change of government has been non-violent. Brute force has no relevance, no acceptance in the modern society. A new dimension of crime has been added in the recent time when we talk of the word terrorism. And it is like kill one and terrorize 1,000, as one of the founding fathers of such movement had mentioned. We also see now issues like crime against humanity. Who can forget thousands and millions of people being killed by the Nazi Germany just because they belong to one particular community? These are the things which has evolved over a period of time. In medieval time, in Europe, there were many new things emerging. And one interesting fact which we read some times back was what is called the assassins. The word assassination has come from that. When we go back into the root, it comes from a word, a Persian word called hashish. As you know, it is one of the narcotics. And some of these criminals were taking hashish and doing the offense. And hashashins, that is how the word assassins come. Selective killing of a person, either for political purpose or personal gain, has been there right from beginning. Julius Caesar was assassinated. In modern times, Mahatma Gandhi, our father of nation, was assassinated. In the neighboring country, President Ziaul Haq was assassinated. In USA, John F. Kennedy was assassinated. We also see back home in India, in central India, for almost 300 years, from 1300 to 1500, 1600, and later on, even during the British period, the thugs, they were the organized gangs in India, looting, killing pilgrims and traders, passing from one place to another. And as you know, Hyderabad, which is in the central India and always connected north to south and south to north, it was what is called the great Kashi Rameshwaram road, on which Hyderabad was located from the ancient times. The thugs from the year 1300 onwards till the British period and Colonel Sleeman eliminated this menace, had killed almost 20,000 people per year, which was one of the most menacing criminal gang the world has ever seen. William Sleeman who joined India as a police officer, and subsequently he traveled the length and breadth of the country. Wherever he was going, he was told about this mysterious group which are attacking people when they are traveling from one place to another. These thugs, somehow they were also worshipping goddess Kali. Their rituals, their practices, their code words, gradually Sleeman detected and deciphered them. And as a result, he really worked so well that in a process of 30 to 40 years, the entire Thuggy system was eliminated in India. This is surprisingly also one of the early words which the British dictionary borrowed from India. They also borrowed the practice as they looted the country. They plundered our country, made India from one of the richest country in the world to one of the poorest country in the world by the time the Britishers left. Colonel Sleeman has a police station named after him in Madhya Pradesh. What a tribute to such a legendary person. I remember reading at one of the place somewhere in MP when Sleeman found more than 500 people were buried in one single graveyard. From that time when we move forward, and as and when the technology came, technology was used by not only criminals but also by new groups who were defining the new nuances of crime. As the British grip over India started becoming stronger and stronger, by mid of the 19th century, they were passing many laws, many acts, not primarily to reform India, but to save India for future exploitation by the British government. That was their main reason why the new acts came. And subsequently, after 1857 revolt, the definition of crime against the state, that also got a revolutionary change, what is called sedition, attacking the Queen, attacking the government. All those laws were brought in. Subsequently, in the early part of the next century, when we see public order, the definition of public order that came into the analysis of crime. What is public order? Something which affects the general pace of life adversely. When the normal business of the community, of the society, is not happening in a smooth way because of some reason or the other, it can be a large demonstration, it can be a large protest, it can be a rasta roko, it can be setting of buses on fire, government property is damaging. All these things create an atmosphere which affects the mind of a common public, and that is how they are defined in the category of public order. Subsequently, there was another category added, that was security of the state. So from individual becoming victim of crime to public order and then to crime against the state, like organized crime of the underworld, Mumbai, or for that matter any big city. When we talk of crime, we also mention that how in the late 70s and 80s, the mafias in the US cities, they were working and intimidating people. What can be a better reflection of such mafias than what has been reflected in the movie Godfather? When 5 families fought among each other, killed each other to control the negative, the illegal trade of various things in the big cities of US like New York. The ironic scene is that in one of the scene in Godfather, a Don was assassinated on the steps of Supreme Court of New York at Manhattan. Back home in India, when we see the underworld, how Rakesh Roshan, the film producer, director and actor, was shot at by the sharp shooters of of the underworld. These are the things how crime has taken its new phase, new dimensions. The police as a setup have always been one step ahead, and that is why largely the society is peaceful. The use of modern technology, use of Internet of Things, it has helped the system in a big way. However, if people are not careful, then Internet of Things is nothing but Internet of Things to be hacked. Whatever is connected to Internet, if proper protocol is not followed, then when it is exposed to either hacking or pilferage. Gone are the days when one person used to commit a crime and one person was victim. Now one person can plan and hack the identity of millions of people. One person sitting somewhere can compromise a server and cheat thousands of people of their identity. Identity theft is a very big issue now. Everywhere you are putting your Aadhaar card, you are putting your PAN card, you are putting your driving license detail. If the protocols are not followed, then all these things are likely to be misused. Similarly, with changing time, the social customs, the social traditions, they also sometimes bring many reforms, whether it is abolition of slavery in the US by Abraham Lincoln, or whether it is abolition of the sati, the untouchability in India. These are the things which in certain parts existed and were never liked by the majority of the people. Government had to pass legislation to stop these things. In the modern times, in the contemporary times, the new work culture at offices, they also bring so many new nuances to the definition of crime and crime prevention. With more and more education opportunities coming to girls, we see that now almost every office, the percentage of women working is much larger than what it was before. And as a result, initially the Vishakha judgment came, in which the Supreme Court defined what is called the guidelines about how to protect honor, dignity, and safety of women at workplaces. Subsequently, the Parliament passed an act, and what is called the Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace came into being. These are the recent changes which have been necessitated because of the changing atmosphere of workplace, society, more awareness, more value to human dignity. All these things have come up. When we see the changing nature of police department, I always get reminded of a famous book written by a famous British police officer who had mentioned that the ultimate goal, the ultimate dream of the society should be that every citizen feels that he is a cop, and every cop should feel that he is a citizen. Otherwise, you cannot guard each and every house. You cannot guard each and every laptop which you are operating. You cannot guard each and every cell phone which you are operating. You have to follow your own safety mechanism. And that is how this Robert Peel's quote that every citizen is a policeman and every policeman is a citizen is so valid. This is the time when the dimension of crime and crime prevention has changed so much that unless and until there is awareness spread to every nook and corner of society, there would be innocent people always they will get cheated by some smart person or a criminal. When we see the story of crime and crime prevention, I always get reminded of a saying that when there is flood, the fish eats ants, because the ants, they get washed into the sea. So the fish eats ant. But when the water dries, the ant eats the fishes. So that means everyone gets a chance, and the police network, the police structure definitely gets a day when the criminal network against which they are fighting, they will definitely be caught, and the network and the crime would be disseminated. Thank you so much. Is it okay? How much time did I take?
No, sir, it's fine, sir. You can sit. Stand.
Still something to? 15 minutes more? How much time did I speak?
You started at 11:25, sir.
So I was too fast?
No, sir, it was fine. It was totally fine, sir.
No, how much time did I speak?
20 minutes.
You want me to talk more?
As per your convenience, sir.
There was some problem in the sync of this. I was going ahead and this was not matching my thing. So I don't know whether I have missed certain things.
Well,
But
we heard you fine, sir, and we understood you fine.
yeah, okay. So I think it's okay. What else?
Your experience in crime against women, sir.
Crime against, no, I'll talk about something else. Good that okay. Later on I leave it to the editors to edit. Shall I start? In the recent times, the sensational cases which we have detected in Hyderabad, I would like to mention about a very sensational case which happened 1.5 years back, or almost 2 years back now. That was the theft of the gold tiffin, the antique piece from the Nizam's museum. As you know, the Nizam of Hyderabad was once the richest man on earth, and the jewelry collection, the artifacts which he had, perhaps was unparalleled. One of these items were stolen from the Nizam's museum, from the old city, and it was a very, very sensational thing. As you know, there are very few cases in the world in which a museum theft case has been detected. Even the case of Mona Lisa, the painting which was committed theft from Paris Louvre Museum, the police took almost 8 to 10 years to detect that case. The Van Gogh Museum theft from France, still many things are missing. So when the Nizam Museum theft took place, and when I reached the spot, it was one of the biggest challenge of my professional career. The two criminals who had planned this sensational robbery, they had studied the entire building very, very carefully. They had chosen a ventilator about 10 feet high, and from there, with the help of a rope, they slithered down. After recceing the whole premise from inside and outside, it took us almost 10 days to detect, with the help of 22 teams working in various directions. And most of the teams were going up to a point and then were facing a wall, because the two criminals had taken a lot of precaution. Technology mixed with human intelligence, that gave the result. Not only the analysis of more than 2 lakhs of cell phone data records, but also analysis of more than 50,000 CCTV cameras. Mulakat register of the jail. Every jail had at any given time 6,000 to 7,000 criminals living there. Their mulakat, their who is coming to meet them, talking to them, interrogating them, questioning them, all put together gave us a small clue which took us to Zahirabad in Sangareddy, and then from there to Mumbai. If we were not prompt enough, perhaps in the next 2-3 days, the stolen item would have been taken away by some international group and would have taken to Europe, where they were planning to sell it for more than 200 crores. So this was a very sensational case, and I give the credit to all the officers who worked tirelessly for almost 10 days to detect this case. I think that's over. Okay.
Sir, please. So we are so honored to have you here today, sir. First of all, should I just thank you first personally, sir, that you actually came down to us and spoke and just raised the prestige of our TEDxSCETW stage, sir, by being here and talking about such important topic, crimes during changing times. Sir, I'd like to ask you, I should, sir, because this is a one-time experience in life, sir. As a citizen, sir, what is our duty? Like, when we want to help, what should we think about doing for ourselves?
I would like to say one thing to the young generation, not only here but everywhere, that the culture of law-abiding citizenship, that is primary to any nation's development. When we see Japan during the Second World War, it was razed to rubbles. The entire country was destroyed. From that complete destruction, Japan rose to become the second mightiest economic power within 30-40 years. It happened only because the country decided for itself that they will have a culture of following rule of law. Everyone follows what is expected from them as per the book. You can see the metro train even now in Tokyo. The average gap between the scheduled time and the actual travel annually varies only by 1 second to 2 seconds. Can you imagine? This much is the precision. It only happens when we dedicate ourselves that yes, I will follow each and every rules and regulations. If I wear helmet, it is not because police is checking there. I wear helmet because I am supposed to wear helmet. If there is a rule for no drinking while driving, then it has nothing to do with police checking. It should come from within. When it is rule that we should not overtake from the left, I will not overtake from the left. Now this culture, and in every aspect of life, whether it is on the community behavior on the road, whether it is working in the class, working on the cyber platform, one should follow everything. And I am a very hardcore optimist. We are lucky that we are living at a time when things are really happening big in India. But for the 200 years of British rule, otherwise, if we see the 5,000 years of history, India has always been at the top. It is time when again we are coming closer to the top. We are, I think, 5th or 6th biggest economy in the world. And if the predictions go correct, in the next 10 to 15 years, we will be in the top 3 and top 4.
Gross domestic, we are third, sir.
Gross domestic, we are third. So, I agree, yes. So this is the time, particularly the new generation of boys and girls. You are really lucky that you are born in India where things are really happening. Imagine a child who is equally intelligent, who has same IQ as you are, but if he is born in a poor hamlet in Africa, what can he do? He doesn't have the opportunity. He doesn't have access to school. He doesn't have access to good teachers, good atmosphere, good infrastructure like cities like Hyderabad is providing. So we are blessed, we are lucky to be born here. Let us work collectively to make this country even more beautiful, even more glorious. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, our Director of Stanley College of Engineering Technology for Women, Dr. Vinay Babu Garu, sir, will present to you a token of appreciation, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Thank you. Sure, sure. You want me to give? Okay, okay. Thank you. On what subject you are talking?
I'm talking about time management.
Oh, that's most important because I am getting late for a meeting. Thank you, sir. Somebody has to take.
Now that was enlightening, and I'm sure you guys are enjoying yourself right now, especially with a talk like that. Now I think we should just spice things a little bit. Okay, so for next we have a performance. Now who's up for that? Beatrix Beatbox. We have Pujita, stage name Beatrix Beatbox, a self-taught beatboxer who started her journey just by being inspired. And it's such an honor as an organizer team over here that Pujita, Beatrix Beatboxer, she got inspired to start beatboxing by watching a video, TEDxSCETW by Tom Thump, just randomly on YouTube one day. And in 2016, she decided that she will start learning beatboxing herself. And right now, she has participated in a national level online beatbox championship, BBX India Zonal Crusades, in May 2020 and came first in the female solo category, representing Hyderabad and the South Zone. She has appeared on the MTV Beatbox Hustle in association with BBX India, along with several other amazing artists. Now this is also very exciting for us because Pujita, Beatrix Beatbox, she is a student of our Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women. So without any further ado, let's get started. Beatrix Beatbox.
So this is a really weird, special moment for me because my entire beatbox journey has started back in 2016 when my sister randomly showed me this video, a TEDx video from 2013 of Tom Thumb. And just like most people, I had no idea what beatboxing was even, prior to watching the video. And to be honest, I was truly fascinated the moment I watched it. So I thought, why not give it a try? Because, it sounds cool, right? To be an orchestra of your own. So I started beatboxing in 2016. And this was how it went. Before I start, everything is from my mouth and my mouth only. Okay. Thank you. We we can't forget Michael Jackson now, can we? Now we can't forget our South Indian beat, right? Okay, so that was how I started beatboxing back in 2016. So, whenever I told people that I beatbox, they somehow assume that it had something to do with boxing, like punching and hitting and so on. And when I do actually perform, they assume it to be some variant of rapping. But let me tell you, it is neither of those, and beatboxing is a distinct form of art, just like any other art forms. The best definition on the internet defines beatboxing as a primal human form of art that utilizes the physical body as a versatile instrument. Let me show you what actual beatboxing is. Let's keep it simple like okay. Lucky I am indeed that I did not have to face much sexism throughout my journey. But sadly, my fellow beatboxers have had to face sexism at some point in their journey. It often leaves me wondering, is the beatboxing community scared that we might be better than our male counterparts? Or are they scared of us taking over? And then there's this internal complex that develops among new beatboxers and beatboxers from the female community, wondering if they could ever be as good as their male counterparts. And of course, log kya kahenge? I mean, why is it bad for a girl to be a beatboxer? I mean, beatboxing does not affect your menstrual cycle or your femininity or your ovaries. Which brings me to the next point. Yes, girls tend to have high-pitched voices. And how the beatboxing community thinks that determines our bass and how much of a handicap that is for us as beatboxers. Let me give you an answer for that. Female bass, 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 please, female bass, female bass, female bass, please, female bass, female bass, live, Yeah, so this is the perfect answer for everybody, who tells that girls can't have a lower bassy voice. Yeah, so like you see here, hate comments, shaming and bullying form a major pile of all the comments we receive. So few beatboxers, they have come up with the best possible answers they could for these comments. Please play the videos. Next one, please. Next one. Yeah. So these are all the answers. Okay. Yeah.
Say what?
Yeah. So they have all of them have no, it's okay. All of them they have taken one comment which says, "I'm not sexist, but I don't think beatboxing is for women," and the other comment which says, "Women belong in the kitchen." Yeah. So. Just like any other form of art, beatboxing is for everyone. And of course, we women do it better. Thank you.
Again, it was like, I am so excited. I don't even know what to say. When I was talking to Pujita also, I really told you how much excited I am to see her performance. I love beatboxing. So this is huge for me too. And ask my girl, dude. Like, okay. Thank you so much, Pujita. Beatbox Beatrix. We have our CSC HOD, Dr. Ramanamurthy sir, to present a memento for Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we'll be back live in 5. Please stay tuned. Yeah.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, In theatres, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation.
Hello? Yeah. So we're back on live, everyone? Okay. So now we have many stories being said today. Since morning, we have many topics that we are discussing. But why do we share stories? Why do we talk to each other about our lives, about our own things to say? These answers are being brought by our next speaker, who is here to talk on story bridges and time wrap. For this, we have Miss Deepa Kiran, a professional storyteller and educationalist of international repute, trainer and writer engaged with employing the magical power of story arts as an intervention for meaningful transformations. She follows her dream of offering heartful connections with conscious communication through the simple beauty of storytelling interwoven with the childlike joys of artistic self-expressions. As the founder of Story Arts Foundation, she is based in India and works all over the world offering performances, workshops, and courses. She also contributes through her TEDx talks, keynote speeches, webinars, articles, and journals, interviews, and many such programs where she tells about her journey. And Deepa has reached over 75,000 educators and lakhs of parents and children through her foundation. Ms. Deepa Kiran?
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us, and we're looking forward to hearing you speak now.
Good afternoon, delighted to be here with all of you. So without further ado, let's begin. నానాటే బ్రతుకు నాటకము నాటకము పుట్టుటయు నిజము ఓటయు నిజము పుట్టుటయు నిజము ఓటయు నిజము. A song that reminds us that birth is certain and death is certain. All that is in between is drama and stories. So let's get on to some stories. If you walk around the holy city of Varanasi, you will find a unique custom there, that when people sit down to meditate under a banyan tree or a peepal tree, they will always have beside them a round pot, a big one, with a small round hole. There are monkeys around, and it is the business of monkeys to do their monkeying. And so when they get around to it and come to disturb the meditator, the monkey gets distracted by this pot, because inside the pot is a few bananas. The monkey slides its hand in, wraps it around the fist. But when it tries to get the hand out, there's a catch. The hole is big enough for a straight palm to slide in and slide out, but not for a closed fist. The monkey, of course, doesn't realize that. All it has to do is to let go of the banana for the hand to come out. But it stays there, first struggling, then confused, and then frozen in time and space. Holding on. And that's what I did. I held on too. I held on to things that life showed me I had to leave. It was the year 2000, 2008. It was the year 2008, and I was 31 years, happily married to an Indian Army officer, had 2 children who were 1.5 and 3.5 years old. And I was holding on to this picture-perfect life. Of course, life had to throw me out of that slumber faster. January 2008, Military Hospital, Pune, Dr. Baliga was reading my records, and he said, it's a kidney ailment. Your cholesterol count is 600 plus. It has to be below 200. And you will need to be on steroids, 80 tablets every day. 4 months of that life. And I knew that I dreaded each day. I knew that I really did not want this. But what is it that I wanted? I wasn't sure. It was long forgotten, lost in some unknown lands. So I had to really dig deep. And then the answer came. The answer was, I wanted to tell stories, sing, dance, and with children. That made my eyes twinkle. And that's how my first official storytelling event happened in a small town in Maharashtra. 3 weeks of stories, dance, fun, love, and laughter, 25 children. And the follow-up checkup after that, Dr. Baliga looked at my records and said, we have to stop your medication, you're perfectly fine. Needless to say, I never, ever gave up storytelling. Well, the learning for me from that story was seek your truth, seek the truth of your life, and you will certainly blossom. But this blossoming does come at a cost. There are trade-offs that we have in the process. And some of the trade-offs that I faced included acceptance from myself, but lack of acceptance from social spaces, like we have seen from so many stories. Lack of acceptance even from the family. Yeah, fast. And how did I deal with this? By being deaf to the naysayers. At times, that's the only choice we have, being deaf to the naysayers, so you can continue on your journey. And the way I continued is, I sort of knew my general direction. It was like driving on the highway at night. All you can see is 100 meters ahead. Even your side view is cut off, which is just as well. And you keep trusting that as you go, the next 100 meters will appear, and then the next, and then the next. What was beautiful was right there in each and every moment of the journey. Each and every moment was there to be cherished. The destination, after all, is again going to be one moment, right? So let's enjoy the journey. And let's ignore the naysayers, like those who would say, hey, she tells stories, you know. Apan bhi bolte na. We also tell, no? Yeah, they're not worth worrying about at all. There were others who warned me. There were those who even threatened me. But stay deaf to naysayers. My learning, it's best to cut off from those noises that do not serve your purpose. It's best to cut off. Tune out of the cacophony, tune into your favorite radio station. The trade-off for me in all of this was bumpy rides of single motherhood, zero bank balance with 2 children to bring up, but it was well worth the journey because I got to hear a beautiful voice from within when I cut off the noises. It's like being able to listen to the seconds hand of the clock only in the silence of the night. That's how you get to hear your voice, soft and gentle. And when you follow this voice, the solo journeys can sometimes be overwhelming, but they're not really as solo as we believe. We are not really as alone as we think. So let me give you a story for that. And this will take us to a forest. A beautiful forest, and on the forest floor was lying a hummingbird on its back, with its legs pointing up to the sky. An elephant was walking by and saw this strange sight and looked at the hummingbird and said, "Whatever do you think you're doing? I just received the news that the sky is going to fall, so I'm lying down here to stop it." And the elephant said, "You teeny weeny bird, you actually think you're going to stop the sky from falling?" And the hummingbird said, "I'm doing my bit." Hearing this, the elephant quietly came beside the hummingbird, lay down, put his legs up, and together they waited to catch the falling sky. The storytelling journey for me began when I was trying to stop my sky from falling. But the best part was I got to also stop others' skies from falling. And even better, others were there to stop my sky from falling as well. For my very first public performance, I had hired a cultural center, and the owner said, "Deepa, I won't take a rental from you. I really like what you're doing. I want to support you." Another friend sent his team to do the ticketing, because otherwise I'd have to do it and do my show as well. Someone informed the press, and we got a half-page coverage of the event. A few years ago, a storyteller from America wrote to me saying, "I really like what you're doing. As a gesture of appreciation, I want to gift you a website." Last month, an elderly woman fan friend WhatsApped me saying, "Deepa, please can you send me your bank details? I want to give you my blessings for COVID times." There's always support. There's always support. The countless number of well-wishers, of kind-hearted storytellers, of heads of institutions who've all taken the effort to spread the word, festivals that invited me. The list could go on about the solidarity that came. It's never a solo journey. There are so many people who are out there to support us. And the support will certainly come if what we are doing is blooming ourselves, if the intent is to grow the other along with us, then trust. The support is 100% reality. That's my learning. Yeah. So I'm famous for jumping off the cliff, and I keep telling everyone, just jump off the cliff. Some net will appear, or some hands will appear, or who knows, you may even get wings, and you'll start flying. So just jump off the cliff if you can hear the voice clearly within you. Well, I've been talking about how stories can be so powerful and empowering and bridge us, yeah? But stories have the inherent capacity to also warp time. So let me explain that, and of course, with another story. One pleasant afternoon, Mullah Nasruddin was comfortably settled outside his house in the front yard, under the tree, and the whole environment inspired him to write poetry. So he took out his notebook and pen and he started to write poetry. But he was disturbed because he could hear the children outside playing in the afternoon singing, "Akkad bakkad bambe bo." I said, he was so irritated. So he got up and he went out to the children, "Hey!" And they all turned. "Listen, don't you children know that the Maulvi is giving sweets?" "Really?" The children got very excited and all of them ran away. And our mullah went back to write his poetry. But as he was writing, "Sara, Sara, Sara, Sara," he saw some people go by. And then some more. And then some more, and he was surprised on an afternoon. Who are these people going by? So he went and stopped them. He said, "Hello, where are you all going?" "Don't you know the mullah is giving sweets?" And our Mullah Nasruddin thought, oh, maybe really sweets are being distributed. So he left his poetry and he also ran. So be careful what stories you tell, because the stories are surely going to echo back to you. And before you know it, they will become your truth. I've had moments of truth check like this many times in my life, and here's one of them. It was December 2018, and a journalist who was interviewing me was pushing me to speak about my mother. So tell us, how did your mother contribute to your storytelling journey? You have shared that your father, introduced you to stories, he bought you a lot of books, and what is your mother's contribution? Now, my mother never really contributed anything. She never understood my storytelling journey. She doesn't even accept me as a storyteller. In fact, I went on to share with him my favorite story that I love to tell about my mother. It was the first time in 2016 that I'd received an international invitation for a storytelling festival in Iran. Yes, this validates me as a storyteller. Yes, Mama, here I come. And very proudly, I made a call to her. I said, "Amma, do you know your daughter has been invited to tell stories in Iran?" And my mother said, "Ayyo, Iran, Pakistan, in the ponne engalam povalodi." Instead of being excited and congratulating me, she was anxious for me that I was going to Pakistan, which she had substituted for Iran in her head. And I told the journalist, "See, my mother never ever supported. In fact, she would call me to tell me, 'Hey, you know what that uncle in Coimbatore is telling, what that one in Jamshedpur is telling about your single motherhood, about your storytelling career.'" These were the updates from her. So I said, no, nothing. But this journalist, he was more stubborn than me. He didn't give up. He said, "That's not possible. There must be something she contributed." So I had to sit and think and think. And then I realized, I said, my mother is the one who introduced me to dance. She would take me for dance classes. She would take me for so many dance concerts. She and I would watch the best of the best Indian classical dancers perform on Doordarshan, national television. She would even record it so that we could watch it later. And Amma and I watched those recordings a multiple number of times. She had brought dance into my life, and dance is an integral part of my storytelling. Dance is what gives life to my style of story narration. Ah, see? The journalist with a smug smile. It was a moment of truth, I had to admit. And the self-reflection continued, and I said, you know, I was able to make all those international travels for so many different festivals primarily because my mother would come and look after the children, or my children's paternal grandparents, or even their father. It was so many people who contributed to the journey. They all took turns to be there, to be available, I admitted. Turns out I'm not a very reliable storyteller. Well, what it really turns out is that the nature of stories is unreliable. We cannot rely on all the stories we make up and tell ourselves, especially about the past. We're talking about integrating time. We have to doubt our stories, we have to question our stories, we have to verify our stories, especially the stories that pull us down, especially the stories that harden us and hold us. Because the stories we tell about our past will determine how we shape the stories of our future. So it becomes necessary to step back from our stories, to look at them and ask, who is the author of this story? What is the point of view here? Who else is a participant in this story? What is their point of view? Why is this story being told in this manner? What is the benefit? What is the loss? And for whom? These are the questions we need to be asking our unreliable narratives. And if we choose, let us choose with care, because in the act of choosing and sharing a story, in that very act lies rejecting and hiding other stories. So the danger of these stories is they can warp time, and we are struggling with the past and the present. But the beauty of these stories is that it reminds us we have a choice. We have a choice to step back and choose which narrative is going to empower and to leave behind the one which is not. So as A.R. Rahman said in his Oscar speech, let us choose love. Let us choose stories that empower and refuse the ones that draw us down. As this talk comes to an end, here is a story that my children loved to hear, I loved to tell, and in fact we still love it. It carries for us the smell of wet earth. There lived a mother butterfly and her baby butterfly. They were dear friends. They'd often go together to collect nectar from the flowers. They were there for each other through good times and bad. And they had a favorite song which they'd sing as they sailed through the ups and downs of life. La 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 la. La 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 la. One stormy day, as they were wondering should they go out or not, but they still plunged out like we all did today. And they were braving the winds, holding on to each other. A sudden strong wind came along and took mother butterfly away. And baby butterfly was taken away to a strange land. Mommy, she cried out, but that didn't stop her from being blown away. Whoosh. She landed in a garden where there were flowers as tall as trees. It was dark and silent and gloomy. And baby butterfly found she was on the tip of a blue-colored big flower. As she looked into the flower, zoop! She fell right into it, and buduk, 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 there was some green viscous fluid bubbling. Baby was beginning to drown. She looked here, there, and up, and the petals also shut. It was dark. It was gooey. She was scared and confused and was trying to swim through the liquid. She remembered her mother and she remembered their song. And as she swam, she kept singing. La 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 la. She sang and she sang through her fear, through the viscous liquid as she tried not to drown. And slowly, the liquid started to recede. It dried, and the petals also opened. The sunshine poured in. And as little baby looked up, she saw her mother's face. Together, they went back home. I'm always seeking songs like this, stories like this that make my heart sing. And I'd like to leave you with one such story. It was the year 2016, and I went to a school in rural South India called Puvidam, a residential school for children of migrant workers in rural Tamil Nadu. Of course, I didn't miss the chance to spend time with the children, telling them stories, playing games with them. The children were from grade 1 and 2. It was a new game I had shared, and one child didn't get the rules very clear, and I gently reminded her that she was forgetting the rules. Maranpaitya. Immediately, her classmates put their arms around and said, Akka, ivlakella seriya puriyadu. Which meant, Akka, she doesn't follow or understand very well, you know. And that's when I noticed something that I should have noticed earlier. That girl was older than the rest of them. Obviously, she was a child who was biologically older but had different needs, and so she was with the little ones. But what amazed me most was the children were protective of her and even went on to make her win the game because she was so involved and enthusiastic and excited. Being someone who works with teachers, training them on ways to engage with the natural intelligence of the child through stories, through music and arts, this was an experience that left me awestruck. I delighted in the children guiding me along on the journey of togetherness, which is what life is all about. So what better definition of education can we ask for? This experience left me deeply inspired and is one of those songs my heart likes to sing. My heart likes to remember. So my learning, find the song that inspires you, seek the musicians who inspire you, join the band and sing along. You and I are going to die. You and I are going to die. So let's not die with our songs unsung. आखिर ये तन खाक मिलेगा, कहाँ फिरत मगरूरी में, कहत कबीर सुनो भाई साधो, साहिब मिले सबूरी में. You and I are going to die. So let's sing our songs before we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Deepa Kiran. Let me just say that, of course, you're such an amazing storyteller and your expressions and everything is so beautiful. But I want to really point out that how beautiful words you use in your talk. I really like the words that you use to express your stories. And that is, I think, really a very rare quality, even in a storyteller. And that was beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
And also in all the hustle of the day today, I think, did not even notice that we have TEDxSCETW today, even though I've been talking about nothing the entire day. But I don't know, it was just very peaceful to hear your talk. So thank you for giving me that moment today.
I'm glad. Yeah, yeah.
So we would really like to first give you a bouquet. That is.
Thank you.
You really have a beautiful smile also, ma'am. I'm just all praise. We have our Stanley College Director, Mr. Vinay Babu Garu.
Thank you, sir.
With a token of appreciation for your time and effort for this talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks all of you. Wish you all the very best. Yeah, super.
In all the talks that we are listening today, we are getting inspired to get to our feet and move and start doing what we want to do. But there's this one question that always bothers us. When do we start? And when we start, when will we be able to see results? And that is something that maybe does not, maybe hurts our drive, but we should not let that hurt. Because apna time aayega. And that is what our next speaker is here to talk about. Our next speaker, Mr. TEDxSCETW, a journalist, educator, author, motivational speaker, storyteller. Mr. TEDxSCETW has an experience of 3 decades in print, television, and the digital space. He worked in the Economic Times, NDTV, and the India Today group, besides contributing to several portals and magazines across the country. He is a Chevening Scholar of the batch of 2001 and the author of badminton player Saina Nehwal's biography. In 2012, Sudhir was selected by the US State Department as the only journalist from the entire India to be part of a group of 25 journalists from 25 countries to cover the American presidential election in which Barack Obama was re-elected to office. In the past 1 year, Sudhir has also actively branched out into the field of digital education, spending his own resources to provide free and quality education to the students of India, from Sikkim to Madurai, from Singapore to Vadodara, from Dubai to Srinagar. So Mr. Sudhir has also much sought after a motivational speaker for students, teachers, and enjoys writing fiction and satire. We have Mr. TEDxSCETW, sir. Please, I invite you on stage, sir. And also, I want that organizing team member to please give you a bouquet of appreciation and invitation.
Right. Thank you so much.
We're looking forward to hearing you, sir, now.
Sure.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Can you make it a little more straight? And this thing can be a little more straight. Yeah. Yeah. Is it kind of, yeah, just give it. Audio okay? Yeah. I want it to be a little straight. Just a little to your right. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I want it to be reasonably fast. Yeah. You can just check, go with what I'm saying. Yeah. Go down. Go. Yeah, you just start from the beginning. Yeah, let it be there, just in case. Yeah. Okay. Right, good afternoon, girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen. One thing I was sure about when I accepted this request to speak at this edition of TEDx was that it will be punctual. After all, the theme itself is integrating time. But then my talk was scheduled just before lunch. I was the last speaker before lunchtime, and I thought to myself, and you would agree it was a legitimate apprehension, whether there would be any people actually be here to listen to me, or would everyone rush off to the lunch counter. So in order to send the organizers a subtle message, I titled my talk as Apna Time Aayega. But I'm glad to see so many of you here, also maintaining social distancing, which is very important. I call it integrating time by maintaining do gaj ki duri, and that's what even Prime Minister Narendra Modi says. And it sounds a bit like the Kingfisher tagline, doesn't it? Divided by times, united by Kingfisher. In today's context, it would be divided by COVID, united by masks. And I see quite a few colorful masks out here. I was telling a friend of mine that TEDx is organizing this particular event where the theme is of integrating time. And he told me, haven't we actually whiled away a whole lot of time during most part of 2020 as part of the lockdown? Why does TEDx have to spend an entire day then talking about time? And I thought, really, dude, because as far as I was concerned, between mopping the floor, washing the dishes, folding the clothes, disposing of the garbage, buying provisions, and working from home, I thought these were very testing times. In fact, I had to work overtime in order to catch up with content on Netflix, Amazon, and Hotstar. So I thought if there was one commodity, one element which was in short supply in most of 2020, it was time. Because if you see the 366 days of the calendar of 2020, remember we are in a leap year. It's almost like buy a year 2020, get an extra bad day free. These have been testing times, and it has been a trial by fire for so many of us. In fact, I know of people who are praying and hoping that come January 1, 2021 will probably be a better behaved calendar than 2020. It's almost like buying a product online, right? You buy an expensive, you order for an expensive iPhone, and I think iPhone unveiled some 3-4 versions earlier this week. So you order for an expensive iPhone, and instead of that, you get a cheap Chinese mal. Let me tell you, when I say mal, I do not mean to say mal hai kya. So let's that be clarified, lest it find its way into some 9 p.m. bulletin on some channel. Now, COVID-19 has been, in many senses, a very difficult year, has made it a very difficult year for most people. It's made 2020 a year to forget. Can you go fast? So, if you look at the way it has panned out, we hear of so many tragic stories from so many families, friends, relatives, acquaintances, and it almost seems like the only way to beat the "your time is up," a very traumatic and tragic warning, the whisper of death, as I call it, which is ending so many dreams and aspirations like this, is to remain faithful to the mask. That's the only way to beat this COVID-19 nightmare that the entire world is going through. It's almost as if we are seeing a science fiction horror film produced from across the Great Wall and dubbed into several Indian languages. That's how scary the situation is, and the kind of stories that we hear from so many people, that's making it so much difficult. In fact, it has kind of cut across all kinds of barriers: rich, poor, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Parsi, Jew, Sikh, educated, uneducated. Even God has not been spared. Temples, churches, gurudwaras, mosques have all been shut down for most part of 2020. Your influence does not work either out here. So what do you do really? Because at this point in time, COVID-19 has made it is really the big equalizer, as it were. Suddenly, as I said, the only way to beat it is by social distancing, wearing a mask, and ensuring that you use a sanitizer all the time. That's the only way to do that. And you need to stay true to the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. The hand, in fact, may not be the hottest political currency at the EVM, at least not in the last 6 years. But definitely, the hand is your passport to remaining safe and remaining healthy. No one is safe anymore. And these are the times we live in. And no one is safe anymore, not even the king of good times, including the person living in London right now. So what exactly is time? Is it an abstract concept, or is it a very tangible concept? How does one really define time? Is my bad time the same as your bad time? Or does my having a bad time mean my boss is having a good time? How does one define time? Is time about being about 12:55 p.m. right now? I guess it would depend on who you are asking, right? If you ask me as a journalist, I will say time is deadline, that you need to deliver the story in the next 20 minutes so that it can be part of the 9 p.m. bulletin. And I mean those channels who actually deliver news, not a raving and ranting session, not an abusing and screaming session. If you ask me as an educator, I would say it's all about the time that you spend with your books, preparing notes, absorbing like a sponge up from life in general, and of course the time management during the examination. If you ask me as a father, I would say just another 8 odd months before Uma and my only daughter completes class 12 and leaves home in pursuit of higher education. If you ask me as a husband, I would say 25 wonderful years and many more to come. If you ask Virat Kohli, he will tell you time is all about timing the ball right so that you hit that delicious cover drive, right? And he will also tell you that it's high time the RCB won the IPL. And talking about the IPL, MS Dhoni will wonder what happened to CSK's good times at the IPL. If you ask a doctor, he will say time is the golden hour. If you ask a stockbroker, he will tell you it's all about timing the market to ensure that you make good money. If you ask an astrologer, he will tell you your bad time will continue till December 2021 because till then Rahu and Ketu are not on talking terms. So we are all talking about time all the time, but our interpretation and understanding of time is all very different. Most people, when they want to avoid you, would straight away bring in Mr. Time into the picture and say, I do not have time. I personally think I do not have time, quote unquote, is the biggest lie ever spoken almost every other minute by someone or the other to someone else. Because the sentence is actually incomplete. It should actually be, I do not have time for you, but I may have time for someone else. Put bluntly, it means you are not priority. Which is why when we speak of integrating time, the theme of this edition of TEDx, it's actually about integrating relationships. Because we are all in a relationship with time all the time, and the best of relationships need time to ensure that they remain the best. When you deny time to someone who seeks it from you, you're actually putting a value, a crude price tag to that person's worth in your life. And you tell yourself, listening to this person, spending time with this person, speaking to this person does not add to my life in any way. So let me blame it on time. To me, integrating time is just another way of speaking about respecting relationships, respecting every single entity who came into your life doing good, bad or ugly things, made you feel good, made you feel miserable, went out of his way to lend a helping hand, or actually created problems in your life. It could be the bad eggs who taught you a very bitter lesson. It could be your chemistry teacher who taught you the formulae. It could be your English literature teacher who taught you to appreciate William Shakespeare. Enjoy the process of learning. It could be your grandfather who taught you how to hold a racket in order to play good badminton. It could be your grandmother who taught you how to read the time on the wall clock, right? That reminds me, in fact, my daughter went to a Montessori school till class 4. I fondly recall that on the day of the farewell of my daughter's batch, the principal, of course, had invited the parents, but she had also invited the grandparents. And on that last day, the principal of the school did something very thoughtful. She handed over to every grandparent a laminated copy of an essay their grandchild had written on the grandparent when they were in class 2 or 3. To me, that is integrating time, deepening a very special bond, a moment where you tell the grandparent that you are more valuable and precious than what you think. You may be 60 and your grandchild 10 years old, but this is a time that you need to cherish. The love that you have for your grandchild and your grandchild has for you is like a moment frozen in time. It is not an us versus them. It can be and it should be us and them. We speak of generation gap. I mean, that's a phrase we use quite often. I think once we try to integrate relationships, none of this so-called generation gap would really exist. But the question that arises is, are we integrating time and relationships well in the most positive and harmonious manner? Let me talk about journalism, the career with which I have been associated with for close to 30 years. It has changed a lot from the time when I used to actually type my articles on a Remington typewriter as a freelancer in the late 80s, to go to every newspaper office to hand over my piece to the editors. When we entered television in the mid-90s, we used to operate with big high-band tapes, beta tapes. The size of the tapes kept shrinking, and now you have either the small tapes, and of course your cell phone now is really the game changer. In the early 90s, actually, as newcomers in the media space, we would wonder whether we could actually go live from a location, a flood hit area, a cyclone hit area, an area where a Naxal attack has taken place, an area where a major train accident has taken place, just to be able to communicate to the viewer and show to the viewer what exactly is happening. Today it is possible. All you need is a smartphone with a good 4G connectivity and a selfie stick and a mic, and you are good to go. Which is why Apna Time Aayega for the common man and the journalist has become a case of Apna Time Aa Gaya. Technology has truly revolutionized the media, just like many other sectors in India and around the world. Each and every person is now a journalist. You only need a social media handle to get your voice heard and amplified. In fact, you no longer need big bucks to have your own channel. So many people are running successful channels on YouTube, doing stuff that they are good at, specialists at, and becoming digital media entrepreneurs. So while all this has happened and is all very fine, has a large section of the mainstream media forgotten its basic dharma of integrating relationships, or has it become a divisive force? Now, when we entered the field of journalism 30 years ago, at least speaking about myself, you were told that you need to ensure that you earn the trust of the viewer over a period of time. And that was for us the 5-letter word which we needed to remember all the time. In fact, the tagline of NDTV, where I worked for over 16 years, is trust. The question is whether over a period of time, in our bid to show that we are now better thanks to technology, we have lost out on that basic 5-letter word called trust. So the question is whether high technology use in media has necessarily led to a more responsible, more empathetic media space, or is hate now gift wrapped in a high-tech wrapper? Because I feel it is a poisoning of India taking place one day at a time, one bulletin at a time. So to return to the theme of this edition of TEDx, if the media generation of today is happy with this change with time, and if society at large is okay with hate and slander served by both sides, the right wing as well as the so-called liberals, I think we are heading for very dangerous times. A large part of the media, if you note, is no longer showing you the truth. It is the channel's truth, the website's truth, the newspaper's truth. It's like a multiple choice questions. MCQs presented to you and me, choose whatever suits your truth. Now you may wonder whether I'm painting a very pessimistic picture. Yes and no. No, because I mentioned YouTube a while earlier. And I will now take you to the other career I'm associated with right now, and that is education. Now for the past 1 year plus, I have been teaching students absolutely free of cost, the most important resource being my time. And this is over YouTube, and as the lady said in the introduction, my students range from Shillong to Ludhiana to Madurai to Vadodara to small towns like Dhule, lots of towns in Odisha, West Bengal. In fact, the other day I kind of found one student called Jyotika who hails from my mother's village in Thrissur district of Kerala, and I was delighted. And so many of my students actually scored marks in the high 90s in the 2020 final board examinations. So technology has evolved, and with time what has taken place is the integration of content with technology. Today FICCI counts EdTech as one of the industries that will really grow and flourish in the next decade. I remember a conversation with a top IT honcho, a chairman of a prominent IT company in November last year, and he was telling me, Sudhir, in a decade from now, students will go to school only for social interaction, developing leadership skills. The academic learning will all happen online. Well, I think he kind of spoke of a decade as a very long time, because that COVID-19 fast forwarded the 10 years that he spoke of to just about 10 weeks. Yes, there are issues with online learning, as all of us know. There is problem of not everyone having access to technology, there is screen fatigue, there is boredom, but what it does is that if aided by good technology, it can reach out to the most remote corner of the country, and that's a huge plus. The marriage of technology and education has shrunk the time factor. And that's the time, the integration of time that we are talking about. So you have two career paths that I have been part of, one not entirely covering itself with glory despite the influx of high technology, the other using the same technology as a way forward to have tremendous opportunities. Lastly, while we talk of journalism and education, all that is fine, but integrating time is also not about doing it with others, it's also about yourself. The question that each one of us need to ask is, are we giving ourselves a decent amount of quality time? Are we happy with the company we keep on social media? Are we feeding ourselves with toxicity every minute? No wonder if you notice, and that's what a friend of mine was also talking about, we hear about so much of depression issues these days. Despite having so much of company on social media, we are still feeling very, very lonely. So integrate your time, your idea of time, not necessarily with the world that matters, but with yourself also. Look inward so that you can find peace, and that's how you can lead a more harmonious life, have a more harmonious existence. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, with the talk, sir. It was really amazing, sir. One thing that really stuck with me is how you said that time is different for everybody. So, can you how did you come up with that? Why would you say something like that?
But isn't it like that? I mean, as I said, for a lawyer it would be different, for a doctor it would be very different, for me as a journalist it's different from how I look at it as an educator. In the sense that our interpretation of time is always very different. What would be important to you may not be very important to me, and I think that kind of defines how we look at our time. I may not want to waste my time, but I may not have the same kind of an attitude towards someone else's time. And I think that's very important. You need to respect time. You need to kind of respect the fact that each one is, for each person, every second, every minute, every hour actually matters, right? So everyone looks at time, but as I said, the interpretation is quite different.
It does matter, sir, a lot,
Correct.
sir. And thank you for the talk, sir.
Thank you very much.
Before you leave the stage, sir, we have our director, Dr. Vinay Babu Garu, sir, to present you with a token of appreciation, sir,
Thank you.
for your time here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thanks.
Your time is precious, sir, so thank you for giving it to us.
Thank you, sir.
Everyone, now it's 1:10. So we'll be going for lunch now. It's lunchtime. So please be here by 1:50. We'll be starting off strong again. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration, and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello. Hello.
Hello everyone, welcome back to TEDxSCETW after lunch session. We are starting our session now, so I hope everyone's seated and prepared. During our entire work process, whenever we are doing any work, we always, as the younger generation, referring to us, we always have an issue communicating what we want to say, what we want to do, something unconventional. How do we start to do that in our work life, not just in our, and from the beginning of our life actually. Learning to communicate with multi-generations in work and life. That is what our next speaker is here to talk about. Dr. Sridevi Yadavali. She is a senior consultant and communication specialist, researcher, writer, editor, and invited speaker. She has held leadership and director level positions in reputed organizations such as L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, Apollo Hospitals, and the Indian School of Business. Her expertise lies in leading strategy for internal and external communications, directing the print and digital content teams for corporate communications, as well as handling media and public relations. She works across terms to develop effective tools of engagement for a range of support activities for organizations in patient care, research, education, rural outreach, eye bank, vision rehabilitation, innovation, and product development. She has also served as member Institutional Review Board, Hyderabad Eye Research Foundation, and as a member Institutional Committee for Stem Cell Research and Therapy, Hyderabad Eye Research Foundation. We have Dr. Sridevi Yadavali, ma'am. I request you to please join us on stage. Thank you for being with us here today, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. You have a table here?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll hold that for you.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to hearing you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and good afternoon. Can you lower that light if it's possible? It's straight into my eyes. That one there, the spotlight? Yeah, that's a little better. So, let me begin by asking you all a question. How many of you here read a newspaper on a daily basis? I mean the physical printed edition in sheets that's delivered at our doorstep every morning. That one, not the other formats of news. How many of you? I'm not sure I can see the audience very well with the spotlight, but I don't see many hands, maybe one or two. Two, okay? So now if I rephrase the question and ask you, how many of you read news, digital news, whether it's television or internet? How many of you? That's practically everyone, right? Yeah. So our news reading habits tell us quite a bit of the characteristics across the various generations, the multi-generations that we have in our lives at work and at play and at home. So my grandfather would read the newspaper end to end. I have this memory of my grandfather sitting on a well-lit long veranda at his home, having his feet up on the easy chair and having the newspaper spread out in front of him and peering at it through his soda bottle glasses. He would move sequentially from one column to another, page 1 to the last. Absolute disciplined sequence. And that's how he read the newspaper for a good part of his morning. My dad would have a slightly different style to his reading. He would look at the main headline, the top headline, read that story and follow that story in page 3 or page 4 and finish that, and then go back again to the main page for the next story and read that and follow it through. So back and forth for about, say, 40 minutes of an extended breakfast in the morning. I had a totally different style. I would take a look at all the headlines, page 1, editorial, op-ed page, then page 6 for the global news, and last page for sports headlines, decide which of them I want to read, and then simply skim through the column of that news content. If any couple of lines popped up at me which I thought demanded attention, I would read only that. Someone quoted maybe the introduction and then the summary line, I'm done, I've got the news. I would spend no more than 10-15 minutes at the newspaper. And in the last couple of decades, especially since a decade, my reading habits, like a lot of other things in life, have moved from print to digital. The newspaper and the books, they occupy an ornamental place in my home now. Most of my reading is digital, 95% of it. My children have an even more deviant way of reading news. They dispensed of anything ornamental in their lives altogether. I don't think they will ever subscribe to a newspaper or buy a book. Rarely. They own very few books compared to the huge library that I have. And they get their news totally from the digital medium. Now, let's transpolate this template to what it says about the 4 generations, my grandfather to my children. What is it that has changed? Has the habit of reading news and seeking information changed? No. So what has changed to it? We are more particular about how we seek that information. We want more control about what we put our attention to, and we want to customize it in a manner that we get what we want without missing out on anything. I'm very much aware that when I read the digital news, the search app that I use or the search engine that I use is empowered with the intelligence to analyze my searching pattern and give me that kind of news feed that I want topmost. So it saves me the trouble of actually going back and forth a physical newspaper. The app does it for me, which is a good thing. It's pretty convenient if you ask me. So across generations, you see this transition in our pursuit of information, of what we want in our lives. We want more control over of the kind of information that we want to put our attention to. It is like me sitting in a room, in a boardroom, and paying attention only to that bit of information that is moving around and shutting myself off to the rest of it. In your context, perhaps it is sitting in a class. I'm sure that none of the students would sit through class after class paying attention to every word that is spoken or taught hour after hour. It's only certain bits that you put your focus to, and you're good with that. So, if you expand this template to a larger template of how we communicate with people in a multi-generation, you would see that it's the same thing. We want more control over how we connect with people. I have this elderly, a senior colleague at work who a couple of times complained. In fact, it's his favorite. People nowadays don't spend chatting up each other. He would go on about this. I heard him a couple of times, and then I noticed that he wouldn't make any particular effort to seek out someone on his way to his office room or back, to seek out someone or chat up with them. So when next time he brought this topic up, and I told him, look, I've seen that you don't make any particular effort yourself of seeking people out and chatting them up. So I'm surprised that you complain that the others don't do it. He said, no, I would want to do it, but then you see, everybody's so busy on their emails and phones, I don't. And then finally he admitted, he said, look, Actually, I'm the one who doesn't want more interaction. Anyway, I know that if I want to call somebody, I can. I'm anyway part of WhatsApp groups with all of them. I can email them, I can call them whenever I want. So I'd much rather just get on with my work, finish it ASAP, and then go home. I made a mental realization that very often we are blaming the next generation for something that we ourselves might be guilty mode of communication. So I asked a couple of younger colleagues, and what is it that you have against having a one-on-one conversation, which the older generation is always saying that you don't indulge in? The answer was, a one-on-one conversation it takes place in real time. So you have to literally think on your feet, and sometimes you don't even have the luxury of thinking. You have to respond so fast that you can make mistakes, versus something like texting out on our social media profiles, the story, the Insta stories, the Facebook stories, WhatsApp stories, and even LinkedIn stories nowadays. They are all tweaked to represent to the world, to the people that we connect with, how we want to be represented. So we get to retouch, we get to edit, we even get to delete, which we cannot do with a physical conversation. And I think it's a valid point to note that reluctance in the younger generation to not get into this act of physical conversations. The older generation indulged in it because they had no choice. That's how people communicated in those days. And there was no other option. And nowadays, if you really want to do it, why should you do it? Unless it's your job to be able to converse very well, unless you're in the front line of your job, you have to make sales pitches, or you have to impress upon somebody to swing a decision one way or the other. Other than that, why should you be mastering that art? You would anyway be getting good at it with age. Because as you grow older, what happens is where you need to convince people, whether it's your children or whether it's your younger colleagues at work, or you do have a certain leeway by way of experience, you do get better at it with age. But then to be able to do it at the fly, it requires some inborn talent. Not everybody can speak well. Some are endowed with that talent. It's a talent that they're born with, or they acquire it. Sorry? Yes, sorry.
Just keep that this time.
You weren't able to hear me? Okay. Is this okay? Okay. So I was saying that unless it's your job that demands that you be very good with verbal communication, I don't see why we should all be expected to be good at it. Now, which brings, sorry, I lost the interruption, let me get back. So, I have a 7-year-old mother. So, I spend about one day in a week with her. I spend time with her, asking about her well-being and chatting up with her and so on. And her constant complaint over the years had always been that I don't spend enough time with her. She doesn't get to see enough of me and so on. Until over the years, her very enterprising grandkids taught her how to use a smartphone, how to navigate through the various apps, how to use WhatsApp. And soon enough, I suddenly found her a part of 3 or 4 other family groups that I had in common with her now. Family groups on both sides of my parents. So, and guess what? Do you think she complains about me not seeing enough of me anymore? What do you think? Yes or no? She complains, yes, but the nature of her complaint has undergone a change. Her complaints now are more like, you forgot to put the pictures of the last trip that you went to. I was waiting to see those pictures. Or you forgot to wish that aunt for her birthday. It was yesterday. She would have felt bad. It's that kind of complaint now, which I can live with, guilt-free. So my one single advice to people of the older generation, the takeaway from this, if you want to communicate better with other generations, is to learn texting. That is the single big characteristic that defines the current generation. And then why we should all learn it is because this is the millennials. They comprise the largest segment at work. If you were to break up the classical HR manner of segmenting your workplace personnel is, number one is the veterans, the mature, older generation. They are, the self-sacrificing kind, Gandhian in their outlook almost, minimalistic living in how they dress and how they think. Then come what the US people call as boomers, the next generation. The boomers have been the hardest working. In fact, they work so hard that they're workaholics. Very often working well past their retirement. Even the women, they raise grandchildren too, so they're that hard working. Then after that comes Generation X, which has seen the maximum transformations in their lives. They have seen the move from localization to globalization, have seen everything at the workplace moving offline to online, and they've adapted. They've adapted so much. And to give them the credit, this generation of the Generation X is the people who have who first talked about things like concepts like work-life balance. They've seen that certain changes at the workplace like attrition. Earlier attrition was unheard of. It is with the Generation X that you see attrition because of their pursuit of the self. And the same thing translated into their personal lives as well. You see a lot more nuclear families taking place in that generation, and marital discord too. Then come the millennials. Now the millennials, like I said before, this is the largest segment at the workplace anywhere now. Okay? Now this is a generation that has been born into technology. They don't know of a world where technology didn't exist. So that's the fundamental reason why they find it so difficult to relate to an earlier generation, because that is the generation that has either learned to adapt to technology or doesn't know what technology is at all. This is again the reason why, if you want to communicate with that largest segment of the workplace, we should all learn how to text. To bring this back into the kind of perspective why I'm talking about texting, and maybe one other thing that I want to focus on is that I don't want to make this into a kind of Gyan session where I give you a do this to communicate better. There are only one or two things that are very glaringly apparent about communication bridges that we need to make with generations across to have a more effective communicating atmosphere at work and at home. One of them is this. The second one is about our issue with assuming things about others. We are all guilty of assumptions, of assuming something that we have a certain segments, certain stereotypes in our brains about other generations, and we try and fit in everything that the person in front of you says or doesn't say into mapping it with that stereotype in our minds. Let me give you an example. There is this young man I know who found a good job and moved to another city after his education, his first job, and he would make it a point to come home at least once a month over the weekend to spend it with his parents. And one such visit, it so happened that the dinner conversation was about the new neighbors who had moved in with their parents' neighborhood. And the father remarked something like, I haven't even seen them properly till now. The whole day they are asleep, or I don't get to see them, they're not active. And come night when I'm ready to sleep, then the lights come on and there's activity and there's chatter and there's laughter and sometimes I can hear music too. And then I wait for the weekend to get to know them, and they're not there, they just disappear, they're not there at all. What else can you expect from this generation? That's how they all are. So the son got a little upset with that, and he said that, look, have you considered that they work for the IT industry, the couple, like I do? Much of what you're saying matches with my lifestyle back at my workplace. This is what we all do. we work on US time zones, so we are compelled to work late in the nights, and so we catch up with our sleep during the day. And I'm not surprised they're not there during the weekend, because they must be going to visit their parents or in-laws like I'm doing with you now. And the son didn't stop with that. He said something else. He said, not all of us are privileged to have 9-to-5 government jobs like you did, Dad. And that killed the amicable conversation at dinner for that day. It was not a very nice thing to say. Both the father and the son were guilty of assumptions. The father assuming that the younger generation is prone to being indisciplined, inherently indisciplined, and sleeping through the day and waking up at night, and so on and so on. And the son assuming that the father's generation didn't work hard enough because they packed their bags and left home at 5. Not only that, he was derogatory of government jobs, which is what the previous generation, all they had in the absence of privatization, which was a later phenomenon. That was what most parents did in those days. So this is what I meant when you say, when you assume, you have the stereotype in your mind about certain typical or atypical behavior of a particular generation, and then you slot them into your preconceived notion that this is what this is, and that's it. What this leads to is that you kill any chance of communicating with that generation thereafter. You have this moral high ground from which you're looking down and talking down to that other generation, because you believe that your stance is the best stance. And then when you talk down to that other person and not talking to them on a level field, you are not at all communicating. You are doing nothing but sounding preachy and giving gyan, which is such a off-putting thing for any generation who's at the receiving end. It can be vice versa also. The son also was not very charitable with his father in his remarks. He could have toned it down and worded it better, I guess. But that's how it is. Human relations are very complex, very messy, especially when you have to do so much of talking to each other. At home, it's still okay because you are related to each other by blood or by marriage. At work, it is a lot more difficult. It can kill your compatibility with a companion, with a colleague, and with a rival. It gets a lot more difficult at work. So these are in summary, I would say these are the two things that I would want to leave you with food for thought. Number one is the emphasis on texting. I think it is something that all of us should learn. It's easy to say, but very hard to practice for the older generation, because they come from a time when texting was like typing. It is something that an entry-level job which a stenographer did, and they went to specialized institutes which taught typing, and they did it. And then even then they had this long typewriter or a keyboard. Devices these days are small, and it's hard for them to work around the hardwired image in their mind of learning how to do that and get around to actually doing it. But once they do it, then you're communicating with the next generation. The same thing with making assumptions. Let's avoid making assumptions and assuming, slotting each other into stereotypes. There are deviants everywhere, and all of us everywhere are making an attempt every single day at work and at home. And finally, in spite of all the talk that I do, I must tell you that I must confess that I am trying, with every interaction that I have with somebody who's younger or older, every day, at work and at place, I try and I learn. Maybe I'm getting better with time. Thank you. Can I put this off?
Thank you, ma'am, for the talk, ma'am, first of all. These things really stuck with me of the guilt of just acknowledging that we don't maybe understand each other. And that is very important, because we just get frustrated from trying. And that is something really good emphasis that you put on there, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, as a token of appreciation, we have our principal, Dr. Satyaprasad Lankagaru, to give Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Kirtana. Kirtana to give a performance. She has been learning music since her 2nd grade and is certified in Carnatic music. She loves to do mashups and even make mashups of her own. So please everyone, put your hands together for Kirtana.
Good evening everyone. My name is Kirtana. Actually అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఇప్పటివరకు అందరూ ఇంగ్లీష్లో మాట్లాడారు, కానీ నేను మాత్రం ఇప్పుడు తెలుగు మిమ్మల్ని మీతోటి తెలుగులో మాట్లాడాలనుకుంటున్నాను. ఇక్కడ ఎవరెవరికి పాటలు పాడడం ఇష్టం, డాన్స్ చేయడం ఎవరెవరికి ఇష్టం, వంట వండడం ఎవరెవరికి ఇష్టం? కానీ అందరికీ కామన్గా ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, ఏంటది? పాటలు వినడం అందరికీ ఇష్టం, కరెక్టా? అది ఏ జానర్ అయినా, కొంతమందికి ఫాస్ట్ బీట్ సాంగ్స్, కొంతమందికి మెలోడీస్ ఇష్టం, కానీ పాటలు మాత్రం వింటారు, కరెక్టా? సో ఇక్కడ ఈ థీమ్ వచ్చేసి ఇంటిగ్రేటింగ్ టైం కాబట్టి నేను మిమ్మల్ని ఒక 20 years వెనకాలకి తీసుకెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడికి తీసుకొస్తాను ఇప్పుడు. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మా ఫ్యాకల్టీ చాలా కష్టపడుతున్నారు, రోజు మా కోసం కాలేజ్కి వచ్చి క్లాసెస్ చెప్తున్నారు. సో వాళ్ళకు కొంచెం స్ట్రెస్ బస్టింగ్ లాగా నేను కొంచెం అందరు హీరోస్ పాటలు మ్యాషప్ చేసుకొని తీసుకొచ్చాను అనమాట. అది రెడీ? పెదవి దాటని మాటొకటుంది, తెలుసుకో సరిగా, అడుగుతావని ఆశగా ఉంది, అడగవేం త్వరగా, స్వప్నవేణువేదో సంగీతమాలపించే, సుప్రభాత వేళ శుభమస్తు గాలి వీచే, అనగనగా ఆకాశం ఉంది, ఆకాశంలో మేఘం ఉంది, మేఘం వెనక రాగం ఉంది, రాగం నింగిని కరిగించింది, కరిగే నింగే చినుకయ్యింది, చినుకే చిటపట పాటయింది, చిటపట పాటై తాకిన్నేలా చిలకలు వాలే చెట్టయింది, రాచిలక నువ్వే కావాలి, నా రాచిలక నవ్వే కావాలి, బంగాళాఖాతంలో నీరంటే నువ్వేలే, రంగీల పాటల్లో రాగం నువ్వేలే, కండాల దారుల్లో మంచంటే నువ్వేలే, మండేలో చూపే నువ్వేలే, ఓ మిస్సమ్మా మిస్సమ్మాయమ్మా, నా వీనస్సే నువ్వేనమ్మా, ఓ మిస్సయ్యో రయ్యో, లవ్ వైరస్సే సోకిందయ్యో, చలియా చలియా చిరుకోపమా, చలియా చలియా పరిహాసమా, మపసా మపని మపసాని పగరి సరి, పడ్డానండి ప్రేమలో మరి, విడ్డూరంగా ఉందిలే ఇది, పడ్డానండి ప్రేమలో మరి, విడ్డూరంగా ఉందిలే ఇది, దాయి దాయి దామా కులికే కుందనాల బొమ్మ, నీతో పని ఉందామా నడిచే కొండపల్లి బొమ్మ, దాయి దాయి దామా పలికే గండు కోయిలమ్మ, నీపై మనసైందమ్మా నా నిండు సందమామ, ఓహో వళ్ళో బాలుమా, ఓహో నన్నే చేరుమా, నువ్వు విసిలేస్తే ఆంధ్ర సోడా బుడ్డి, నువ్వు విసిలేస్తే ఆంధ్ర సోడా బుడ్డి, అది వినబడుతుంటే అలజడి రేగి జారుతుంది మిడ్డి, వస్తా నీ వెనుక ఎటైనా కాదనక, ఇస్తా కానుకగా ఏదైనా లేదనక, నువ్వే మా చెప్పమ్మా నిజాన్ని, క్షణం ఆగనంటోంది వాణి, మరీ చిలిపిది వయసు బాని. చలియా 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 అలల ఒడిలో ఎదురు చూస్తున్నా, తనువు నదిలో మునిగి ఉన్నా, చెమట జడిలో తడిసిపోతున్న. సంథింగ్ 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 ఢోల ఢోల దిల్ జరా జరా. Something, something, there is something. 5 feet 8 inches, king లాంటి సీనుగాడు. 5 feet 4 inches, సుబ్బలక్ష్మికి పడిపోయాడు. Mommy returns, mommy returns, mommy returns. Oh God, what to do? Mommy returns, mommy returns, mommy returns. Pada 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 mani పక్కా లోకల్, పక్కా లోకల్, నేను పక్కా లోకల్. నేను వాడే గాజుల్ కోకారైకల్ అన్ని ఊరమాసు లెక్కలో. మై హార్ట్ ఇస్ బీటింగ్ అదోలా, తెలుసుకోవా మరి, ఎన్నాలి వెయిటింగ్ అనేలా తరుముతోంది మరి. అమ్మ లేదు నాన్న లేడు, ఒక్క చెల్లి తమ్మి లేదు. ఏక్ నిరంజన్, ఏక్ నిరంజన్. పిల్ల లేదు పెళ్ళి లేదు, పిల్లనిచ్చి పెళ్లి చేసే మావా లేడు. ఏక్ నిరంజన్, ఏక్ నిరంజన్. అమ్మాయి కిటికీ పక్కన కూర్చుంది, కిటికీలో కనబడుతుంది. గంటకి 70 మైళ్ళ వేగంతోటి ఏ లోకం పరిగెడుతుందండి. తన గురువారం మార్చి 1 సాయంత్రం 5:40 తొలిసారిగా చూసానే నిన్ను. చూస్తూనే ప్రేమ పుట్టి నీపైనే లెన్స్ పెట్టి నిద్రైపోనందే నా కన్ను. ఏ కొట్టినా తిట్టినా తాలిపట్టు కట్టినా నువ్వు నాకు నచ్చిన రో. రామ్జీ 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 రామ్జీ. సీతమ్మ వాకిట్లో సిరిమల్లె చెట్టు, సిరిమల్లె చెట్టేమో విరగా పూసింది. ఉయ్యాలైనా జంపాలైనా నీతో గమని, మళ్ళీ మనలా పుట్టించారు సీతారాములని. పచ్చబొట్టేసిన పిల్లగాడానితో పచ్చి ప్రాయాలని పంచుకుంటానురా. జంట కట్టేసిన తుంటరోడానితో కొంటె తంటాలని తెంచుకుంటానురా. రంగమ్మ మంగమ్మ ఏం పిల్లడు, పక్కనే ఉంటాడమ్మా పట్టించుకోడు. ఏ రంగమ్మ మంగమ్మ ఏం పిల్లడు, పక్కనే ఉంటాడమ్మా పట్టించుకోడు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Come on stage. Thank you so much, Kirtana, for that performance. We have our principal, sir, Mr. Satyaprasad Lanka Garu, to give our performer a memento for the day.
Thank you so much.
I'll just hold it.
That was 26 songs in that mashup. Everyone. So our next speaker is Mr. Varla Bhanu Prakash Reddy, and he's here to speak on strike when the time is right. And everyone, how much does that strike with you? It's always difficult to understand opportunities and grab those opportunities. And that is what our speaker is here to talk about. Mr. Varla Bhanu Reddy is the partner director of Grey Logic Technologies Private Limited, a company blockchain, mobile and energies. The idea to grow more than just fresh nutrient food is what he is passionate about towards agriculture in Urban Kisan. He is now the president of IIMB, alumni and charter and executive committee and treasurer of IIMB. AAA member of TIE and TIE Grad Steering Committee Chairperson. He co-founded Pay My GST, Pay My VAT, a joint venture with MS Alumayed International Group in Middle East, Bahrain and KSA, and Urban Kisan, the first hydroponics in India. Presently, he is pursuing his PhD from Birla Institute. His rich experience and executing them makes him an authority in the identity management solution space. Mr. Reddy, we would like to have you on our stage.
Thank you.
And Purvi, please come up on stage and greet us, sir, here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Already our organizing team, you have been interacting with everyone and they've been just telling how amazing you are, sir. So we're really looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you until nobody pushes me out. Could I stand here?
Yeah, I'll give that.
Maybe the light.
Was it fine? I used
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. These 7 seconds will not come back again. These 7 seconds are so important that you will never find this time coming back again. It doesn't rewind back again. Those 7 seconds have gone. Now we are all going through that stages of that panic situations across the place because we are not able to maintain constraint and strategize our own time together. Now we have most important thing in the month of March. It was a panic situation. Everybody thought the whole world has gone, boom. But what happened? We started learning, we started practicing the safe ways. Everybody are worried about their health. Everybody are taking care of things. Yes, other things have happened, but everybody, including my parents, my neighbors, the states, the globe, the entire globe. Can you imagine 3 months, the whole cycle got stopped. Nothing is moving on in the place. The business stopped. Everything is there. Now today, you see, everything is coming back to line. We all started learning it. Time always teaches. Time, it will bounce around. Times will not come back. You can call back your health. Suppose you got a bad health, you can regain back again, go back to the doctor, meet somebody, meet nutrition, meet somebody place, reduce your weight, come back. All things will come back to you, but time will not come back to you. So you are fat, you're overweight or something to you, do exercise, you can come back. Again, you can regain back again. Health can regain back. And you lost all your money, your wealth and everything to you. But again, your wealth, you can accumulate back again. You can work hard, focusedly, come back again in the business or whatever you failures you have done, you can regain back again and learning from your mistakes. But again, whatever you have done, it will not come back again. Now, these definitions of time, you need to understand this tick-tock wala, when the time moves, it doesn't come back again. So please do understand time is such a precious one which is there. I have now go back to a couple of stories of my own, I have gone through entire life, what actually time meant by. I still remember and used a lot of things and I got an appointment at last to meet that gentleman, the senior person in the college, in the institution there, educational institution, to go and meet there. That day I was prepared. We got a time meeting at 9 o'clock was the time, and I started from my place and I had to pick up my other colleagues from other place. So I went, gone and I picked them up. But I knew that, we always had excuses. We always have in life to give an excuse. For anything that you can say, you have an excuse. You can say sorry that I was not there. So though I was without ready for the time, and we just walked inside, and I picked up my colleagues late, and because of 9 o'clock an appointment, I had been inside his room. I just walked inside along with my colleagues. You know, they're all software guys who wanted to present it there along with my team, and I walked into his room. The moment I walked into the room, he looked at me, and he just looked at me, and he looked at me, he said, who? I said, we have an appointment with you. He said, your appointment is at 9 o'clock. You're at 9:40. Get out, he said. I was taken aback because I was senior employee, and I was known, my fame was so great that in the company that and he told, sir, I'm sorry. When again the way of my explanation was, I'm sorry I could not able to make it for the meeting because of these reasons, my traffic was jammed and everything. He said only one thing to me that day, if you're alive, I was taken back. That was a word that in my life I heard about it. When you're alive, you should be here. And I went back and I asked my colleagues to go away, and I just sat there. I don't know what to do. And from 9:40, we never had breakfast, and I was sitting there in the same place outside the veranda. And whenever this gentleman was walking around and going around the place, at last I got his appointment, and he said at 5:30, he said that day was actually Monday, and he said Friday at 8 o'clock. I said okay. I moved back and I came back. I didn't say anything, and you will not believe, I still remember I have purchased 2 alarm clocks. I went to the market, bought my alarm clocks. I had already alarm clocks in the house, and I put 2 alarm clocks in front of my mother, and 1 alarm clock at my place, 1 at my sister, and my neighbor who was going early in the morning walk, I called him, I wake him up, and I said, like, tomorrow, next day morning you're going there, please wake me up. So I made sure that Friday was completely ready, and that day I ensured to get up at 4:30 because I was not able to sleep. 4:30 I got up to our company, and I took all the way. I didn't take any risk of the anything on the road which is going to happen. I was there exactly at 7:05, and 1 hour before, in the initial days before this, my job, and I wanted to go to America as everybody were trying to go to US, and I went, I planned, and those days the visa office was at South India in Chennai, Madras, and we went there all the way early in the morning, and my visa paper, like, I booked everything was there, my passport copy, my certificates, everything was there, and I entered inside after a long time because we were waiting there from 2 o'clock in the morning, and we went inside, and there was a token number, and the token number was, I still remember, 261 something, it was just there on the displaying the name, and all the other tokens were taking a long time, and they asked me to sit there at one place, and that line which I was standing there was a huge one, and it was taking a pretty long time. Then somebody murmured me and said, this line, the lady who was standing there, the visa officer is very strict, and you will not get a stamp, because she was getting rejected stamps. I said, oh my God, what should I do then? I was looking at the place. So I was relaxing time, they were taking time. I said, okay, fine. I came out, I went to the washroom, and by the time I came, me some 10 people in some software company with fake certificates, something issue happened, and they took my passport too, and they said, rejected stamp or visa. I lost all my dreams, which was going to US. Everything, all I had, the fortunate place to go there. This was the most horrible thing which has happened, because all my friends were there in US. I missed the opportunity. Probably, US missed the opportunity that I feel right now. I would have been, I can't be the president because you should be born there. At least I would have been a mayor, I would have been in US right now. Then the next incident was very tricky. When I came back to my office, I became an entrepreneur, started back, my journey started as an entrepreneur. So I was, during my journey of my entrepreneurship, there was a very typical thing which has happened. Time was again a constraint because of so many issues in my hand. I never was disciplined to go to the airport on time. And one day, and when I went there, the Indigo Airlines when I went there, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't remember. It was very less minutes. They didn't allow me inside. The time was over. So similarly, in the same year, I almost had 16 times I missed my flights for different episodes. And end of the day, in a year, my auditor came back, my CFO along with me, he said like, though I was the owner, like, I can take it, it is still there with me. When he said one thing to me, he said, sir, you have spent 4,48,000 rupees more on your tickets the entire year, which would have gone, you are not disciplined. This is a salary of 4 people. Salary of 4 people in the entire year you are paying, which you spent on your tickets. That left a guilt in me. If you are not disciplined life and time, if you are not caring of time, what is going to happen to you? 4 people salaries that I spent on my tickets, it was not good. And the other last incident which happened in my life, I still feel guilty because I had a cousin of mine, and she was like godmother to me, and I was studying in my college days, like she used to help me out and everything too. Suddenly she fell ill and she succumbed, and she passed away. And I got the message, and the message was, I was ready. I said I wanted to go back and meet her and see her, like, at least in the hospital. But they brought her back home. I said, let me take some time. So I took some time in the office here and there. And by the time I went there, I thought, basically it'll take some time, to people to take it to the burial ground. But, I went around the place, and I've gone there to the house. They said, they're already gone. They left. So then I took my car again. I started driving back to the place. By the time I went, I could not see her. Everything, all the process was over. I could not see her face at the last moment. The guilt, even today, when I sleep, I feel that guilt because I was not disciplined. The time is such a valuable, if it had been earlier there, everything would have been different. So time is something that you need to realize how valuable it is. It's only that you people can find out, like, the runners, the sports persons, the doctors, they come back and say, like, you brought this patient on right time or else you would have been dead. What does that mean by a life? They could be able to save it. If you're late, you're not able to save the life. These are all very, very important things. So time is something that which is all running around the place when you have to evaluate your time. Now, I've been doing some little thesis, like, I've been doing some research on the time, like, how much time that people are spending on time and various things. Like, are you able to know that 87% students community, especially on the education side, can do much better if they can manage their time productively, very nicely, very thematically. You think about it. How do you manage time? This hour I'm going to read this, second hour I'm going to read this, and next hour I'm going to read this. You go back and ask to any of these students, when people come in the first class, there was a newspaper articles. All these articles, when they read about their interview, it says, like, I studied for 6 hours, I studied for 7 hours, 8 hours. Now, what does that mean by 7 hours, 8 hours? Other people also, sometimes they do 3 or 4 hours, but not with concentration. So these can be improved. This is what the thesis says. An 80% average working day spent on activities with little, no value at all. People in today, you see everywhere right now, you spend 80% of time without any value. You have no value at all. What you've been doing it across. Later you realize that this is very important. By the time the time is lost. And similarly, 46% employees in the company are overloaded. Why? Because of the delays in the work. They're not able to upskill their skill set. They're not able to ask the team spirit they don't have. They're not able to have these, the colleagues, they're not able to meet, mingle with them. They're not able to complete the work. They're struggling it. They're not able to, that's a burden to the company. They don't realize it. And they are getting into stress because the boss is killing, the other boss is killing, the entire, the pyramid structure, everybody are actually pressurizing him. So the 46% are completely overwhelmed workload. And of course, today, the mobile apps have come. I'm surprised to see, like, I used to always watch in my, sitting in my cabin, my other cabin used to have a sound of the water. Whoosh. I was worried, like, what had happened. Like, every time, 5, 6, every 2, 3 hours, I was listening to the sound. I said, this must be something wrong. Then I walked into the room and wanted to see where the sound is coming. There was a mobile app saying, this app, I said, what is this app? Why this sound is coming? I was asking my colleague. He says, I am actually put this app saying that how to drink water. Every 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, when I need to, supposed to drink 4 liters of water. So every 10 minutes I've set to drink 1 glass of water or 1 hour. So that is the sound of the glass. So apps are actually telling everything to you. Apps are giving a lot of instrument. So, but unfortunately, when in the digital world, people are not able to calendar themselves and not able to work properly, and still 17% could able to use those apps. But we use something else. We go to Instagram, we do a lot of things. We are worried about somebody is wearing what dress, what did she wear about you, how many wives he married, like, how many boyfriends she has got. We're all worried about those things. But, still we're not able to use it properly, those digital section. Then again, you go back and check the average time that people spend, like, very astonishing thing I came to know that in the average lifetime, I've taken it average as 81 years, 26 years of your life, you are just sleeping. 26 years of your life, you are just sleeping out of 86 years, 81 years of the average time. Now, you look at this mathematics, what you're doing it in every one year. You've been eating 3 years continuously. Can you imagine that? Your entire life, 3 continuous years, 365 days into 3, you've been eating. They were surprising factorials. And most importantly, the most dangerous thing that I came to know that the digital media, India is in position 3. We are actually using much of the network that you have been using it, consuming it, and today it's all that good, bad, ugly. I have no clue, but see the majority of the things that I've been reading out, I'm watching people in the place too, you're wasting time. These Facebook message gives you, like, you really want to know. Your curiosity is not to know about you. Your curiosity is to know about the neighbor. Your curiosity is to know about what is actually happening to others. Why are you worried about what happens to Shah Rukh Khan? What happens to you, somebody else is happening to somebody else. People are worried. People are all taking care of you. So this is what, and today we are in position 3, and every day we are using nearly 3 hours of our time we are spending only on our mobile phones. 3 hours of our precious time. And who is making? The telecom companies are making big money. Who are making the big money? The digital data. During this pandemic, everybody were watching on your Netflix, or you're on your Amazon, your Prime, so much everybody is using it. Of course, I'm keeping the meetings aside, or the business aside. I'm talking about all this scrap. Nobody has, and I was going more deeper in studying, like, who have joined an online class. They were in news that they've been studying it, but there are a lot of, none have done that actually. The researchers have been working on still saying that, there's so many educational online teaching have come down. Interest was shown, but nothing has happened. That's because they are giving advertisements, they've been talking, which is not true, but I do not know how much is more. So today, I'm sure this is a 2019 data, we are in 3rd position. Philippines is number 1 and Nigeria is number 2, and we're down there somewhere there, we're in 3rd position. I'm sure 2020, India should be number 1, using the almost more than 3 hours plus on your mobile phones. Everybody on mobile phones. I'm surprised to see even my servant, my maid servant has got 2 mobile phones. I asked for what? Why do you have 2 mobile phones across to you? And she was paying money for that. She says, you want to watch films in this phone, and this is only for telephone calls. But this is like, my husband has also got 2 phones. You got 2 phones, your husband got 2 phones. What do they do? So my daughter also has got 1 more phone, sir. So why do I have so many phones? Everybody's got phones right now. What is that you're doing? All that money that she has earned, she's paying $500 there, and we pay that through online. She pays that money back to us. It is quite surprising. People don't understand what is that is happening. Now, power of time. Now, till now, I have been talking about these statistics about, time, about the amount spent, like, do you realize it is worth talking to at this moment? Yes, it is worth. These statistics will have to show, if you're a parent, you're a colleague, you're a friend or somebody, you need to understand the time value. All the successful people, you have seen that they use very less time. I've seen many people, they don't even have phone in their place. But I have seen many people in life, like, they don't even have mobile phone. They only still have landline. My parent has got still, they can't use it, the text properly. They only take the phone call to say hello and just keep down. But we are so much succumbed to that mobile phone. We live as if we are there with that phone. We are born with that phone, XYZ phones. And with the phone, data, we're talking. We're sleeping with that. It's there inside the bed. And we know all that radiation is something more dangerous, but still the phone is with you. Now, what we can do at this time? I was thinking about you. Can you do something there? We can pass? No, we cannot rewind the time. Time has gone. But you have an opportunity. Whatever you have lost until now, because of my research, my study that I'm trying to do right now, whatever you have done it, just forget it. Don't worry about it. What has happened? It is bygones are bygones. Forget about that and come back to the real. This is my time. This is now I am going to spend my valuable time doing proper things. You can always say 10 minutes. You can nurture yourself. You can think about it. Entertainment yourself. You can think about, look at it. But please keep some time for that. Maybe an half an hour, 1 hour, whatever time you define it. After that, don't think that, don't watch that again. But every time those messages like, that clink, click, 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 suddenly some notifications. Please, I would rather request all of you people, one small thing through this forum is to remove that notifications. That notifications, you're not able to eat properly. You're not able to talk to your daughter, your son, your wife, or your friend or somebody. You're missing so many things in life. Now, what's third thing? Now, everybody start thinking about investing money somewhere. Please, and everything will come back to you. Don't worry about that to you. But time, you should think as an investment. When you think time as an investment, everything will change. You just think about it. I'm going to invest my, not money in this bank, not in this account or saving account this place across. You think about, I'm going to save, magic will happen. Look at that magic, feel that magic, and you can stand there. And I'm one of the example when I started literalizing and what the time management is about to you. But I still keep practicing it. I'm still lethargic, I'm still lazy, procrastination is still there with me. I took some time. Can you imagine, I was almost 107 kgs weight. I was trying to procrastinate for a long time. I'll do it later, I'll do it later, do it later. Last 3 months, I just took a decision that I should reduce my weight. Unfortunately enough, I reduced 14 kgs. I'm still have to reduce it, and 2 kgs. I'm still working hard. It's not easy. I will tell you, when you want to do something, change, it's very, very difficult, but you need to take it as a challenge and take the change. There should be some obstacles keeping in mind. Something must be stopping you. Something must messing around. Something must is doing across them. These are the obstacles which I really found out. I took out by going through each one, which actually troubles everybody. One is unclear objectives. You're not clear about your objectives. Everybody thinking of, you don't have clear clarity. None of the people have no clarity. Very few people, successful people have been there, I've met them and saw them, talked to them. Why they are successful? Because their objectives are very clear. All of us, we have unclear objectives. That is another thing which is an obstacle. Second is distractions. We get distracted very fast. Like, you always watch across you. We distract, like, look at Instagram, suddenly we will change across the picture. I asked my daughter, like, when she called up and I asked her, like, her grandma was not feeling well. She said, I'm going to become doctor. I said, I'm very happy. And suddenly she came back and said she was talking to her friends and birthday party. She came like, I'm going to be a fashion designer, she said. I said, okay, very good. Suddenly she came back next day, she says like something else. So there is something that, okay, I understand the young mind which is happening around with the curiosity and a lot of things across picture to you. But what happened to the people that we are coming back to the job and responsibilities? We don't have distractions or something happening. It will happen. I'm sure it will happen every time, every second. That is where the power of you should come into picture. You should act, you should be the God of that my time. This is my thing across picture to you. Everything will change across to you. So you have to come back. And the other important thing that I realized is a lot of people have no guts to say, no, I will not do this. They take it. I'll do it. You're excited. Saying no, trust me, there are a lot of people say no actually. In fact, I realized with my recent time, after working so much of experience that I got, that he said like, you should say no to some things. He said, when you say no to certain things that people say, okay, this guy is not able to do that, probably when I say yes to something, yes, he will do yes, he will do work. And when you say everything to yes and nothing will happen, people will start losing interest in you. You will not have any value anywhere in the society, anywhere in place to you. So you people have to understand to say no. Then what is that distraction which is going to happen? That disorganization. Nobody has got a calendar today. You don't have a time. When is the next time? When is the next meeting is going to have to you? None of the people today in my office doesn't have a calendar. They don't have a meeting. To-do list. You have a to-do list, but doesn't matter that you have to-do list and you miss something and you are feeling guilty about that. No, you should have a calendar right in front of you saying that this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm not going to do actually. This is what you're calendaring yourself, your time, your planning. Next is lack of planning. These obstacles are I've gone through many things, gone steady. And too many things, people gather, I want to do too many things. I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to watch movie, I want to go this, I want to go to gym, I want to do everything there. You can't be everywhere. Too many things. You want to read something, you want to read physics, you read mathematics, you need your science, your sociology, your social, your philosophy. There's a time, you have to plan it across. And because of so much of work which you're not able to do is, your fatigue and stress actually increases. All these obstacles actually creating a stress in you, and you're not able to do it. For this, the entire thing is procrastination. I don't know how many people have to remember this. Procrastination is nothing but delay. You say, okay, I'm not able to do today, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it day after tomorrow. Oh, we got next week, I got exams, a long time to go. I got 1 month more time. Trust me, my friends, by the time you reach, that day will be the examination day. Day will never come back again. The day will not come back again. You always do. Delaying matter is the most dangerous thing. That's the most culprit. It's like a cancer. You're going to die if you delay more and more things. So these are all obstacles that you need to understand. Now, how I have been talking about the time. Time is an emotion, and time is something that you can feel across. A lot of people came back to me and said, I don't have time, I don't have time. How does you don't have time? And the time doesn't have means, I will just say one thing. This simple exercise which I have gone through in one of the meeting, understood how do you know the value of time is. Just put your head down and start counting 60. Close your eyes, put your head down and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, count 60. You will find that 60 seconds is a huge time. 60 seconds in a huge time. And you got 86,400 seconds in a day, 1,440 minutes in a day, 24 hours in a day. These are the most important things. And you still struggle, you don't have time. We don't agree with that. You only have to find time. That is what the power of time. You don't understand. It's an emotion that you need to build from yourself. Now, if the time and its notion, a lot of people wait. I don't think things say things will not happen. Everything will go bad. Good things will happen. It takes some time, but do your things. Doesn't mean that I'm not able to do it. It will definitely happen. Your number zarur aayega, but it will take some time. But doesn't mean that you will wait for that number to happen. You have to keep struggling. That is exactly where the time will have to heal. That teaches yourself across. A 1 day time is huge time. I just mentioned to you, it's 24 hours. Can you imagine 86,400 seconds? Start counting it in a day. That is the time that you got in your hand. And time is everything. When you know that time is going to be everything in your life, time is the best teacher. You run out of time, you miss everything in life. You take time off. This is one important thing which I recently managed. And I'm not able to meet my parents because of COVID, which I was there in the same city because of COVID, because they were old enough. I'm not able to meet them because of, I was been traveling outside. I miss them. But unfortunately, I went recently to meet my dad. And after a long time, he said, you have not come and met me. Today is 2 months, 18 days, he said. I was shocked. You've not come and seen me 2 months and 18 days. I was just 5 kilometers away to my parents' place. That guilt, can you imagine? I could not even go there. I could not even meet him there. Though there were other different issues, but that is another thing. Something that you find, you run out of time, you'll find it. The guilt is always there across picture to you. Now, there is something that you need to understand. Time and relationships. It will bring you a lot of relationships. You can think about many things. Don't worry about it. A lot of people worry about, everything is getting lost, a lot of things happen to you. If one girl is not around the place, you'll have 2 more girlfriends to come back. Don't worry about it. If you don't have a girlfriend, no, don't worry about it. You'll have, I'm sure God has made better girls for you. If you don't have a right boyfriend to you, he's ditched around with you, don't worry about him. That's God has given the best gift for you across you. Leave him across. Don't worry about, don't think about it, proud about you. Not only that, everything, not about girl and boyfriend, I'm talking about even in business, which as an entrepreneur, I have been losing, I've been failure many times. But I've been mentored, I've been going to the people, I'm trying to read books, understand how they have done it. That is what you need to start learning. When the failure, you start learning how to become, your success will not happen to you in the very next day. So, time and all the society, everything is going to happen across the picture to you. Time and self. This is something which I really loved it. When it says you should give time to yourself, nurture yourself. Lot of people miss this in their life. They don't give time to themselves. They give time to everybody. They give time to friends, they give time to movie, they watch everything, but they don't give time to themselves. It's a time that you have to give to yourself. Time to regain yourself. Time to learn something, upskill yourself. In fact, today the dangerous thing in the companies that we see in our employees is, all these senior mid-management level guys who have been working for a long time, sincerely, very diligently, very nicely, they're not able to compete with the young generation who are coming latest from the colleges like you, who are coming out of the colleges. They're talking about blockchain, AI, you're talking about machine learning, a lot of technologies. The management is looking at different perspective. And these people have no clue about what is blockchain, what is AI, and they're not able to get time to learn because of their family, their pressures, everything to you. But if they can manage their time, they can learn, unlearn things, everything will change. This is the greatest thing which is happening today in the companies. This is the greatest disaster that's going to happen, because if we don't learn, unlearn things, things are going to be collapsing. And the latest generation, you can't be with the competition. Everything is going to change. Now, this is where you need to spend your time. Groom yourself. Take your time. Build yourself. Go back. Learn things across them. Many people have forgotten this. They have been spending time. They have seen women, taking care of everything there. I'm not trying to talk about negative here. I'm talking about many people they don't take care of themselves. It is time that you need to give yourself. It is there, people in the entire analysis said 19% of the time you spend on your personality, you need to spend on that money. You need to spend that time, 19% of your time in life. Everything is going to change when you see the successful people story. Now, strike your time is the most important thing. When you don't strike the time on right thing, right to do, everything will change. This is what the time has taught to us. When I started my first company in the barcoding industry, everybody started laughing at me. What is these barcode lines will do entire life? But we were right from the Makkah Masjid to Tirupati Devasthanam temple to retail supermarket to blood samples to book numbering systems. We were there everywhere in the retail market. The barcodes, and this time nothing stopped us. You need to have a time when you need to go back, you need to run on the place. If you're talking about AI, artificial intelligence, go on the place to you. Everything will go on the place to you. Nothing stopped me. We were things and we take it forward across. We started our GST, at the right time when GST came to India, we started a division called GST division, started developing a software, and we were able to give a white label to many companies. And right time when every world is talking about, I heard somewhere agriculture, because you don't have value. I have listening to other speakers in the morning, you don't value how much water that we are spending for paddy to grow your rice. Today one technology that we felt is the hydroponics. When I saw the hydroponics technology, which is able to do wonders across the place, everybody, when I came back, they said, no, don't do it. We have plenty of land here. But we took a step and we went ahead. And we started our company, the hydroponics technology, using our IoT and the different technologies. And today we are in the world race. We are fighting in the race. We have got so much of we are building up so many farms with just 5% of water, what other people are not able to do it. So striking your time on right time is very important. The time, it will not come back. You don't think about it. You have to think about yourself. Now, this is what I was worried There's actually, whenever watched films, there was actually a good guy comes and the bad guy comes. The good guy always comes back and says, please, the nice woman says, in a white colored dress and says don't go, that's a very dangerous path, you should not take a step. It is the wrong time, you should not talk very rude and everything. There is a devil which comes and says go, don't do it and everything to you. This is the timings, the good time and bad times. You need to understand those things. You need to analyze yourself. You know, these are the very important things. It happens to everybody. Trust me. You take the nick of a time, you take a decision, the bad decisions. And this is where you need to learn and learn from your mistakes, not again and again. Now, all are talking about ROI, return of investment. None of the people have realized ROTI. I mean, I call it roti right now. It's roti kapda or makan roti, I can say, but a return of investment, we all know. The money that you invested, how much you're going to get returns. But anybody have visualized, analyzed what is that when you return on time invested, return on time invested. A lot of people invest time in their companies, their whatever you do it. When you invest, you see, for example, I gave you as a sweat equity. People put their sweat equity who started their company. They don't invest money, but they go and work in the company, and sweat equity is considered as amount of money in the company. So you have to understand those activities. And people say, like, you know, our time will come. I'm sure, apna time aayega. No, apna time nahi aata. Apna time nahi aata hai, apna time lana padta hai. You have to bring your time. Time always says, like, it's always there. You don't go. You have to go back and say, boss, I'm going to work here, I'm going to do like this. This is what you need to think about it, how the time is about. Now, these are the prime important things that I found out. When you wasting time and feeling sorry, most of the people that I realized, and I met so many successful people, and many of my people in my entire community as of now, I've been talking, and I've been writing down many times, how do you evaluate time? Wasting time feeling sorry, guilty. You waste all your time. Half of your life is wasted because of you're guilty. Don't waste your time there. And the second time is stay away from change. I mean, you know, shy away from change. A lot of people don't take that change. The change is something that you need to understand. So time is what was important across to them. Focus on things which is you can't control. And don't worry about pleasing everybody. Everybody changes here, pleasing everyone, pleasing everybody. You know, fear of taking calculated risks and dwelling upon your past and don't make saving mistakes again and again. And please don't think about giving up your first failure. You know, all entrepreneurs do that same mistake. So these are the things that you need to understand. Time doesn't come back. Time doesn't rewind. Your tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock still always there. Remember, time is very important. Time is precious. Thank you. You done?
Thank you so much, sir. We have our director, sir, Dr. Vinay Babu Garu, to give you a token of appreciation for the talk, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. As mentioned in our theme, integrating time, one thing that we really emphasize on here is that we do not really have this time which is infinite. We don't call time infinite because it is. We call it infinite because of so many people whose time come together to build this delicate art called life. And that is the paradigms of time. Our next speaker is Ms. Sudha Kolluru. She's a highly passionate, result-oriented, self-driven, committed in communication and leadership coach and facilitator. She has professional experience of 20 plus years across diverse industries, which include IT corporate, educational organizations. She has trained more than 2,000 students, employees, corporate associates at different levels, which bring about tremendous transformations in the perception, approach, and applications of both technical and non-technical skills. She's an avid public speaker and motivational speaker and has conducted many leadership and communication development programs across various platforms. Currently, the founder and chief training consultant at Proxil, she constantly strives to design and deliver custom-fit trainings. She is a certified psychotherapist, and her innate ability to help people build a strong and positive attitude is what keeps her going. She is accredited with Harrison Assessments International certification, which gives her a deep insight in understanding the right role and responsibility in an organization. She has worked with reputed educational institutions for the past 10 years, where she has been instrumental in conceiving, developing, and executing various academic and administrative programs. She is a passionate artist with exemplary interest in creating abstract still life and nature-based oil paintings on canvas. She has participated and exhibited her painting in various art galleries. Ms. Sudha Kolluru, I invite you on stage for us so that we can hear you and your talk on the paradigms of time. Please. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today.
Yes, am I audible? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? Okay. There is a time for everything, and everything has its time. Now, this is a very popular saying by Sadhguru, which resonates perfectly with my life journey. And it has taught me that all that matters in life is how we change, transform with the paradigm shift in time. Let me share a very interesting journey with you, all about curiosity, ambiguity, excitement, and discoveries, and which has taught me to embrace, enhance, and engage, most importantly, integrate myself with the changing time. Living in a very conservative country, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which had rigid social laws, rules, regulations, and limitations, my inquisitive mind would always search for answers to various questions around me. For a shy, introvert, innocent 5-year-old child, though the answers were simple, the questions were always popping up. They were never convincing. And she always wondered about her inhibitions and her limitations. Now, coming from a family of doctors, her aspiration was to become a doctor, because she felt this profession is really respectable in the society, very noble, and thus she strived for it. But the billion-dollar question was, how will I achieve this dream? How will I become bold and outspoken and a successful doctor? Being confined within her own inhibitions, having the fear of being judged, and because of this limited socializing, where just going out would mandate wearing burqa, months would pass in just going to the school and coming back. There was so much of inhibition built within her, and it made her wonder, how would I become more confident, and how would I be able to become a successful doctor? Now, these were things which kept bothering her all the time. And one day, it so happened that as she was accompanying her parents to a weekend party, the moment that she desired for and the inspiration that she longed for happened to strike her like a thunderbolt. She met this lady who was from a small village in Kerala. Now, this lady had very limited language skills and presentability, but she was greatly amused to understand that she was the leading gynecologist at a very famous hospital. Now, a series of questions started rolling in front of me, as how could somebody with such limited skills become famous, popular, and build a very impressive image? As I was lost in my thoughts, a series of answers started rolling in front of me. And this lady started sharing her struggle of how she was accepted, recognized, and appreciated as a doctor ever since she entered the country 15 years ago.
Now, it was not easy for her because she didn't have a proper place to live, nor did she have friends to talk. And in a country which was very different but rich in its customs, traditions, and cultures, it was not easy to make your place. There was always a precedence for the local people, and of course, the need for inclusiveness was really high. But in spite of all these obstacles, her self-belief, her determination, and her persistence made her overcome the obstacles, and she ended up being one of the most successful doctors in town. Now, this inspirational story, where a simple lady transformed into a doctor in demand, was an eye-opener for me. And I thought to myself, I have good language skills, and yet I'm struggling to express and present myself. Now, the next thing I did is, instead of dwelling into my questions, I started focusing on my answers, overcoming my challenges, and embracing the differences around me by focusing on my strengths. I thought to myself, the only thing stopping me is myself. And if I can just overcome those barriers, I can actually become what I desire to become. And having thought so seriously, I started working on every aspect of improvisation. And slowly but surely, I could see a drastic change in my patience, my persistence, and my perception with every opportunity that came my way. Yes, I had integrated my personality to the image that I wanted to create for myself. Now, time flies, and 15 years of my childhood in this beautiful, wonderful country, Gulf, passed away, where I embraced the reality and groomed myself to become a better person. And then it was time for this paradigm shift, where I, with my family, moved to the land of opportunities. Yes, that's right, we moved to the US. This was a beginning of a very different and interesting phase, which was waiting to welcome me. But as I stepped into this wonderful land of opportunities, all my learnings and perceptions started to question me. There was a cultural shock. I had moved from a conservative country to a country which was totally opposite to that. And what really mattered was how outspoken, how expressive, and outgoing you were. As I was trying my best to settle down and understand, there was a new phase, a new twist in my life. And this was nothing but the marital bliss. It took me some time to adjust to my new family members, my relatives, my husband, a family life, etc., etc. And soon, of course, soon as time passed, I started to search and look for a niche in this land of opportunities. One day, I happened to casually visit an exhibition on information technology, which was all about the latest information technology, the millennial extravaganza, artificial intelligence, and much more. Now, what seemed to be a casual visit turned out to be a life-changing experience for me. The advancement of technology and the impact that it had on the world in different innovative ways raised my curiosity and interest to explore more in this area. And that day, I decided that I'm going to do masters in computers and enhance my technical and communication skills. Now, my collaborative, interactive, and of course, my ability to mingle with people from different origins, accept them, understand them, helped me a great extent to complete my master's successfully in the US. This made me think and wonder, what next? And as time transferred, I would start working on how to go about. With change of time, I had actually integrated my personality with the things around me. And what was a dream earlier
for becoming a doctor now shifted paradigm to become a tech savvy. I had evolved as a strong, confident, independent person with an impressive persona and enhanced my abilities by embracing the changes and differences in time. Now again, as we all know, time and tide wait for no man. And with time, I was blessed with 2 beautiful daughters in the US. After living a decade in the land of opportunities, and as my daughters were growing up, we felt the need to cultivate their cultural roots, build that family bonding and affection, and that compelled us to move back to our motherland, India. Now, coming back to India, it took me some time to adjust to this different lifestyle, manage kids, family, and most importantly, look for opportunities to work in the IT industry. Now, having good work experience and having a degree from the US, I still chose to join an educational institution. Now, this interesting, of course, surprising twist in my decision was instigated by an incident that I had come across. My best friend's son, who was a merit graduate from an eminent university, was struggling to get recognition and job only because he lacked communication, presentation, and interpersonal skills. My interaction with a lot of people from the top MNCs, even though they had strong technical skills and immense amount of work experience, but their ability to impress, express, and of course influence the others was lacking. And this somewhere I felt is the most important skill that anybody should ever have. Having said that, I felt significant gaps in where people are and what they wanted to become in life. Having seen and understood in the US that it is really important for one to build their individual visibility, globalization, and excel in every walks of life, I felt there is a need for me to help these people in whatever way possible, especially the youth, because they are the future of the country. Having thought that seriously, this made me decide to join an education institution where I felt I could help in building a very strong foundation in skill development. This came as a great calling for me, where I felt I should guide people to help develop their skills and reach their potential. Now, this passion drove me to become a professional skill trainer and a coach, and gave me a deep sense of gratification as I was helping people identify and discover their strengths to lead a very fulfilling life. Of course, this passion soon became an obsession, and today I continue to motivate, inspire, and transform lives across industries and locations, both personally and professionally. And it gives me a great sense of pride because all the learnings, all the experience, I'm able to give back to my community. Now, a lot has happened over a period of time. There were a lot of twists and change and paradigm shifts. And I just couldn't connect the dots. But now, things started falling in place, only because I was following my passion with satisfaction and integrating my personality with what is required, and that is time. All the endurance, the resilience, and the self-determination to excel were worth the experience because they were paying off really well. My life journey makes me think change is inevitable, and that is the only thing constant in life. And with time, one needs to embrace, enhance, and engage, irrespective of the place, situation, and location. As a shy little girl, I learned to embrace the differences around me, which gave me the ability to connect and bond with people. As a young adult, I realized and learned to enhance my skills, which in turn helped to help others develop their skills. And as a responsible citizen and a mother of two, I engaged in filling those gaps and helping people emerge to their best version. So dear friends, today I would like to make a very profound and a confident statement to all of you, you young generation out there, or any generation for that matter. It is very crucial and it is really important for us to realize the importance of the significant shift in time and integrate it with our personality, our dreams and aspirations, because it is only then can we flourish and cherish our life to the fullest. Irrespective of the inhibitions, the challenges, the resistance and the limitations, one must learn to adapt, accept and alter any kind of unexpected changes in life, as there is a time for everything and everything has its time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your story with us, ma'am.
Thank
It's really inspiring to hear these stories, especially when late coming out and like going for your passion, even at any time. So that's like really inspiring. How do you keep that drive alive?
I think every day is a new challenge and every day is a new beginning. What is important is we need to remember the why part of what we are and how things should be. So once you start reminding yourself, make a journal as what you did, what you really liked and what you can improve. Then there is that self-drive and self-motivation to improvise yourself every second. You become your own benchmark and you need to compete and develop yourself. What I was yesterday, I need to be a better today. And today, tomorrow should be always a better than today, right? So as we keep progressing and working on our self-development, I think the drive becomes an automatic a process which kind of pushes and drives us to make the best of whatever that we have. Yeah.
That is a good perspective. You need to become your own benchmark.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time here.
Most welcome.
Our director, sir, Dr. Vinay Babu Garu, with a token of appreciation for all your efforts for this talk, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't all of us just want more time to do our work, right? So what is this art of amplifying time? We have our next speaker, Mr. Raghavendra Hunasky. The Chief Marketing Officer at Evolutes Corporation is a global marketing and branding expert helping Fortune 500 companies unleash the power of insight-driven marketing. A globally renowned entrepreneur, author, speaker, and a 21st century leader, an influencer whose words and work in the field of marketing and branding are helping organizations leapfrog to the next level. He has advised 3 presidents and 2 prime ministers. Forbes listed him as the top social media influencer. The United Nations inducted him as a digital evangelist. The Harvard Business School alumni named Digital Transformation Guru, and India's leading media house, Economic Times, he named him as the top 100 business thinkers of India. He is also the founder of the world's first outcome-based full-service marketing and branding agency, helping brands build great brand recall. He also serves on the board of many public listed and privately held companies. He is the founder and CEO of ThoughtFolks in India. Mr. Raghavendra Hunasky, please, can we have you on stage? Your profile is delightful, sir.
Thank
you. Please, we're looking forward to
Sure,
hearing
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is this all right? Or, yeah. All right. What is one thing in our life that is irreplaceable, that cannot be saved, that cannot be reacquired, and that is perishable? And that is time. as we all know, time is something that is very precious. So, for most of you who have heard my previous talks on TED Talk, I come from a humble middle class family in southern part of India, and if you have heard my previous TED Talk, you would also know my life has been through series of failures before I succeeded as an entrepreneur. And one thing that I learned in my life is time is elastic. I repeat, time is elastic. So coming from a southern Indian middle class family, I did not do great as an engineer. I failed as a device driver programmer. I was fired from my job in 2005, and I felt life was coming down crashing on me, and then something else happened. In over next 13 years, when you look back in 2018, I was named as world's top 100 most influential marketeers on the planet. I became the national best-selling author of series of books. I started building and selling successful companies. I sold 2 companies for multi-million dollars. So all of this happened, and what happened over these 13 years was really transformational. So as an engineering graduate, when I failed in my first job, I couldn't do a device driver programming. I went out and did my MBA from a very reputed business school. And when I came back and I started working, I got my job in Google, and I'm sure you would know, I used to work 40 hours a week and 58 hours of sleeping, and then I thought I was fully busy. Whether it was my girlfriend or my dad, my mom, my parents, whoever, anybody who kind of approached us, I used to tell them, hey, I'm very busy and I cannot, spend any time with you guys because I'm working in Google and I'm doing great stuff. And then something very miraculous happened in my life. I started reading biographies of some of the greatest people who have walked on this planet. I started reading biographies of Paramahamsa Yogananda, Mahatma Gandhi, Isaac Newton, Nelson Mandela, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. So when you read the biographies, you get to live their life. And that's when I realized they have exactly the same 24 hours a day. They have the same 168 hours a week, and they are able to accomplish so much. And I am just doing one full-time job, and I claim I am busy and I do not have time. I knew something was wrong. That's when in the year 2011, I started experimenting, and I said, let's kind of start doing more and see how things go. So my wife got me enrolled in an MBA program in one of the India's most reputed management school. And I then started writing my first book. And I then started teaching in a leading university in India. And then I started biking, which is now a very close to my heart, passion. And then I was doing all of this while I was doing a full-time job. So I was writing a book. I was doing my MBA. I was, having, riding all over India, coast to coast. And then I was also kind of teaching in some of the most reputed universities. And guess what? I was doing all of this while I was still doing my full-time job. So that is when I realized time is really elastic. And if you really care about something, you're passionate about something, you will definitely be able to accommodate them. So that's my principle number 1 about time and what I learned. Principle number 2 is, we all have heard of this saying, time is equal to money. Especially when I was growing up, I heard a lot of this saying, hey, time is very precious, time is equal to money. And trust me, time is way more precious than money. I mean, time cannot be equal to money. And I'll walk you through some of the examples of why I say this, right? We are here today, all of us, on the October 16th, 2020. Today, once it is gone, it will never come back in our life. We will have October 16th, 2021. We may have October 16th, 2022. And if we are lucky, we will have, October 16th of many years. But the October 16th of 2020, once it is gone, it will never come back. Assume you have a lot of wealth, assume you have made a lot of money, and if you lose that money, you will definitely, regain that wealth. Again, referencing back to my first TED Talk, when I started as an entrepreneur, it was a very tough job, right? I mean, I used to kind of work in Google, Infosys, some of the largest companies on the planet, and then I suddenly plunged on to become an entrepreneur. After I became an entrepreneur, I kind of hit a rock bottom where I literally had to go take all the gold jewelry that my wife had, my mom had, and then mortgage in the bank, raise the money to run the company. And I kind of felt that, I'm kind of losing the grip on the life because I'm losing all the wealth. And trust me, in 2 years, God graced so phenomenally well that, we did a turnaround and we sold our company for multi-million dollars. So we lost wealth. I mean, personally, I have kind of twice in my life lost all the wealth and built phenomenal amount of wealth. But time, once it is gone, you can never regain that back. I'll also give you a very simple example to understand this further, right? Let's say there is an employee who is earning 50,000 rupees a month, and typically we have 22 working days and 40 hours of working weeks, which means if you are earning 50,000 a month, your 1 hour is worth 284 rupees. Really? 284 rupees? No, I mean, your time is way more precious. So if you have ever lived in the concept, or if you have ever believed time is equal to money, please, unlearn it, delete it. Time is way more precious than money. Moving on, the third principle that I kind of have enjoyed, putting to work in my life is what I call 1440 MIT rule. So once again in life, things started kind of going well. This is about the year 2017, 2018, 2019. These 3 years have been the most satisfying years of my life. And then this is the same time when, my company got acquired. The first time I exited as an entrepreneur, made huge amount of money. And then after that, it is the same time when I became the national best-selling author. My books were kind of selling, vanishing off the desk. And then it's also at the same time where, I was recognized as top 100 most influential marketeers in the world. It was also at the same time I was running the presidential and prime ministerial campaigns for some of the most influential people in the world. While all this was happening, what I was doing was, I was literally working 17 hours a day. I used to sleep in my office, for days together. I used to, probably I used to take shower alternate days or once in 3 days, because I thought taking shower was also a waste of time. So I was like riding on a high tide. And what happened in the process was, I was abusing the God's most important gift, this beautiful body and health. And at the same time, I met a very wise life coach in Pune, Dada J.P. Vaswani. And when I went to meet him, he was kind enough to spend some time with me on a beautiful evening. He told me, Raghav, what you're doing is great and phenomenal, but let me tell you a little secret. Each one of us are blessed with 1,440 minutes in a day. Not a minute more, not a minute less. Doesn't matter, you are the richest of the richest, poorest of the poor, you still have 1,440 minutes. And what he said was, these minutes, these 1440 minutes, there is no guarantee they will be renewed tomorrow. There is no guarantee you will have the same 1,440 minutes tomorrow. So what you need to do is, you need to always go out and do the most important thing first. MIT is most important thing. So what he essentially told me was, in life you need to create 3 buckets. And I have been doing, since that day on, I have been religiously following this. I have 3 buckets in my life. Bucket number 1 is your personal and your family life. This is the most important piece of your life, and you cannot compromise on not having time there. The second bucket is your career, your business, your aspirations. The third bucket is your personal development goals. How can you become better version of yourself every single day? So these are the 3 buckets that each one of us have. In those 1440 minutes, whatever you choose to do does not fall in one of these 3 buckets, you need to rethink if you should really be doing it. I'm not saying don't watch Netflix, I'm not saying don't watch movies, but what I'm saying is, you need to make sure that you are putting them in the right buckets. And as long as things are falling in one of these buckets, you are happy to go out and do it. This kind of rule changed my life. I got back into living a normal life, working probably 8-10 hours a day and spending a lot of time with family. And at the same time, I was reading the biography of Steve Jobs. That's one of my favorite books. And if you have read Steve Jobs' biography, he used to practice a very strange and a weird principle. First, when I read it, I could not believe that someone can think about approaching life in this way. So every single day, Steve Jobs used to wake up and ask one question to himself. What would I do if today were to be my last day of my life? What would I do if today would be the end of my life? And then he used to go on and conquering all the top priorities. And it is such a profound thing, right? I mean, there is no guarantee our lives are renewed for tomorrow. And the moment you start living, doing the MIT, most important thing first, you will see that your life gets transformed. So that's the principle number 3 that I had learned. Now moving on to the next principle of time that kind of helped me leapfrog in my life was a principle that is called do the most fearful task first, or do the most difficult task first. This is an interesting story, and I'll probably come back to the story. But there's a huge study that is done by Harvard Medical School. It says if you pick up an easy task first and do it, then and if you leave the difficult task to the later point, 94% of the time you will never finish the task, because we are wired in such a way that we don't like difficult tasks. On the contrary, if you pick up a task and start doing the most difficult one first, then there is 83% chance that you will knock off the whole task off the list. And there is also a very famous saying in management which says, eat the frog first. So eat the frog means do the dirty job, or do the stressful, or do the difficult job first. So like I said, when we exited our first startup, I had humongous amount of learning. I learned so much that I had not learned anywhere during my MBA days or my PhD days and all of that. So what we decided to do is, when we were building our second startup, we wanted to bring all the wisdom, all the learnings that we had from our first startup and put it to work. And that's when I and my co-founders, we created 2 buckets in our office. One bucket was called the frog bucket, the other bucket was called cheese bucket. So frog is all the difficult, the unpleasant, the stressful things, things like creating the first minimal viable product, getting the first paying customer, raising that seed fund for your company, all those things. And they were the part of frog bucket. And the cheese bucket included all the glamorous, nice things, conducting team building activities, spending time, taking team on outings and all of that. And the mandate that we created in our company was, every single time you want to do something, you should begin your day by knocking off the frog first, which means you start your day with the most stressful thing, get it out of the park, and then you start doing the things that are part of your cheese buckets. And initially it was difficult. For me it was easy because I had already lived that whole life of being an entrepreneur, but my co-founders, who were then first time entrepreneurs, found it a little difficult. So what we did was, we said, let us incentivize every time you eat a frog. Let us incentivize every time you do that most stressful thing first. And over a period of 40 days, it became an habit, it became an integral part of our life. So today, when I walk into my office, today when I walk into my company, when I talk to my teams, I make sure that my executive assistant puts all the difficult lists first on the top. And what I do is, from 7:30 a.m. in the morning to 10:30, I knock off all the difficult things. And then 10:30 onwards, it's all nice, easy and pleasant things that we can continue to do. So this is again one more principle, very deeply researched and very thoroughly researched, and this has worked very well for me in my life. Now I come to the last learning from my life and my life experiences and what has worked. And this is something that is very, very close to my heart, because it has 2 very personal stories. You should always respect time, and life will respect you. And so before I begin talking about this, I have a confession to make. And I'm sure at least 30% of people in this room, if not more, have done the same mistake that I do. And the mistake is, we don't value time enough. When I say value time, I don't mean valuing just your time, but valuing time of others, time of your colleagues, your peers, your team members, people who give their time to you. If you don't value that, it's a sin. And I have done that for a very long time in my life, and I regret that. So what happens when somebody gives you their time, right? When someone gives you their time, they are giving you part of their life. They are giving most precious thing of their life to you, and unless you respect them, unless you respect their time, you will not be doing the right justice. So I'm sure all of us in India are heavily inspired by the Bollywood movies, and I am no exception. I'm a huge fan of Shah Rukh Khan, and I kind of enjoyed watching him on screen and watching his movies. So there is one common pattern that SRK does in all his movies, right? Not him, but his scriptwriter and story writer and directors ask him to do. You take any movie of Shah Rukh Khan that has been successful, whether it is from the Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge to Dil To Pagal Hai to Rise and any of his movies, the hero always comes late. The hero always comes 11th hour, and the way they show it is they convince you that coming late is a style statement. And I kind of fell for it. I mean, I always used to go late to my class, go late to social gathering, go late to parties. Wherever I had to go, I was always late. And I kind of thought this was, a style statement. But much later in my life, I realized it was one of the biggest mistakes that I was doing. So I had an opportunity to meet my personal idol and someone who's very close to my heart, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. we were hosting a youth congress in my hometown, and I was leading the whole hosting of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalamji in our hometown. And this was one day that I was very eagerly looking forward to. And the day had finally arrived, and we were supposed to meet Dr. Abdul Kalamji at 8 o'clock in our university and host him and start the session. I had an unavoidable circumstance and I got late for that meeting, and I was late by 3 minutes. And by the time I walked in, the session had already started, the doors were closed. With a lot of guilt, I walked into the room. I saw him and I felt so blessed. For those of you, I'm sure all of you who have read about Kalamji, who have seen him, will undoubtedly agree that he is one of the finest scientists and the presidents that this world has seen. And beyond all that, he's a human being par excellence. And so rest of the day went by, and we got the opportunity and good fortune of spending the time with him, learning about his life lessons. And I was fortunate enough because I had to see him off at the airport. And when I was going to see him off at the airport, Kalamji held my hand and he said, "Raghav, better be an hour early than being a minute late, and this will transform your life." And it was such a profound statement. I'll just repeat it for your benefit. He said, "Better be an hour early than being a minute late." And since that day on till today, it has been more than 15 years. I have made sure every single day I go to any meeting, I call for any meeting, I go for any gathering, I'll be the first one to show up. As much as possible, I try to make sure that I respect people's time, I respect them sharing their life's most precious thing with me, and I always try to arrive on time. So these were 5 golden principles that transformed my life in making me a successful entrepreneur, national best-selling author, serial investor, and all of that. But one thing that I would urge all of you is treat time with utmost respect, and life will respect you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, the emphasis that you put on time and being on time, we always do that again. And even during the entire conversation with our participants, we kept saying, be on time, you have to be there. But still, it always takes the time. But then your emphasis, it really moved me too, being an organization member. So thank you, sir. Our director, Dr. Vinay Babu Garu. A token of appreciation, so that is just nothing, but thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. This entire TEDxSCETW is going really well, but I think it's time that we actually all take a break and take in everything that we have learned today. So we'll be taking a 15 minutes break. So please just relax and discuss whatever you're learning, because it's all about sharing ideas. Thank you, everyone. 15 minutes and we'll be back. And we're back, TEDxSCETW stage, and we are here with our 13th speaker for the day. Now, we all are here because we have goals in our life. We want to accomplish something, and for that, we are seeking answers. We are seeking motivation, and we are seeking at least some kind of like a tip that will help us achieve our dreams. But what is the aim? What is good in achieving our dreams? What if I say you that we can save the world with our dreams? And that is what our speaker is here to prove. Mr. Raghunandan Vadla, the founder of How Movement India. He believes life as a laboratory, and he continuously does experiments by following his inspirations. He is an engineer by accident, an author, speaker, teacher, trainer, and traveler by choice. The author of the book, The Great Indian Treasure series. The idea of the first book was discussed with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam before launching it on all the continents, which became the first book to achieve this feat. With his The Great Indian Treasure movement is reaching out to schools, colleges, and corporates to percolate this philosophy so that the human potential can be made to good use to make this world a better place. Vadla thinks that the best way to imbibe powerful thoughts are through people by power of storytelling, and believes to get into action. He was awarded the Rashtriya Gaurav Award in 2019 and Youth Icon of the Year, and set examples for budding youth to be creative and bring their imaginations, ideas to life and bring a difference in this world. Mr. Raghunandan Vadla, sir, please can we have you on stage?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. This is a gift, sir, please, for a good talk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello there. I want you to imagine something, will you? Yes. So I want you to imagine a house is on a fire. And in that house there are some people, those people are screaming their lungs out, their people are not happy because the smoke everywhere, they might die at any moment, and you are nearby that place. What would you do? We have three options here. The first option is we join the crowd and we show sympathy. The second option is we put that in Instagram Live, Facebook Live, because whether it is tragedy or comedy, we are social media ready. And third option is we do something about it. That house is on fire, we need to do something, we need to put out that fire. I leave it to your discretion what option that you want to take. And taking it to the next level, imagine the house that I am talking is your house. And your parents, your family is there in that house. And they're screaming their lungs out, help me, save me, save me. Please help me, Father, please help me, Son. And in this case, what would you do? It's a tough situation there. The smoke is all around the house. It is going into the lungs, and it is very sad situation out there. They are suffocating. It's choking. In this case, what would you do? And here again we have three options. The first option is to join the crowd and show sympathy. Papa, stay there. And second option is to put that in social media, because majority of us are putting in that way right now. Papa, say cheese. Our house is on fire. And third option is we do something. We go whole hog. We do whatever it takes to put out the fire. What would you do here? Friends, here we have two roles. The first role is we can be enemy. Enemy not doing anything, enemy being indifferent to the problem or enemy that we are facing there. Villain by not doing anything at all, as with first option and second option. And then there is another option. The other option is being hero. Being hero is taking actions to put out the fire. Being hero is to solve the problem. Being hero is to fight the enemy. The enemy out here is the fire in our house. And friends, our house indeed on fire. I'm not joking. Our house indeed on fire. Our earth, which is our only house right now, it is on fire. And friends, it is on fire from all around the world with so many problems that we are facing. The problem of global warming, the problem of unemployment, the problem of overpopulation, so on and so forth. We have so many problems right now. We have so many problems right now. Friends, when I went to Antarctica, I was part of International Antarctic Expedition in 2017. I went to Antarctica. It's a Zodiac. Zodiac is a small boat. We were sailing in Antarctic Ocean, and there were icy mountains. There were glaciers that are bluish hue in color. There were penguins that were swimming in Antarctic Ocean. There were whales, majestic whales that were swimming. There were seals. And as we sailed past a small glacier, that glacier fell into the ocean. I don't know what would happen to those naughty little penguins. I don't know what would happen to those majestic whales. I don't know what would happen to those naughty seals. And friends, frankly, I don't know what would happen to you, because we have so many enemies that are troubling us, be it global warming, be it unemployment, so on and so forth. I don't know what would happen to you. And friends, the problem right now we are facing is corona pandemic. It is also one of the enemies that we are facing right now, isn't it? And when it began in November, everyone thought that it would not come to us. It will not come to our doorsteps, but we were mistaken. Now we are having this meeting with so many precautionary measures because of corona pandemic, because the enemies have come to our doorstep, isn't it? One of my friends, she was an amazing girl, she is in her early 30s, she succumbed to corona pandemic. And right now my friend's father is in ICU, he is fighting against his life right now. Why I am telling this? Because we have so many enemies around us. And it is, and those enemies are coming to our doorsteps, and those enemies are attacking. We need to attack those enemies before those enemies attack us. We are living in a glass house, and those enemies are throwing rocks at us. Friends, we need to integrate our time to solve the problems that we are facing right now, the problems that are threatening humanity, the problems that are threatening our future generation. We need to integrate our time to solve those problems, else there will be no time for a future generation, isn't it? Because they will not come to this world if this world is non-existing. So that we need to remember. So how to do it? We need to become hero. We need to become hero. So what is the first step to become hero? The first step to become hero is to have an enemy, isn't it? Is to have an enemy. Oh my. Oh. The first step is to have an enemy. And we have so many enemies, right? Global warming, overpopulation, so on and so forth. We can choose an enemy. In my case, I have chosen enemy of unemployment. And I am working towards unemployment, alleviating unemployment in this country and this world. And I am solving this problem because I want to make people heroes so that they will be solving other problems that we are facing. So it is like two birds at one shot that I am working on at this point of time. So friends, we see movies, right? Majority of us are very keen to watch movies. We cannot stand a movie that doesn't have conflict, that doesn't have enemy, that doesn't have villain for 2 hours. And here we want to live our life without having any conflict, without having any enemy, without having any villain. So it is time for us to choose an enemy. Those are threatening our survival as a human civilization. And friends, you have chosen an enemy right now. What's next? We need to choose a dream to attack that enemy. We need to choose a dream to attack that enemy. Friends, our screams will lead to deaf ears, will fall on deaf ears, but our dreams will change ears for our future generation, will transform ears for next generation, isn't it? So what is the dream that you have to fight your enemy? And here, my dear friends, my dream is to impact more than 50 crore people in this lifetime. So I am doing certain steps to do that. In that way, you have chosen an enemy, you have a dream, what is the next thing that you want to do? And that will transform this world altogether. And friends, you have chosen an enemy, you have a dream right now, and this will make you hero. This will make you hero, and you can proudly say, I am hero. Can you say it? I am hero. I am hero. So friends, here I am hero is not merely a slogan. I am hero is a war cry to fight against our enemies. I am hero is an elixir for betterment of tomorrow. I am hero is bridge for solving the problems right now. I am hero is formula to achieve your dream, and the formula that I am going to reveal to you. Friends, this is I am hero, where each and every letter represents a power. That power can transform your dreams into reality. So we have H in the middle. H is foundation power, and IAMERO are pillar powers. What is H? So you have your dream to realize. So what are the habits that you want to perform every day to realize your dream? Friends, we brush every day, right? If you don't brush for 30 days, if we don't brush for 60 days, what will happen? Our teeth will die. In the same way, we have a lofty dream in our life, and if we don't perform habits every day, our dream will die. So our habits are bedrock for our dream realization. So you have a dream, what habits that you need to come up with so that we can achieve our dreams? So that we need to figure out right now. Can you figure it out? I hope you'll do it. And friends, my habits, I told you that I want to impact more than 50 crore people in my lifetime. So the habits that I came up, and you can also think about the habits that you can come up. My habits are writing books. The second habit is creating video content. The third habit is working on my oratory and storytelling skills. My fourth habit is being active in social media. My fifth habit is to create training modules for students and other people. So these are the habits that I perform every day. Else, my dream will be killed. Friends, what is the next power? The next power is pillar power, I call it. That is integrity. Friends, we gave vote to ourselves that we will be realizing our dream. So we need to be in integrity with our dream. How to be in integrity with our dream? Simple thing is, we need to perform our habits every day. We need to perform I am hero routine every day. When we are doing it, then we will be in integrity with our dream. And eventually, one fine day, you will be achieving your dream. Isn't it amazing? So integrity is one of the profound powers that we need to realize so that we can realize our dream. Isn't it amazing? So this is the second power that I am introducing you to you. So this power is pillar power. So what is the third power? Third power is attention. Friends, right now, so much of social media, right? So much of social media, we are getting distracted. And if we have this attention power, how much can we achieve in our lives? So right now, if we want to achieve attention, we need to know what are distracting us, and we need to remove the things that are distracting us. When we are removing the things that are distracting us, then we will be achieving our attention. What I am asking you is, you have a dream, right? Keep your dream as a focus, and what are the things that are distracting you? And if you are eliminating the things that are distracting you, automatically you will be achieving attention, and you will be doing amazing work in your life. You will be realizing your dream sooner than if you don't be in attention, if you don't put your focus on the works that you're doing. So this is the power, living in moment, focusing one work at a time. Friends, the next power that I want to introduce you to is meditation. Friends, there are two people inside us. The one I'm talking to you, I'm talking to all the people out here, it is an outside person. But there is also an inside person who is residing in me. And that person is craving, that person is pleading for me to get connected. That person wants me to have a good friendly relationship with the inside person. But what am I doing? Am I meditating? Meditating is a time wherein you will refocus on your dream. Meditation is a time wherein you will revive yourself. And when you are performing meditation every day, you will be certainly getting or tapping the internal power that you have, and you will be pivoting if you have to re-strategize your dream, where to go, and that will help you to achieve your dream. Isn't it amazing? So let us get connected to our inner self. So this is the power meditation that I'm talking about. And what is the next power? The next power is E power. It is also pillar power. It is eat and exercise. Friends, when pandemic began, so I hoarded, the food from supermarket. And what I did, I took Maggi packets because everyone likes Maggi. So that is a processed food. And that time, I was around 83, 84 kilos. And I ate Maggi for 5 days. And they say that taste be, health be, that is what they say. And I took it, and then trouble started. My digestion really troubled me, and I wasn't able to take proper food after that. And that is the reason you can see a lean look right now. I did not do workout, but because of the bad food that I took, that really troubled my stomach, and that is the reason I am in bad shape right now. What I am saying is, one meal is enough for us to destroy ourselves. One meal. So what are you eating? We need to focus on what we are eating right now. Because if you eat something junk and that troubles you, then you cannot work for next 7 days on your dream. And that happened to me as well. So that is the reason what you eat is very much important, and we need to focus on what we are eating, and we shouldn't eat the junk that will trouble us to achieve our dream. And next is exercise. Can we do exercise every day? We want to achieve our dream, we have lofty dream, right? And if you're not fit, if you're not eating properly, can we really put focus on our dream? Can we really achieve our dream? Perhaps we might not be alive before we achieve our dream. So that is the reason eating and exercising is important for our dream realization, for a better world, by the way. And what is the next part? Next part is reading. Friends, I was in my BTech third year. My friend introduced me to this treasure trove of reading, and from that day onwards, it wasn't the same thing for me, to be frank. So I went into different continents, not directly. Directly also went to Antarctica and South America, but through reading, I got to know various great people by various great people's insight. Through reading, I went to various continents. So reading has profound power that will shape you. So I want to ask you one question. What are the 5 books that will help you to achieve your dream? You must have thought about your dream right now. So I want to think about what are the 5 books that will help you to realize your dream and start working on your reading, because reading is the cheapest habit that we have right now. Because the books that were unavailable some 5-6 years back or 10 years back, now they are available online easily for free. So there is no excuse. Right now, reading will transform your dream to the next level. So what is the next thing? Outright visualization. Friends, right now, I can live my dream. How I can live my dream? I can live my dream through visualization. I want to impact more than 50 crore people that I've said you. How to do it? And there are certain things that will happen eventually if I do that. So I want to give speech in United Nations, I want to rub shoulders with world leaders, I want to write 10, 12 books. So all these things I will visualize every day, so that that will give me that inspiration, so that I can be in my path towards dream realization. So friends, this is the formula that I want to present to you, that is I am hero formula. So we can, with our dream, solve the world problems, and we can also build ourselves. How amazing it is, isn't it? So friends, this I call it the dream realization routine. So you have a dream, you can realize your dream, you can solve the world problems. How amazing it is. Friends, I happen to teach Devna School for blind students, so they are visually challenged. So when I began implementing this dream realization routine, it was very tough for me, to be frank, because alone it is very tough to implement. So what I did, I have students with me, and there are 8th class students, 9th class students, everyone are in WhatsApp right now. So we created a WhatsApp group, and they were part of that WhatsApp group. And every day what we do, in the morning we put I am hero, and in the night before we hit the bed we put I am hero. In the middle we perform dream realization routine every day. We perform dream realization routine every day, and if we do that, then we are that particular day hero. Friends, we need to become everyday hero so that we can become dream hero in the future. So for becoming everyday hero, we need to perform I am hero routine, we need to perform dream realization routine. And friends, she is Supriya. She is from a village in Nalgonda, and she is a visually challenged child, and she is impacting lives of the students by introducing them to the hero routine, by introducing them to I am hero routine, dream realization routine. If they can do it, we can certainly do it, isn't it? So we can certainly do it, and we can make this world a better place. Friends, I am not asking you to become hero for yourself. I am asking you to become hero for your family's sake. I am asking you to become hero for the community that you represent sake. I am asking for you to become hero for your country's sake. I am asking for you to become hero for Vasudhaika Kutumbakam. Vasudhaika Kutumbakam is the whole world is one family. If we have to survive, then everyone needs to have a dream. And Dr. Kalam, when I met him, he told me that we need development as well as humanity. For humanity to survive, we need dreams of people. With only dreams of people, we can build a better world. And finally, my dear friend, one habit at a time, one day at a time, one dream at a time, my dream this time, that is your dream this time. So have you figured out your dream? And finally, my dear friends, you have a tool to save our house. The house is Mother Earth. Will you save? Will you have your dream? Will you achieve your dream so that to make this world a better place? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful talk, sir. Your concept of I am hero, it is so simple, but there are things that we just forget in our daily lives, and we just need reminding. Thank you for being that reminder for us today, sir.
I'm honored. Yeah.
Our HOD, Dr. B. Ramanamurthy, sir, here to present a small token of appreciation for all your time and efforts for this talk, sir, at TEDxSCETW stage. Now, integrating time. When I told this theme to many of our organizing team, and when we were discussing this, we thought a lot about why do we want to talk about the past? Why do we want to talk about the future? And then many things, just questions keep circulating into just questions that did not even make sense. Or did they? Many a times we forget that these things, that culture, traditions are important. But why are they important? Deep dive into how traditions and customs still, even after all these discussions, they defy time and survive no matter what. Now let's look at these factors through a bit Indian cultural sense. And this lens is being magnified by Mr. Jagannath Sarma Velivela at our TEDxSCETW stage today. He is the Cloud and DevOps Architect at Value Labs in India. He is a TEDx speaker, an IT security consultant, and a business strategist at Harvard Business School. With 13 plus years of experience in information technology, he has been building great engineering teams which delivered awesome products that we use today like Hotstar and Samsung IoT, which has been an architect in many US defense projects like Lockheed Martin. He has headed many cloud and DevOps operation centers and was directly responsible for their success. Apart from a professional career, Mr. Jagannath is also a UPSC trainer who trains IAS and IPS aspirants. A youth leader in past, Lok Satta Party, now part of civil societies and an armchair politician. He is an avid reader and a frequent backpacker who loves traveling to all parts of the world to know their cultures and ways of life. And he is here coming back to our cultural India to talk about at TEDxSCETW. So, Mr. Jagannath, thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I would need that remote to slides. I need slides. I think it's here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The light is a bit high. Can you please dim that light a bit? Good evening, and sorry for my husky voice. It will be a bit difficult for you to maybe catch up, but I'll try to be a bit slow and clear. I think that should sound better now. So, integrating time, the theme I got from your university, so I was like perplexed because I thought I'll talk something on the cloud DevOps stuff that I've been on, but I thought I'll try to give some other insights which history books won't tell you. So you can see that one temple here, which I chose for my landing page, the Kalasa temple, which is in Ellora Caves. If you have been there, you will know it. If not, I'll tell at the end why I chose this one. So, what's this? So this is your team, right? So no matter where you have taken birth in your entire life, it may be US, it may be Middle East, it may be India, there are some set of rules and regulations that are hardwired into every caste system, every religion. So what is right for you that is completely wrong from someone else? For example, take Hinduism. There is no word for leftover to be very perfect. So if someone eats something and he leaves, or if he or she leaves something, the other person cannot eat. It's a sin in Hinduism. But if you take Islam, everybody should eat in the same plate. They said that grows love. So you cannot say that it is wrong or it is right from your perspective. See, if you see this, a guy sees 6, at the same time, the second guy sees as 9. So both are correct in the same way, but that's the only difference is you are unable to see from his view, right? So this is one more example. How perception divides people and makes a mess the world what you see now. People fight on religions, people fight on regions, and we fight on everything that can possibly you can think of. So here is an elephant. If I blindfold people and I make them touch different parts of elephant, one will think it's a snake just by holding its tusk, right? And holding his tusk, he'll see it's a spear, and holding his ears, he will feel that it's a fan. If he hits his stomach, he'll see it's a wall. So the perception in which you have been brought up will define things for you. And we Indians, usually right from like thousands of years, we debate on each and everything. You don't even believe when the God comes and says that I'm God. Even in Oh My God movie, you might have saw everybody will ask many questions. So let's go through few thousand years back in time and see whether these customs do make the really they make any sense for us, or like it's just some foolishness that has been passed to us right from the day which humans existed in this world. So there are so many civilizations in the world that came, but history book says that about Chinese, Xia dynasty, Olmec, Macedonian, Greek, Mayan, Egyptian, there are many, many civilizations that came and they went, and these are great civilizations. But we Indians are the only living civilization in the world, and that is a reason to celebrate. But our history books never say that. So I think it's wiped out, but okay. There are many, many interesting facts about India which you can just Google it and you'll know it. But I'm going to tell you those things which nobody will tell you. So see this one, our solar system, everybody is very, very familiar with that. But if you see that the earliest documented mention of spherical earth, it was in 5th century BC, not before that. Before that it was a flat earth thing that people believed, and if you talk about a spherical earth, you will be stoned to death. But if you take the very name of earth in Sanskrit, and everybody believes that Sanskrit is like 10-15,000 years old, so it's much more older than 5 BC, right? So 5th century BC. So the very name of Sanskrit in for earth is Bhugol. Bhu means earth, Gol means round. So by the very nomenclature itself, we know that maybe like 10,000 years back that earth is round. And even we know that the second name for earth is Jagat. That means which has movement, it moves. And we know that earth is not stationary. So we still think that our ancestors are so dumb and they don't know anything. So let me think about one more thing. Sanskrit name for solar system, it's Surya Mallika. Surya means sun. Mallika means a garland. Where do you wear your garland? Around your neck, right? So we know that it is heliocentric theory way back. Nobody can even imagine. So this is moon, right? Everybody loves moon. So when you see a moon, at a bright moon, at a full moon day, what do you see? A white moon, right? But if you go through Atharva Veda, there is a sloka in Atharva Veda. It says, Chandram Madi Krishnam. So Chandram means moon, Madi means soil, Krishnam means black. So our ancestors, without even going there, they know that the soil on soil on moon is black. We found out in 1960s when Neil Armstrong went there, we took some samples from there and we came back to Earth, and then we were able to see that it's really black. How can they know at that time? Do you think it's just coincidence or an insight? This has a very, very long link with yoga. When you listen to Sadhguru, he says that once you close your eyes and you meditate, you can extend yourself to anything, right from this room to the cosmics. So that really works, but we need to know how. So this is very famous architecture. If you go to any Hindu temple, you'll find this one. Sorry, I'll go back. You'll see this. Do you know what is this? Navagraha. So if you go to any temple, take like 1,000 years, 2,000 years back temple, the sun will be placed in the center, and you have 9 deities, which are like 9 planets, which we call, that will be surrounding the sun. So we know that it is a heliocentric theory, and we know the positions of those planets, which is like dated back 5,000-7,000 years back, and we just only know when the Copernican revolution came back. Because we just believe West, unless until there isn't recorded proof, we don't believe anything. But our historians, our ancestors wrote these things on rock, not even on paper. Still we don't believe them. So let's talk about speed of light, because we talked about astronomy, let's talk about physics too. So this is speed of light. You can see the modern value, which is on top of the slide. And in Rig Veda, there is a sloka. I don't want to read through, but if you decode that, sun rays travel 2,202 yojanas in half a nimisha. So I'll give you the logic. Nimisha means the time you take to blink, just one blink, that is 1 nimisha. And yojana is roughly about 8 to 9 miles, which is a huge debate, but even if you consider it's 8 to 9 miles, and if you just use that formula, it gives you almost identical value of the speed of light. Everybody knows when was Rig Veda written. We have recorded proof for that. And how can they know at that time that speed of light is that? We came to know the speed of light only in the last maybe 200, 300 years, to be very specific, right? Let's see this. This is known as Mizar and Alkar, and it's all a twin star system that we know. So in any traditional Hindu marriage, if you see in South India in particular, after the marriage, the priest will ask the bride and bridegroom to go out, and the bridegroom will show bride this star, which is known as Arundhati. So there's a ritual in every Hindu marriage that happens. So in Indian astronomy, Mizar was known as Vasishtha, one of the Saptarishis that you can see in the Saptarishik Mandalam, and his wife is Arundhati. So how can they know that those are a twin star system? And a husband and wife relation should be like that. One cannot coexist without another. They have to be in tandem so that they can live. Do you think even this is just an imagination or some hoax? But it is true, right? They know it. And let me come back to metallurgy, chemistry, engineering, right? So even I'm an engineering graduate before I did my MBA. So this is the iron pillar that you can see near Qutub Minar in Delhi. And if you see it and you touch and feel it, it's iron. Everybody knows that and everybody believes that. And it is rust proof. Even by today's technology, there is no rust proof iron ever made by humans. At least we know. But there is one pillar standing at the heart of our own capital, which is rust proof and is standing there for hundreds of years. And still we doubt the engineering capabilities of our ancestors. And if you see, there is Sanskrit inscriptions on that. So it clearly says that it is old, very old. No, we don't use Sanskrit these days, right? So let's see the modern value of pi. So everybody knows pi and the importance of pi. So I will not go into those details. As in India, we are so much fond because every other religion has only one god, so they don't have any problem. But in India, we have in Hinduism, we have about 3 crore gods. Yes, actually we have 3 crore gods. So famous ones are like Krishna, Rama, right? So this one sloka that is written in the praise of Lord Krishna. So you must know a few things before you can just go through it. Every language has consonants, vowels, so does Sanskrit. So in Sanskrit, every consonant is associated with a numerical value. You can see that on the top corner of the slide. So if you just decode this particular shloka, each Sanskrit consonant should be replaced, then it will give you the value of pi till 31 decimal places. Is this also a mere hoax, or it's just a coincidence? People doesn't know it. If you go through it, then you'll believe it, that it is an encoded value of pi in beautiful praising sloka to Krishna. And this is what my landing page was. I have to come to this because if you see the Kailasa temple, we are so proud of, because I belong to cloud and DevOps, so the IoTs, the Boston networks, the robotics, what we say, even if you go to Boston Dynamics in YouTube, you can see that one robot is helping another robot to escape the lab. So the artificial intelligence came to a level where we think ourselves as so supreme, and we are living in an age which we call as most advanced. This will just pour waters on your thoughts, because this is the Kailasha temple, which is the biggest megalith that you can ever found on this planet. Why? Entire temple is carved out of single stone, and it is not just an ordinary stone, it is volcanic basalt rock, which is the hardest rock even to drill, even with the modern equipment. They built an entire temple which is 145 feet wide, 195 feet long, and 100 feet high. So 100 feet high is almost like 3-story or 4-story building, right? So imagine the amount of work it is required for them to build this one and carve out of one single rock, and it was carved from top to bottom. It is an engineering feat by any standards which we cannot even achieve by today's technologies. They built it about 1500 years ago to be carbon dating, if you see, it's like 15,000-year-old temple, but some say it is even more older. And it has bridges that connect towers. So if you're planning something and if you're trying to carve out rocks from top to bottom, you need to think of so many things. They thought of bridges. They have a rainwater harvesting because we don't have that in our cities. In Hyderabad, if you see, for the last 2 days, rivers came into our own homes. They had that in that particular temple, and they had a proper drainage system. They have hidden underground passages. They have secret peepholes, just like you see in Golconda, where you can see and spot your enemies coming into your kingdom, right? And then there are complex stairways that connect multiple levels of the temple complex. Everything was pre-planned, everything was chiseled from top to bottom. And archaeologists confirm now that there's about 40 tons of rock. It's been scooped out, and even by modern standards, if you try to do that, it'll take about 400 to 600 years. You know what? That was built in 18 years. How come they do that? They do have some advanced technologies that we don't know, or we think because we are so much advanced in engineering and we think that what our ancestors gave us is traditions, we just deny them because of our lethargicness, or we don't agree because we don't have proofs. We do have proofs, but the only thing is we don't have the way of thinking. We never research, we are so lucky to be in the age where you can go Google, you can learn. But previously, if you have to learn something, either it must be a book or it must be through your father, mother, or teacher. There is no other way. But now you can learn from internet at any time at your ease. It's up to us how we actually get the knowledge. And to give you a small example, it is larger than the Pantheon in Greece. If you ever went to Greece, you'll know it, how big it is. And there are intricate carvings. I just left that integrated carvings because they're so intricate that you can just pass a small copper wire between two statues. How can they carve it? And the temple it was tried by Aurangzeb to completely demolish. He employed 1,000 people. They really worked day and night for 3 years. They could just face off some statues, but they could not completely destroy it. Nowadays, our builders build some temples or build some complexes, just one huge rain, it's gone. So, one more thing. So, there is Srasrang temple in Cambodia. So, it is a recent excavation that happened in Cambodia, where the archaeologists find these type of turtles which had an opening at the top. So one had a rectangular opening and one had a triangle opening. When they opened it, do you know what they found inside? They found silica gel. They found neatly polished quartz crystals. They found thin bronze wires, and they found 3-pronged antenna and some weird geometric patterns which you can see in that block that I have given. So when they opened the first one, they were able to find the silica gel and the crystals. And when they opened the second turtle, they were able to find bronze wires. So what is fascinating in that? The first thing is, bronze is not a metal, it's an alloy. So 1,000 years back, even we don't know what is a metal, they know what is alloys. And second part, they know the use of quartz crystals. When we started, modern day communication started with telephone and all those things, quartz was first used in communications. So they know that quartz can be used for communication. And if you see, there's a weird geometric pattern that was on top of that particular big stone. So that was actually a broken naga. I will show you in the next slide. So if you see, this is a naga, the 7-headed serpent that most of the Cambodians and even the Hindu culture will worship. Why this is so important means, on that side you can see a piano notes what I have given. So these are known as frequency diagrams. So these days, using modern technology, you can convert any song. When you play a song in your Winamp or like Windows Media Player or your any other media player, you can change the visualizations, right? What is that visualization does actually? It changes the song into visual representation. So any sound that we have, we can definitely change and save that as a visual pattern. So these these are nothing but the visual patterns that they had. This geometric, weird looking geometric patterns that you see is nothing but a tuned frequency. Why? Where would you find everything which is so connected for a perfect communication device? All you just need is a frequency, even that is encoded. So you just need for a signal to come. Everything found in one single temple complex. So that brings to the end of our talk, where we must think whether our ancestors are really right or wrong, or are we think that we are so much advanced in like science, medicine, metallurgy and all those things, still we are so primitive. We call them primitive, but we are much more primitive, because what all I shown till now for you can never be replicated by any human being with any technology till date. So our customs and traditions which are passed to us by our ancestors, which we debate every day with our fathers, mothers, grandparents, does this really make sense? Because one of the speakers was saying, because their fathers and forefathers gave to them and they gave to us. So we must believe in our traditions. But we must also look for the answers, why these traditions came in first place. We are living in a COVID situation, and now we see our Indian prime ministers or the defense ministers, whenever they go out, they proudly say namaste. They are not giving hands because of the COVID reasons, right? Even Donald Trump using that for his campaigning. So we do have some pretty logic behind, a scientifically proven logic behind every custom that we have in India. It's just not Hinduism, but in any religion, we have so many things, but we don't just accept that. In Hinduism, we burn bodies. In Islam, we bury bodies. Even in Christian, we bury bodies. If you go to Jains and if you go to some other religions, in Buddhist, what they do, they break the backs, they leave the bodies for the vultures to eat. What is wrong in that, and what is right in our things? Everything has a solid reason. Because of hectic population in India, we Hindus at that time try to just fire up the body so that we can just remove the ashes and we can put that in some holy river. And the second reason why we do that is, if you have something which that belong to your lost loved one, you will see that it will cry again and again. That binds you with them. So that is the reason why the very reason of burning came into Hinduism. So every particular caste, every particular religion on this planet has their own ways of doing things. We should respect, not you can debate, but we should respect and live in harmony. We will respect and live in harmony only when we try to find what exactly they are trying to say. If you don't think in that manner, then we cannot live in peace. We cannot achieve global peace, to be very specific. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful talk, sir. One thing that was really interesting, sir, that even while reading your profile and seeing your talk ideas, sir, it's like really not like different, sir. Like, what was the inspiration, sir?
So there are three things that I would like to mention here, because I belong to like IT field, right? If you see in IT, you can just Google it and you'll get every talk that, okay, the people talk about art. Nowadays it's been a hot topic, like jargons, everybody will use artificial intelligence, machine learning, even the school kid, because we take interviews and we, sorry to say, but we laugh when people talk, because they don't know what exactly that does. They have a platform and they just run the applications on top of that and they think that they build the applications. So when we were building Hotstar, we had like 7,000 servers. People cannot even imagine how complex it is. So you get everything online, but people doesn't know the reality between the technology now we are using and the technology that we had in the past. We think that this information technology, we talk only about IT. When we talk about technology, we only talk about IT. Do you think we talk about anything else in the technology? But these things, what you're seeing, are like marvels. They had so many things in between. I tried to cover everything. I did not cover medicine because everybody knows Susruta and all those guys who did plastic surgeries maybe like 5,000, 6,000 years back, but these things you can't find on internet.
Yes, so thank you for highlighting these important factors, especially It makes us proud of our Indian culture especially.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have our correspondent, Shri Kurali Krishna Rao sir, to give away the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful talk today, sir. The TEDxSCETW stage has really been enlightened by that.
Something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Where did the time go? Now we are at the final talk of the day. Now, after all these conversations that we've had the entire day with all our speakers and various conversations that we've had today, we should be also targeting a very integral question in our lives. And that is, what do we want to become? Now for this question, we have a very special person today, Mr. Dinkar Kalwala, a playback singer who has lent his voice to over 100 Telugu songs in a career just spanning over 7 years. A skill he honed for nearly 2 decades before taking it up as a career. Dinkar had made a brilliant debut, winning laurels for his melodies, including the Radio Mirchi and the Big FM Awards in the Best Upcoming Male Singer category. In 2014, he gave life to an ingenious idea for an online series where songs from different national languages were blended together with the use of minimal external props and highlighting individual voices. Thus, Jam Room was born. Sorry. He became one of the lead vocalists for the classical fusion band Capriccio, which incorporates music from different genres into a sin-instilling euphony. In his latest contribution, he has gifted his audience with Naminchi from Krish's biological drama NTR Kathanayakuru 2019, based on the life of legendary actor and former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Nandamuri Taraka Ramarao. Why? Mr. Dinkar Kalwala, sir, please.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Namaste, everyone.
Just a little gift.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Yeah. So, all set to go?
So, hello everybody, very good evening to all of you. To people who know me, I'm Dinkar. I sing for movies, I'm a playback vocalist, and I'm also a lead vocalist for Band Capriccio. And so for people who don't know who I am, so let me start with my story. So the one-liner that I have chosen is speaking about how do we interpret and understand the concept of what do we really want to become. So and I wanted this discussion or this webinar to be very organic, because I believe in connecting with people with my heart along with using my brains. So I'll rather put it that way, because today we had many intellectual speakers before I came here. So we've listened to a lot of beautiful stuff, and they've really enlightened us with very nice things that we were really not aware of. So my webinar would be very organic. So what does organic mean? What does being organic mean? So we usually, before we talk something, so the way we think or analyze and talk, it is a combination of using the brain and the heart. So for me, the term organic comes into picture because there is an equal amount of using both the brain and the heart, where there is involvement of emotion. So that's what I meant by saying organic. So I would probably start off with my story, how this all started, and why do I really want to talk about what do we want to become and how do we figure that. So starting with the parenting. So what does parenting mean? And whatever I'm going to talk about today is just my experience and what I feel that I wanted to speak about, and it is not got anything to do with hurting anybody's emotions or sentiments. So I would begin with talking about parenting, where my parenting was very beautiful, because there were no gadgets during my time, and it was more enlightening, wherein I had a chance of my parents personally sitting beside me and trying to explain and make me understand things in a very better way than what is unfortunately happening today. So what is that is actually happening today? So gadgetizing. So I wanted to speak a little about de-gadgetizing. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and my wife is a dental surgeon. She's a doctor. And so there was a question when we had a kid, how do we really want to raise her? Because I have many friends who also have kids, and we have seen many people bringing up their kids in a certain fashion. So we wanted our kid to be more aware of, or probably we wanted our kid to be brought up, we wanted to bring her up in the same way as we were brought up during our childhood. So that is only possible, or the majority of the part would probably be possible by de-gadgetizing. So today, unfortunately, most of us are forcing our kids, or we try to keep them engaged using iPads, smartphones, televisions, and laptops, whatnot, all digital gadgets. So that is a very bad way of probably trying to bring up a kid's future, or trying to shape them in that way, because it drastically decreases the thinking ability and the creativity of any kid. Once you give them a scope, or once you give them a chance to think, or rather go out and play or try to interact with them, that would probably do a lot of good for them. That would develop their skill. They would be physically fit, they would be mentally drained before they sleep every day. And so I had one of my friends recently ask me this question: how do you do that? How do you not give your kid an iPad or a laptop, or how do you make it possible? How do you try to engage your daughter? So the way me and my wife, the most of the credit though goes to my wife. So she makes my kid do a lot of book reading, a lot of physical activity, teaching them about our rituals, our scriptures. So there is Ramayana, there is Quran, there is Bible. So there are so many traditions and customs and the history of India which they can be made aware of. We have the mythological characters that they can be aware of. So this is just a way of what we try to bring our daughter up, what we are trying to do at home. So that is really lacking today. And so why did I speak about that? Why did I speak about trying to de-gadgetize? I firmly believe that this gadgetization for the kids is drastically decreasing their creativity. So this is what I wanted to suggest all the people who are having kids. Don't encourage them with gadgets, or rather try to spend more time with kids and make them understand, try to communicate, try to imbibe those emotions into them. And the next thing I wanted to speak about was age and ambiguity. So when I was a kid, I wanted to become a cricketer because my dad took me to cricket coaching. I was trained in cricket for a few years. Then I wanted to become a cricketer because Sachin was my favorite. And a little, as I got a little older, then I started watching, these Indian Air Force videos which were telecast on Doordarshan that time, which were very inspiring. Then I used to tell my dad I want to become a pilot. And after that, I had my uncle who was the Dean of Pharmacy at Kakatiya University, Warangal. Then I wanted to become a pharmacist like him. And after that, today I am a playback vocalist. So they are totally, they don't have any connection with each other. So how did this happen? So we always have that ambiguity, that confusion, or that clarity-lessness when we are kids. So there is an age where we, probably try to nurture and solidify the thoughts. And whom do we idolize? So because I wanted to become a cricketer because I was idolizing Sachin Tendulkar at a time. And then I was wanting to become a pharmacist because I was idolizing my uncle at a time. But what did I really want to do? So what was that I really loved doing? I always loved to sing. Since my childhood, this is the best thing that was always giving me a lot of happiness, because whenever we had a function or whenever we had a competition at school, I represented my state, I represented my place at state and national level music competitions. Since I was a kid, I was trained in classical music. But though I enjoyed singing all the time, I enjoyed singing for my friends, I enjoyed singing for the audience, I enjoyed singing and taking part in competitions. When did that singing thing properly solidify? When was I really able to make a proper decision that I can make this as a career? So this happened when I was like say 24 years old. So I am a pharmacist by profession. I've done my B Pharmacy. After that, I've done my MS from the UK. So I was in London for almost 4.5 years, wherein I finished my post-graduation. Then I was working for a company there. I came back to India. Then I was working at a company at Chennai. And then this opportunity of singing in a movie happened, where I got a chance to sing for a movie. And luckily, by God's grace, that song eventually became a massive hit. And then opportunities started pouring in. So there I was a fix at a point where I was confused whether I had to choose music as my profession, or all these years, all the effort I have put in academics, so should I continue in the pharmacy line? So that's when I had to sit with my dad, my grandfather, my parents were involved, and we had a few brainstorming sessions wherein my dad just told me one thing that day. See man, today you're a postgraduate, so there is nothing wrong in missing an opportunity, in using an opportunity, because you always had your academics to go back and fall upon. So you are safe, so you can go and sing, you can try the singing field. If you are successful, well and good. So if you are not able to make a mark, then what do? So you can always come back and start working in your pharmacy line. So that's when I really understood that education is the basis. You have to be good at your academics, and after you become good in your academics, then you can definitely choose what you really want to do in life. So because the amount of exposure that academics and education gives to a person, I've experienced that personally, where I can distinguish myself from many other people. So this is how I entered playback singing. Coming back to you know, the idolizing during our teens. So teen age has got many influences that happen to each one of us. So we have a few good influences, and most of them are bad because you know, as human beings, there is always a tendency of getting attracted to bad than getting attracted to good, most of us at least. So I firmly believe that people around us do matter in helping us take a wise decision of whom we need to really move along with, who is going to be our companion, who is going to be our friend, and our parents play a vital role. The reason I'm speaking about parenting all the time is the next generation is coming up, and we are all parents, we are all, you know, young parents who have got little kids and children now. So it is our responsibility to, you know, give them a proper guidance, not guiding them in a wrong way, correcting them whenever necessary. And what do you again mean by wrong guidance? So most of the people, there is a saying in Telugu, most of the people we hear to them saying, Kaki pilla kakiki mutu. So I totally contradict that. Because as far as I am concerned, whenever I used to do a mistake, even today, my father or my mother, they never stop correcting me. They always make it a point to convey and communicate the same to me that, you know, I am not doing it in the right way. Probably this can be done in another way. So most of the parents we've got always try to support their kids. They're always proud of whatever their kids do, either right or wrong. So this needs to be corrected. And then, you know, figuring out what our strengths and weaknesses are. Can we go a little up? Yeah. So our strengths and weaknesses. So yeah. Yeah. So how do we decide what our strengths and weaknesses are, and who helps us to do that? So generally, logically, so a person who is more knowledgeable or has got more experience than us can probably correct or tell us what is good and what is bad. So unfortunately, we've got, for example, I am a vocalist, I am a musician. So we've randomly got a person who comes up to me and says, man, that was very bad. You've sung it very bad. Okay, that's good. I can take it. But what right or what experience has that person got? Good to go? Is it ready? Okay. Good to go? Yeah. So where did we stop? We were speaking about
What right the other person.
right. So what right the other person has to correct us. So we need to figure out the right person who can judge us or who can probably guide us in the right way, and that is one of the key factors in being able to figure out what we really want to become. So so how did I decide that I can sing? So it was not decided by me, it was not decided by my parents, it was decided by my guru. So when I was a kid, when I was taken to a guru, to my guru, for you know, joining me in their academy to learn music. So that's when my teacher told my parents that I think this guy can sing, but it's too early to comment. Probably, you know, 2 or 3 years of training, and then we could probably figure out if he can do a good job. And then school, competitions at school, and luckily I stood first in most of them. and it went well. So that's how music entered my life. And later on, I was really skeptical about taking this up as a career because I come from an academic family, so I always believed that academics is exposure, education is exposure. I really believed in it. I had it in my blood. And my father is an electronics engineer. So my wife is a doctor. My younger brother is a doctor. He's done his internal medicine from the US, and he's a doctor there. So I am a pharmacist too. So it was decided by my parents that I can sing, or it was not decided by me or my parents. It was decided by my guru that I can sing. So this is where it's actually going wrong these days. So and art is a beautiful form of expression, which can be considered as a career too. So unfortunately, most of us disagree to that, and because we have our own insecurities. How much money do we make? How do we settle down? What kind of a lifestyle we have, or we are rather going to have in future? So many questions popping up. But if we really think that our kid or the person whom we are talking about can make a mark, I don't think it's a bad option to choose. And there also there is one more point, one more very, very important point that I wanted to speak about. So this comes back again to the point I was speaking before, the company. So there's a lot of influence of friends, family, cousins, and people who we move around with. At that time, our mind never listens to what we actually want to do, and mate vinadu. So because I'm a musician, I just wanted to sing a small phrase about mate vinaduga. So there's a song in Telugu which I really love. So how does the lyric go? పెరిగే వేగమే తగిలే మేఘమే అసలే ఆగదు ఈ పరుగే ఒకటే గమ్యమే దారులు వేరులే పయనమే నీ పనిలే మాటే వినదుగా 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 వేగం దిగదుగా దిగదుగా వేగం మాటే వినదుగా 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 వేగం వేగం వేగం. So it goes like this. So మాట ఎప్పుడు వినదు, బట్ మన పక్కన ఉన్న వాళ్ళు, if the people beside us, especially our parents, our gurus, can be very strong, they can actually shape us out into a beautiful individual, or rather I'll call it a beautiful citizen. So our parents, our gurus, are near and dear, who influence us or who probably teach us what is right and what is wrong, are very, very crucial in making us choose what we really want to become. So on this note, again there's one more song I really wanted to sing, because I believe that my mother had a major role in my life, because my mom is an epitome of patience and love. So that's what she always keeps telling me even today. We just keep discussing about issues at home like you all do with your family. I do the same. So if at all there is a point wherein I just get a little aggressive, or I am irritated or disturbed or frustrated, that's when my mom comes and tells me, don't get angry, because if you get angry, it is only going to damage you and it will spoil your thinking process. It will get your ability down. So being one of my most important gurus in my life, my mom and dad, so because everybody loves their mom, I wanted to end today's talk with a beautiful song on my mom. This is for every mom of the world. పెదవే పలికిన మాటల్లోనే తీయని మాటే అమ్మా, కదిలే దేవత అమ్మా, కంటికి వెలుగమ్మా. పెదవే పలికిన మాటల్లోనే తీయని మాటే అమ్మా, కదిలే దేవత అమ్మా, కంటికి వెలుగమ్మా. తనలో మమతే కలిపి పెడుతుంది ముద్దగా, తన లాలి పాటలోని సరిగమ పంచుతుంది ప్రేమ మధురి. The song goes like that. So this is for my mom and all the moms of the world. So I felt in the given time slot, I really tried to, because I am not an experienced orator like what we saw before people who came here and spoke, but this is what I really wanted to speak about. And as young parents to my generation people, I would like to say, please don't gadgetize your kids. Try to interact more with them. Try to shape up their future in a good way. Your role and your involvement in their brought up is very, very important. And the last thing, the bottom line and the closing line I would like to say is, there is nothing called preaching. There is only one thing which is called practicing. So if you don't practice, you don't have the right to preach. So please practice before you preach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this talk, sir. What's shown to me the most was your humility and your perspective, sir, throughout the session, sir.
Thank
and
you.
thank you so much for that, sir.
It's my pleasure and it's my privilege being on this stage. And thank you very much for bringing me here. It really means a lot because we've got so big people who came here and spoke, and I'm just nothing in front of them. But sharing the stage, same stage, gave me so much of joy and so much of happiness today. Thank you for making me a part of this lovely event.
I don't know how to express the excitement that the organizing team have been just testing inside their hearts, sir. They're like still screaming inside, looking at you, sir.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you.
Sir, it will be an opportunity lost if I don't ask you to sing once more, sir.
Sure.
A Hindi song maybe for our expired recently,
Okay.
SP Balasubramaniam, sir. It'd
Of-
be really nice, sir. It's a request.
Okay, of Balu Garu, a Hindi song which Balu Garu sang, or you want me to dedicate a song to Balu Garu?
A song by SP Balasubramaniam, sir.
Okay. One of those very few songs that I know of Balu Garu in Hindi was, this album, Salman Khan, and you got that song, Didi Tera Devar Divana.
Yeah. It's
Hey,
famous.
Didi Tera Devar Divana. Hey, Didi Tera Devar Divana. Hai Ram Kudiyon ko dale dana. Hai Ram Kudiyon ko dale dana. This is a song that I know of him, and because you asked me to sing a song, I'd like to sing one of the songs I really love.
Please continue,
So-
sir.
So Telugu or Hindi? Hindi. Hindi, Telugu. Okay, one Hindi, one
Sir,
Telugu.
there were 3 Telugu, sir. I don't understand Telugu, so I will say Hindi.
Okay, we'll do one Hindi, one Telugu. Yeah? Okay, the Telugu song I would probably choose to sing is a song that is very close to my heart, and I love this song. It's from the movie called I, and the song is called Nuvunte Na Jataga. And I eventually happened to sing this in a couple of reality shows, which gave me a lot of good name and reputation. So this one's for you. I'll just try to do a small pallavi of the song. చిరుగాలిని వెలివేస్తా ఓ పారే నది నావిరి చేస్తా నేనున్న నేలంతా మాయం చేసా లేనే లేదే అవసరమే నువ్వే నాకు ప్రియవరమే నువ్వుంటే నా జతగా నేనుంటా ఊపిరిగా నువ్వుంటే నా జతగా నేనుంటా ఊపిరిగా నువ్వైనా నమ్మవుగా చెలియా నేనెవరంటూ ఎవరు గుర్తించరుగా నా ప్రేమవు నువ్వంటూ నీకోసం నీలో బహుమానం చేసేస్తా నువ్వులేని లోకములో నన్నే నే బలి చేస్తా నువ్వుంటే నా జతగా. Thank you so much. And a Hindi song, any song is fine, or you want me to sing a film song only? Okay. So I'd like to sing a ghazal of Hariharan Saab. This is one song that I really love. I connect a lot to. देर ही बनते बिगड़ते कुछ इसे लगती ही नहीं आए देर ही बनते बिगड़ते कुछ इसे लगती ही नहीं फूल के दीवार पर शबनम का घर है जिंदगी फूल के दीवार पर शबनम का घर है जिंदगी सांस के बस एक झोंके का सफर है जिंदगी झूम ले हंस बोल ले Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have, sir, our correspondent, Shri Kurali Krishna Rao, sir, to just present a token of appreciation for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Genuinely, just thank you so much for being here, sir, with us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
You've really raised the prestige of our TEDxSCETW stage today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Means a lot. Sure.
Sir, I told you, sir.
Sure. Take it here or we'll take it outside? Outside? It'll be more bright if you can get it outside. Here? Okay, perfect.
How subtle, everybody. How subtle. Everyone, please stay and please don't leave your seats. With this, we have reached the end of the TEDxSCETW stage today. We must be done with the talk for the day, but we are still, at least appreciate everyone over here, and the management who have been working so hard for so many months just for this day today, TEDxSCETW stage. This has been hard work and nothing but pure efforts and dedication to make this day a success. And to that, I would like to thank everyone who participated in making this TEDxSCETW event a success. TEDxSCETW is a university event of Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for women. And the college played a major role in providing all the facilities for for a perfect session today. I would like to thank our correspondent, Krishna Rao sir, our management, Rajesh Reddy sir, our principal, Satya Prasad Lanka sir, our director, Vinay Babu Garu, our CSC HOD, Ramana Murthy sir, Web Srinivas sir, Suresh sir, Giri sir, Pani sir, Jabbar sir, Krishna sir, the iBridge team, the 24mm team, the teaching staff of the staff of Stanley that have been working so hard, and of course, the organizing team of Stanley TEDxSCETW today. Thank you so much for all your efforts. None of this is possible without the efforts. Principal sir, please.
No speech, no speech. Oh, anyhow, all right. I always wanted this photo. 3 cheers. I want a very loud 3 cheers for the management, Krishna Rao Garu, Rakesh Reddy Garu, and Pradeep Reddy Garu sir, for the kind of support, amazing support we received to organize this. Come on, hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. Now, 6 అడుగులు కాదు కానీ మన బుల్లెటే కిషోర్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి, Anisha, please come down here. Please come down here. Without these two, really today's dream would not have come true. I'm very thankful for the efforts, right? And the kind of support, the inclusiveness you bring to every event, in bringing everybody together and getting it done is amazing. We look forward to many such. The young lady mentioned that we have come to an end. I say this is just a beginning of many more such things to come. And the team led by Zuha, Apurva, Aisha, please come. Purvi, the way they have struggled in the past 2 days when Hyderabad was down and out for all concerns, to put this event together is amazing. I was not here, but my absence was not felt because I was there through them. They are a wonderful team. The entire organizing team, I just named a few over here. The entire organizing team has done an incredible job, and I would be very much remiss if I don't mention the work done by our supporting staff, Web Srinivas, and the technical admin team, the kind of support which we received, I'm very thankful. The electrician, Giri, everybody played their role, beautiful role, and they were directed ably by our ever dynamic young hero, Rakesh Reddy. Thank you all for this wonderful beginning to take us on to the international platform. God bless all of you all for repeat performances. Right, we look forward to many of these. Thank you.